The story begins in a terrifying world, a place so dangerous that venomous snakes lurk within the darkness. It hides in plain sight, ready to strike without warning. Here, the most terrifying monsters blend in with the innocent. This makes it hard to know who or what to trust. A toad once lured a snake, and now the snake is gone. This world is full of creatures like vampires, werewolves, ghosts, cyborgs, and puppets. They move through it like blood through veins. Our main character writes in his journal that he must always stay calm. Fear alone can draw the darkness closer. That's something he's learned over the past 2 years. During that time, he's done only one thing: survive. Suddenly, someone knocks and calls for him, Lin. It's time to hang the lamp outside and open the store. He also receives a mission from the system: hang the lamp. The reward is 1 skull coin, experience, and pure human blood. It's the first time he's seen this mysterious system. But there's no time to figure it out. He must obey his boss. As he opens the door, a massive figure appears. It looks like a Frankenstein-like creature. Lin greets the man, calling him professor, though in his mind he's already thinking he might die. That's what he thought constantly when he first came here 2 years ago. Now he's used to it. The Frankenstein drags a body behind him, gripping it tightly by the hair. Lin remembers how this professor saved him 2 years ago and taught him all his medical knowledge. Though the days are repetitive, life isn't so bad. As he opens the shop door, he feels many eyes watching from the pitch-black surroundings. But in this place, just staying alive is already a small miracle. He lights a candle and spills a drop of blood. That single action drives away nearby souls. The store's sign changes, showing that it is now open. He receives his rewards from the system and is surprised. Such a simple task gave him a good return. An old, toothless woman then appears, carrying a head in her arms. She asks if he has any junk to spare. The system gives him a new mission: hand over something useless. Lin looks back and says he does. He knows who she really is, the scavenger. He quickly gives her 2 red, twitching objects. She thanks him, and he receives more system rewards. Then she offers him a reward of her own. She gives him her own eyeballs. The system allows him to refuse, but warns he'll lose favor with her. Lin hesitates, then politely accepts. She smiles and walks away. Another mission complete. He goes back inside, thinking about the shop across the street, a tailor shop and a butcher shop. He knows exactly where those eyes came from. And there's a rule he always remembers in this place: never insult the ones who walk in the darkness. With the professor occupied, Lin checks the system again. His stats are average. The system describes him as a fragile but smart human who survived in this world for 2 years. Still, it notes he could die at any moment. Lin figures the system works like a game. Completing missions grants new skills and boosts. That might help him stay alive a bit longer. Just then, the professor, whose name is Bloodsaw, opens the door. He says he'll be gone for 2 days. He tells Lin to take care of the shop. The system says Bloodsaw is a lawful evil sewing monster, skilled in surgeries, runs a shady side business, and should never be provoked. Lin nods, asking if there's anything else he should know. Bloodsaw tells him that if customers can't pay with money, take something of equal value. If they refuse to pay, use the blade. He hands Lin a blood-covered weapon. The system notes it's very sharp and can cut both flesh and soul, but the more it's used, the more it hungers. Lin simply nods. Before leaving, Bloodsaw adds that the little baby in the back needs to be fed. He hasn't eaten in a long time. The system gives the same task: feed the baby. Bloodsaw leaves Lin with one final warning: no matter what sounds he hears at night, never leave the light's range. Ignore any cries for help. Lock the doors and windows. If anyone comes in, they must be killed. Lin realizes these 2 days will be pure hell. Later, he waits with the blade beside him. Suddenly, someone knocks at the door. A girl's voice asks if the owner is home. He checks the peephole. Outside, he sees a small girl holding a doll. The system presents a mission: help treat the injured doll. Lin also gets a warning: this is a wandering soul from the valley. She's searching for her mother, and her doll is her ally. Anyone who tries to take the doll will end up in her belly. With tears in her eyes, the girl asks if he can heal her doll. Lin looks at the soul lamp. Its glow is weak, meaning this girl isn't too dangerous. He opens the door and invites her in. Thanks to the lamp, no one can enter without permission, unless they're truly powerful. He reminds himself that souls and spirits here don't always mean harm. Most just want to live in peace. Still, it's best to never ask personal questions. The girl explains that her doll lost its arm. She looked everywhere but couldn't find it. She says the doll is her favorite. If the arm isn't fixed, the doll might die. Lin nervously agrees to help. The system warns he has lost 5 points of sanity. As he examines the doll, the system informs him that the bite marks match the girl's mouth, and the blood is the doll's. He's amazed at how accurate the system's analysis is. He gently asks the girl if she's eaten anything strange. She replies that she hasn't eaten in days. Last night she dreamed about eating delicious food, meat, hair, ears. She says it was all tasty. Her doll agrees, echoing her words. Lin's sanity drops again. He tells her that he thinks she might have eaten the doll's arm during her dream. The girl looks ashamed. The doll comforts her, saying her mother still loves her. Lin asks if she feels anything strange in her belly. She says it itches, like something wants to come out. He suggests the arm isn't fully digested and asks if she prefers surgery or something less invasive. Embarrassed, she chooses surgery. The doll also agrees. He picks up the blood-stained blade. Then he explains the procedure. Cut open the stomach, remove the arm, and sew it shut. Frightened, the girl quickly changes her mind and asks for physical therapy instead. He agrees, it's cheaper anyway. He then asks her whether she wants it done from above or below. The girl is startled. He tells her not to worry, it won't hurt. She hesitates, then nervously agrees. She sits down in the chair. He asks her to open her mouth wide. A horrible smell hits him. He uses a metal ring to hold her mouth open. Slowly, he reaches inside. The girl trembles in pain, but he keeps going. Eventually, he pulls out the doll's missing arm. He confirms his theory. She had swallowed it, probably without realizing. He advises her not to eat unknown things in the future. He then opens a drawer. He explains that reattaching the arm will cost 30 skull coins. The girl agrees, though she's in pain. The doll, however, pleads for mercy. Lin reassures the doll he'll do a good job. He successfully reattaches the arm and earns a large reward from the system. He gives the girl a special medicine for the doll. It must be used daily for 1 week. When he applies the first dose, the doll screams in agony. It clings tightly to the girl's arm. Lin calmly states the price: 10 coins for physical therapy, 30 for sewing, 70 for the medicine. That's 110 skull coins. The girl timidly pulls out some coins and throws them toward him, saying she only has 20. He pauses, then says she still owes 90. He offers to take a part of her body as collateral. He says he'll help cut it off for free. She steps back, frightened. She finds 10 more coins and hands them over. Now she only owes 80. She says he can keep the medicine and she'll buy it next time. That brings it down to 20. She asks if she can pay on credit and return later. Lin declines. This is a small shop, no credit. He suggests she leave something behind as collateral. She could keep the medicine and even receive change, 40 coins. Hiding her eyes, she nervously asks if she can pay with something else. He leans in and asks what she means. Blushing, she looks down and whispers with her body. The girl lowers her head and says something quietly. Lin is surprised and tries to understand what she means. As he gets up and looks at her, she hesitantly asks a question. But Lin stops her. He doesn't want her body. He simply asks for her right eye. He tells her she can buy it back once she has the money. Tears fall as she agrees. The doll protests, begging her not to do it. But it's too late. The eye is already removed and placed inside a glass jar. Lin receives a large amount of items and coins from the system. He turns to her and says everything is done. He invites her to return to the pharmacy anytime. She walks away crying, saying she never wants to come back and just wants her mother. Lin finds her reaction unusual. The system then issues a new mission: help the blood puppet find its mother. The reward is 200 favorability points with the girl, 100 with the doll, and a special prize. He pauses for a moment, staring at a plate filled with items like hair and ears, things he's collected from the system over time. He's certain that little girl has done far worse things than what he saw today. But it doesn't matter. He'll talk to her about it next time. He notices that he has been earning more and more skull coins, the main currency of this world. The only problem is that he hasn't left the store in over 2 years. Looking outside, he sees countless glowing eyes in the dark. Having money isn't the issue. Maybe someday he'll get the chance to use it. Just then, a one-eyed pig walks into the store. He's the owner of the butcher shop in the Valley of Wandering Souls, a so-called friendly neighbor who is always happy to either share his prey or share you with others. Lin sees the soul lamp burning red. He welcomes the pig into the pharmacy and asks if he needs anything. Thanks to the lamp's protection, most monsters won't attack him directly. If they do, he can use the soul's energy to push them back. However, this power doesn't work well against those truly evil beings. In the end, this world has no real rules. The pig walks in, complaining about an old woman who tore out one of his eyes over some junk. He curses her and then sits at the table, demanding to see Bloodsaw. He needs a new eye and is willing to pay with fresh prey. Lin calmly tells him that the professor is away for a few days. If he needs anything, he can speak with him instead. The system issues a mission: help the pig find a new eye. The pig looks Lin up and down and suddenly remembers him. The system warns that the crisis level has reached 89%. They stare at each other for a moment before the pig decides to proceed. Lin gathers several items, laying them out in front of the pig. Human eyes, pig eyes, bat specter eyes, and doll eyes. Each has its own price. He asks which one the pig wants. After considering, the pig says he wants Lin's eye. Shocked, Lin loses 10 points of sanity. The crisis level rises to 91%. He asks if the pig is serious. The pig replies, "Why not?" Feeling uneasy, Lin removes one of his own eyes. He does it without hesitation. The system warns that his life is now in danger. He has lost an organ. Holding the eye in his hand, he says it costs 200 skull coins, and there are no refunds if it fails. The pig is stunned. It seems impossible to him. When the old woman took his eye, he was overwhelmed by pain. Yet here was a human, calmly removing his own eye without flinching. Because of this, the crisis level suddenly drops to 50%. The pig stares, realizing that Lin must have been altered by one of Bloodsaw's experiments. Lin walks over to him, holding the eye, but the pig refuses. He wants his original eye, not someone else's. Lin puts his own eye back in and says he has the pig's eye. The pig is confused. Lin explains that earlier that day, a kind woman gave him a strange toy. He shows the pig the eye. The pig is shocked. It belonged to him. He asks where Lin got it. Lin explains again, saying it was a gift from a gentle lady. The pig realizes who he's talking about, the scavenger. She's capable of cutting off his head without hesitation, and yet she gave his eye to a pharmacy apprentice. Why? The pig loses 30 sanity points from the thought. While he stands there trying to process this, the crisis level drops to 20%. The pig finally asks if Lin is giving the eye back. Lin replies that he's selling it for 200 skull coins. The pig nods, understanding. He agrees to the price. The crisis level drops to 10%. Lin asks if he'd like the surgery here or on the operating table. The pig chooses to stay here. He's too scared to lie on the table. Lin tells him to lay his head down and stay still. If it hurts, he's allowed to scream. The pig makes a joke, but he's clearly nervous. Lin lights a candle. Then he begins heating the blade. The pig trembles, confused about why fire is involved, just to reattach an eyeball. Lin simply replies that there are some blood clots and pebbles in his eye socket. Lin assures him that he'll clean it up, free of charge. The pig looks unsure. The system notes a loss of 10 sanity points for him. Lin performs the cleaning, gaining experience points, but oddly, he's given blade skill rather than medical skill. No time to wonder why. Now it's time to place the eye. He warns the pig to stay perfectly still, or he might install it in the wrong direction. As he gets ready, he remembers something. Again, he forgot anesthesia, just like with the doll earlier. Oh well. The pig wakes up and sees Lin holding something strange. Lin explains it's a special glue that works with healing potions. It will hold the eye in place and ensure almost full recovery. The pig tells him to stop stalling and get on with it. Lin agrees and prepares the eye. He reminds the pig to be patient. He's a professional. With a hammer in hand, he gets to work. The pig's sanity drops by 20. When the pig sees the hammer, he panics. Lin tells him to relax. This is just the final step. If he moves, they'll have to start over and the price will go up. Lin hits the eye with the hammer once. The pig screams. Lin insists he can't stop now. He has a duty to make sure every patient leaves in perfect condition. Another hammer strike. The pig howls in pain. Then Lin suddenly stops and looks disappointed. The pig asks what's wrong. Lin says the eye is misaligned. The surgery has to be redone. Lin reassures him that the redo will be free of charge. After all, he's a kind and responsible doctor. The pig is in pain and terrified, but Lin continues. Eventually, the procedure is finished. Lin hands him a bottle of medicine, instructing him to drink it twice daily and apply another to his skin. In 2 days, he'll be fully healed. The total bill is 546 skull coins. The pig, defeated, signs the payment contract using his bloodied fingertips. He asks if he's free to go. Lin says yes. Just then, the system notifies him of a hidden mission. It's triggered by something in the pig's stomach. If completed, Lin will receive a rare ability called visual diagnosis. Lin stops him and says there's one more issue. He can't let him leave without saying something. It would go against his medical ethics. The pig, suspicious, sits back down. He says he's willing to hear him out, but if it's a scam, there will be consequences. Lin checks his pulse. The system grants him diagnostic experience. The pig grows more anxious. Then Lin looks him in the eye and calmly says that the problem might be an ectopic pregnancy. The pig grabs Lin by the collar, furious. He insists he's a man, not a woman. Lin stays calm and says that's exactly why it's a serious problem. If he had a uterus, it would require an even more complicated surgery. Frustrated, the pig throws Lin into a chair. Lin, undeterred, asks what he's thinking. The pig threatens to cut his hand off. Lin advises him to stop thinking about violence and focus on his condition. He explains that the symptoms, swelling, no loss of appetite, and bleeding in the lower area, are all signs of something more serious. Surprised, the pig asks how Lin knows all that. Lin takes notes and continues with his questions. The pig mentions stomach pains that started about a month ago. Lin doubts food poisoning would last that long. He asks if the pig has attempted reproduction recently or has any strange preferences. The pig snaps at him, yelling that he better not ask that again. Lin agrees and moves on. He asks if there was any sharp pain during reproduction. The pig gets angry, demanding to know what kind of pain he's referring to, and shakes Lin aggressively. Lin tries to calm him down, explaining he's only asking these things for his health. The pig finally sits back down and says he'll give Lin one last chance. Lin steps forward and says, based on the symptoms and what the pig has told him, this isn't a regular pregnancy. It's likely a mutation caused by consuming something unnatural, leading to an ectopic pregnancy. The pig repeats the words to himself, trying to process it. Lin adds that recently, he might have felt constantly full after eating. He may have noticed pale skin, sunken eyes, or a cold pulse. These could all point to possession by a parasitic spirit. He hands the pig a potion for detection. It's designed to reveal any hidden evil spirit. The pig sniffs it. Then he plunges his hand into it. Suddenly, dark spiritual forms start to rise. Startled, the pig yanks his hand out, feeling something stir in his belly. Lin reacts quickly. He hits the pig's stomach with a chair. The pig panics and demands to know what that was. Lin explains that the diagnosis confirms it. It's a parasitic spirit causing the ectopic pregnancy. Fortunately, it's in an early stage. He's lucky to have come in now. Desperate, the pig clings to Lin's leg, apologizing for how he acted earlier and begs to be saved. Lin knows it's much easier to fight an evil spirit face to face. Unfortunately, when it's growing inside someone's stomach, things become much more complicated. He'll have to get creative. He asks the pig if he's eaten anything contaminated recently. The pig admits that about a month ago, he fed on a man. He didn't fully eat him, just absorbed some of the body. Aside from that, he only eats pork and human meat. Lin says it's time to take a closer look and tells him to follow. The pig nervously follows Lin into the operating room. The pig hesitates as he lies down on the operating bed. He asks if a second diagnosis would be better than jumping into surgery. But Lin insists that acting fast is more important. He needs to confirm the presence of the spirit through surgery. The pig begins to panic. He's always been the butcher, but now he's the one getting cut open. While he's talking, Lin is calmly sharpening the surgical blade. The pig anxiously asks how long it'll take. Lin readies the blade and says they're about to start. But then he pauses. He forgot something. He quickly marks a cross on the pig's belly with a pen. Then he activates restraints to keep the pig from moving during the procedure. The pig screams. Lin reassures him the restraints are for his safety. The pig asks if Lin has ever done surgery before. Lin says he's watched his teacher cut meat, and this isn't much different. Now fully panicked, the pig begs to be let go. But Lin says it's too late. He can't abandon a patient now. After several cuts and a fair amount of practice, Lin completes the procedure. He congratulates the pig. It was a smooth delivery. What came out was a bloody, malformed creature. As Lin starts sewing up the wound, he tells the pig, probably not the best time, but he has to mention the bill. The cost of the surgery is 300 skull coins. Since it's his first full operation, he offers a discount. That brings the total to 240. The pig groans and tells him to just finish already. Lin agrees but adds that stitching costs extra, another 40 coins. He offers options for stitching material: wool, cotton, steel, or hemp. The pig chooses hemp thread. Lin threads the needle. Then he begins sewing. Afterward, he pours a healing potion over the stitched wound. The pig jerks from the sting. The system announces the surgery was successful. Lin receives more experience, and the pig gains another 200 fear points toward Lin. Looking at the parasite baby, Lin comments that although she was born tainted by evil, with proper care she might grow up healthy. But the pig is already running out of the room. Lin calls out, reminding him that he forgot his daughter. The pig yells back that she's part of the payment. Lin rushes after him, shouting that this is a pharmacy, not a daycare. You can't just leave a child here. Still, the pig disappears. Lin sighs and decides to look after the baby for now. Maybe when the professor returns, he'll find a use for her. A snack with a glass of wine, perhaps. The little creature is already shaking in fear. Lin pours a small healing potion on his eye and opens the system menu to check his status. He sees that his title has changed. He's now listed as Bloodsaw's apprentice. The description mentions that people can sense his growing cruelty and that he's slowly inheriting his teacher's twisted methods. Lin is shocked. He doesn't consider himself evil. He always thought of himself as kind. He notices that he has 4 upgrade points. He decides to invest all of them in Constitution. Survival is his top priority. He immediately feels stronger. Just then, the newborn monster is attacked by another creature. Lin reacts quickly and saves it, scolding himself for forgetting it was even there. He checks the system. The creature is listed as a deformed female infant spirit, level 2. A secret mission appears. The evil spirit inside her is corrupting her form. The longer he waits, the worse it will get. There are 4 options: turn her into lamp oil, feed her to the garden creatures, preserve her as a specimen, or wait for the pig to return and reclaim her. Lin thinks the first 3 are far too cruel. The reward field just says, waiting for analysis, which is vague but probably promising. He decides to wait. As he sits down, he gains 10 morality points for doing the right thing. That's when he remembers he forgot to feed the backroom creatures. He places the baby in a jar and tells her to wait. Then he rushes to the back of the store. Sweating already, he removes the lid, preparing himself. Lin pours a mysterious substance into the basement. He loses 10 affection points with whatever creature is inside, but at least it's been fed. He stares into the basement, confused. For 2 years he's worked in this shop, and not once has the professor explained what this thing is. He decides it's better not to ask questions. Curiosity here could turn someone into food. When he returns to the storefront, he finds the creature has grown enormous. Just looking at it chips away at his sanity. 30 points are gone in an instant, but what concerns him more is how horrifying it now looks. There's no way the pig will recognize this monster as his daughter. He decides to help. He ties her to the bed and thinks a little makeover will do her good. Otherwise, she'd scare everyone on the street. He grabs one of her tentacles to inspect it. It stiffens. The child becomes more frightened, gaining 10 more fear points. He tries to reassure her, it's just for appearance. But that only frightens her more. Still, he's pleased with his work so far, even if it seems a bit rough. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. He opens it and is greeted by a scorched mummy, almost completely burned, radiating intense hostility toward anything beautiful. The system identifies it as a 99% burned evil spirit. The creature speaks. Clearly it wants a new face. A quest is activated to perform facial reconstruction, with a reward of 50 skull coins. Lin tells the visitor to wait a moment. He's still finishing another plastic surgery. If the mummy wants, he can observe and admire Lin's brilliant techniques. Lin tries to calm the mummy, even though this is his first time doing plastic surgery. He tells himself it's similar to sculpting clay or kneading dough. The key is balancing elasticity and pressure. Too stiff or too soft and it won't work. He needs the right touch. The mummy gains 10 fear points just watching. Lin gets to work. He slaps the creature's skin, rolls it out, tosses it, and stretches it from side to side. The mummy stares, losing 20 sanity points. He then turns to the child's head, placing it on the table to examine it. Something feels off about this whole store. The mummy, watching in disbelief, wonders what exactly Lin is doing. Lin explains that the child is very unattractive, and as a doctor, he feels responsible for giving her a more pleasant appearance. The mummy quietly doubts the method will work, but says nothing. Lin accidentally squeezes the child's head too hard, crushing it slightly. He apologizes and notices a chilling human-like smile from the girl, which drains 20 more sanity points. The mummy now realizes something terrifying. Bloodsaw didn't leave an assistant. He left someone even more deranged. He starts to imagine himself ending up like one of the abominations in the back room. Hearing a faint noise, the mummy becomes anxious. Is Bloodsaw returning? He loses 40 more sanity points. Just then, Lin appears again, cheerfully sharpening a blade and apologizing for the delay. Lin asks what's wrong, but the terrified mummy bolts out of the store without a word. The system notifies him that the quest failed, but he earned 400 fear points from the encounter and 100 skull coins for terrifying a customer. Lin is puzzled. He had smiled and been polite the entire time. Why was the creature so afraid? Shrugging it off, he decides to finish the child's makeover. After some time, he finally completes the work and is pleased with the result. He always had decent hands, just never imagined he'd use them this way. Then he notices something strange, a third eye in the middle of her forehead. Before he can react, venom oozes from it. He warns her to keep that eye hidden. If she doesn't, he'll be forced to bring out the blade again. The child cries, but her fear begins to drop. The system shows that the crisis level has decreased by over 300 points. He also receives a strange lock of hair from the system, a defensive item that causes suffocation if placed near a neck. The girl cuddles a stuffed toy tightly, and Lin wonders if he went too far. Looking outside, he realizes it's getting late. He checks the soul lamp. The dimmer the light, the later the hour. When it fades completely, night has arrived. As he reaches to take down the lamp, a figure cloaked in shadow appears. The system warns that this is a demon hunter, an extremely dangerous one. Engaging with him carelessly will lead to death. Lin studies the stranger. It's the first time he's seen another human in 2 years. Judging by the lamp's intense reaction, this person is absurdly powerful. The cloaked man speaks. He needs treatment, specifically combat and recovery potions. The system activates a mission worth 500 skull coins. The drawback is that if Lin dies during the treatment, the mission will fail. He invites the man in, cursing his timing. As the hunter sits, he expresses surprise at finding another human in this world. The system activates a shared race link. If Lin loses the bond, he will also lose his life. Trying to remain composed, Lin asks what's wrong. The hunter shows his arm. Something dark and purple pulses beneath the skin. It's alive. The system finishes a preliminary diagnosis. He's been infected by black butterfly venom. Lin calmly tells the man, who seems surprised that he recognized it. The hunter explains that a ghost in a red dress ambushed him and used this venom. He was already in bad shape, which made him vulnerable. Once he recovers, he plans to hunt her down. Lin offers help, although in his mind he's panicking. If this guy refuses to leave, he has no choice but to treat him. He asks the system how to deal with the venom. The answer, a dangerous substance made from all the resentment in the dark world. The only way to remove it is through surgery, using a rare material called ostine. Lin tells the hunter they'll need to operate. The hunter, sweating, asks about Lin's qualifications. Trying to sound confident, Lin replies that this will be his second surgery. The hunter grumbles about whether there's another clinic nearby. Lin says no, any other would have been destroyed by Bloodsaw long ago. Eventually, the hunter realizes he has no choice. The venom is getting worse. He agrees. Lin prepares his tools. It's time to begin. The hunter surveys the room. It feels less like a clinic and more like a slaughterhouse. He eyes the skinny apprentice suspiciously. Lin asks if he wants anesthesia. The hunter declines, saying real warriors don't need it. Lin agrees. He's never used it either. He begins the procedure by driving the blade into the hunter's arm. The hunter flinches and tells him to calm down. Lin reassures him it was just a test. The hunter is annoyed but lets him continue. Lin picks up more tools, searching for the right one. The hunter asks why he's placing everything on his shoulder. Lin explains he's just testing for sharpness. If they're not sharp enough, it'll hurt more. He continues, saying the real pain happens when the knife goes in, not when it's pulled out. He's just making sure everything's ready. The hunter watches him suspiciously. Lin tries to sound professional, but it feels more like a threat. Growing impatient, the hunter warns him. If he stalls any longer, he'll be killed. Lin nods and brings over a small furnace. He starts heating all the tools. The hunter panics. He wants to know what's going on. Lin explains that black butterfly venom is too dangerous. If it spreads, it could kill him. The blades must be sterilized and melted beforehand. The hunter asks if Lin has ever done this before. Lin admits he's only done it while removing pig hair. Horrified, the hunter says never mind, but it's too late. Lin pulls out a wooden board. The hunter becomes nervous. Lin says it's just to catch blood and loose parts during surgery. Terrified but with no other option, the hunter sits still. He mutters that if there were any other clinic within 100 meters, he would have left already. With a manic grin, Lin approaches with his blade, ready to begin. Lin gets to work, starting the operation. He gains more blade experience. The demon hunter cries out. He feels as if his body is being shredded and his heart set on fire. Meanwhile, Lin calmly uses his flaming tools, casually suggesting that if the pain becomes too much, anesthesia is always an option. The hunter is in shock. He didn't even realize the operation had already begun and admits he can't feel anything. Lin replies, a bit annoyed, that in that case, the hunter should stop crushing his operating table. It's nearly broken from the pressure of his grip. The demon hunter apologizes, saying he's just too strong. He promises to compensate for the damage later and urges Lin to hurry up. Lin begins slicing deeper. Suddenly, the hunter begs him to stop, complaining that he thought the pain would end, not worsen. Lin sighs. If he works slowly, the patient complains. If he works quickly, it's still not good enough. Now that he's halfway through, the guy wants him to quit. He explains that this isn't just a normal surgery, it's an advanced extraction. The cutting is fine to avoid damaging internal tissue, not for decoration. The hunter snaps and demands that Lin finish it with a single, clean cut. Lin, taken aback, asks if he really means that, because a single misstep could slice an artery and kill him. He reminds him that doctors treat patients like their own children. They don't want them dying from a basic procedure. He again offers anesthesia, but the hunter just shouts for him to get it over with. Lin smirks and says not to worry. Once this is over, he's sure the guy will return. The demon hunter lies motionless, drooling, while Lin piles up various disturbing objects removed from the man's arm. Looking at the pile, the hunter speaks aloud. He thinks a devil must have done this to him. Lin disinfects the wound with high-grade alcohol, burning the area clean. The hunter begs to be released. Lin calmly says that there's still one more step to go. He holds up a bone with a small heart carved into it. He explains that it's part of the finishing touches. The hunter stares in horror. Lin innocently asks if the hunter liked the detail. The man, furious, begins to curse, but Lin effortlessly dodges. He says he's still trying to help. He insists the patient cannot leave before the treatment is complete. The demon hunter doesn't care. He pulls out his weapon, telling Lin to stop toying with him. A gunshot echoes through the air, and the next scene shows the hunter already tied up against the wall. Confused and angry, the hunter demands to know why he's been restrained. Lin explains it's for safety. He doesn't mind dying, but if he's attacked mid-surgery, he can't finish his work. That wouldn't be fair to a patient. The demon hunter scoffs at the metal restraints. He insists that if he were truly afraid of pain, he'd already be dead. Metal won't hold him. Lin ignores this and begins sanding the exposed bone. Horrified, the hunter begs for help. Lin calmly says he's just scraping the bones. He warned him earlier it would be painful. The hunter demands to know why bone scraping is necessary. Lin replies that enduring pain is part of being strong, and a true warrior shouldn't be afraid of it. Finally, the demon hunter cracks. He pleads for anesthesia. Lin shakes his head. At this point, anesthesia wouldn't work on exposed bone. He tells the hunter to just endure it for a little longer. Blade's skill increases again. Suddenly, the hunter breaks free. Furious, he says he'll never trust Lin again. Lin grabs his arm. He knocks the gun out of his hand. Then he shoves it into the hunter's mouth. Lin warns the hunter not to resist again. Otherwise, trouble awaits him. The hunter quickly apologizes and promises not to move. Lin tells him that's good. If he tries anything again, the surgery will become personal. He reminds him he has a reputation to maintain and pulls out a saw, preparing for the final step. The hunter, terrified, asks what Lin has against him. The system registers a sanity loss of 20. Lin says it's time to use the big tool. The saw should take care of everything. As the saw draws closer, the hunter panics. He begins to beg for mercy. Screams echo from the house. The system registers a sanity loss of 60. Suddenly, a little girl walks into the shop asking if it's the right place to buy potions. She's confused and nervous. Before she can say more, something grabs her by the leg. She hears the hunter screaming for help, then sees Lin, completely covered in blood, standing behind him with a saw as he's strapped down. Lin asks her to wait a moment while he finishes with the previous patient. The girl panics, her fear skyrockets. The girl runs away. The system registers 70 fear points and notes that she has developed a psychological disorder due to the trauma. Lin casually turns to her and says he'll get her potions as soon as he finishes with his patient. The system awards Lin a new title, Terror of Patients. Lin is confused. He smiled and offered help, yet everyone still reacts with fear. He then notices the demon hunter trying to crawl away. Lin frowns and reminds him the operation isn't finished. They return to the table, the patient groaning in pain while Lin pats his shoulder gently. Lin finally announces the procedure is complete. The venom has been cleansed from the hunter's bones. All that remains is for his muscles and tissues to regenerate naturally, and his arm will be good as new. But the hunter isn't moving. Lin tries to wake him up. The system informs him that by incapacitating a legendary demon hunter, he has unlocked a new trait, increased pain-inflicting ability using tools. Sometime later, the hunter stirs awake, dazed. He tries to shoot twice, but quickly realizes the threat is gone. Lin tells him to relax, everything is fine. The hunter, still wary, confirms that the venomous presence is gone. It feels unreal, Lin nods. The muscle toxins have been removed. The regeneration process began with the help of the pharmacy's best potion. The only hiccup was a missing patch of tissue, so Lin added a bit of pig to fill the gap. The demon hunter stares in disbelief. The demon hunter demands clarification, shocked to hear that Lin used pig skin. Lin simply says it's unconventional, but effective. If there's any problem later, he can return. The hunter is horrified by the idea of ever coming back. Lin reminds him that death by venom would have been far worse. In this world, surviving matters more than anything. The system shows that the hunter's crisis level has reached 99%. Despite everything, Lin's sincere words calm the man down. The danger level drops. He takes a deep breath and admits Lin is right. In this dark world, survival is all that matters. He then tells Lin that just making it this far is impressive. His brutal methods might be disturbing, but they get the job done. He grabs Lin by the collar and asks whether he has any real medical experience. Lin proudly holds up 3 fingers and claims he once performed a successful cesarean. Both the father and daughter were happy and even praised his work. The hunter, thinking back to how his bones were scraped, admits that he does feel healed. But he warns Lin, no one can know he fainted during surgery. Lin promises to keep it a secret. When asked how much the operation costs, Lin tells him not to worry about it. It's a gesture of goodwill from one human to another. He simply hopes the hunter will stop by the pharmacy again. The system rewards Lin with 500 skull coins. The hunter doesn't seem convinced. He grumbles that compliments won't help and demands that Lin forget everything that happened. Even if they're both human, it doesn't change anything. He walks alone and won't let someone like Lin tag along. Before leaving, he offers Lin one final gesture. Opening his coat, he tells him to pick something valuable from his belongings, a fair trade for the treatment. Lin inspects the items laid out before him. One particular object catches his eye. It's a cursed revolver that once belonged to a legendary demon hunter. It's enchanted with 6 bullets that reload themselves. Excited, he grabs it immediately. But the hunter stops his hand. The hunter notices and compliments Lin on his sharp instincts, saying he picked the most tempting weapon from the collection. Lin, impressed by the weapon, asks how many monsters it has slain. To his surprise, the hunter admits that it has never killed a single one. He demonstrates by firing at the wall. It leaves only a circle-shaped burn. He explains that the guns never hit their intended target, no matter the angle. They look impressive but are essentially useless, good only for decoration. Lin tries to back out of the choice, saying he no longer wants them. But the hunter reminds him that, as a man of principle, once a selection has been made, it can't be refused. If Lin doesn't take them, the hunter warns that something unpleasant might happen. Reluctantly, Lin accepts them, planning to get rid of them later. But the hunter tells him that won't work. Because of the curse, the guns cannot be disposed of willingly. They can only be transferred through a fair trade. And since Lin desired them so much, the curse latched on to him immediately. Lin realizes this wasn't a fair deal and accuses the hunter of tricking him. But the man simply reminds him of the favor he owes for the surgery. As a parting gift, the hunter gives a warning. No matter what happens tonight, no matter the sounds or fear, Lin must not open the door. Something unusual is going to happen. Lin asks what kind of threat it is, but the hunter vanishes into the darkness, saying it's best if he doesn't know. Lin reflects on how his teacher once said something similar before leaving. Clearly, tonight will be dangerous. There's still about 30 minutes before full nightfall, and no more visitors should be arriving. He glances at the child creature on the ground. It has already reached level 7. At this rate, it's going to become difficult to manage. He tries using the cursed revolver. As expected, it misses entirely. Still, the fear it causes is effective. He continues shooting to scare the creature into submission. Just then, the soul lamp begins to flicker. Lin quickly shuts the door and exhales in relief. With the lamp now off, a dangerous phase begins. Now anyone, even without his invitation, can enter the house. The system activates a new quest, Sleepless Night. The goal is to survive until morning. The reward is 500 coins and a mysterious prize. Inside his room, Lin hides under the covers, weapons close at hand. He's ready for anything. It's now midnight, and someone is already knocking on the door. A familiar voice calls out, claiming to be Bloodsaw. It says a malevolent spirit is chasing him and begs for help. Lin is caught off guard. Could the professor really be back? He cautiously approaches the door. Then he suddenly attacks it with his weapon, just in case. The voice behind the door shouts in protest. But Lin stays firm. His teacher would never return at this hour. While they argue, a sound comes from outside. Lin lines in to listen. Suddenly, hands burst through the door, grabbing him and draining his sanity. He fights back, struggling to free himself. In desperation, he uses the cursed hair from the malevolent spirit, which finally forces the hands to retreat. As the hands pull back, Lin wonders if they were even alive, but doesn't take any chances. He deals the final blow, defeating what the system calls the Deceiver of Flesh. He earns 100 experience points. He breathes deeply. He survived this encounter. But he notices something disturbing. The attack occurred exactly at midnight. The system issues 2 urgent warnings. A root-level monster is now approaching, and the crisis level has reached 100%. Lin hurries back to the door. He suspects this is the creature the warnings were referring to. Suddenly, a massive hand appears and reaches out for him. Lin strikes at it with his knife. Then he catches a foul smell in the air. He turns. 2 huge, glowing eyes stare at him from the darkness. He retreats, but the eyes follow, pressing right up against the door. The heartbeat of the monster is deafening. Lin hears a soft licking sound. It's oddly cute at first. Then the monster's tongue slides across his face. That's definitely not cute. He loses 40 more sanity points, but forces himself not to panic. If he does, he knows he'll be devoured. The creature then softly speaks, saying it has found the doctor and complains of a toothache. Lin is stunned. It came here not to eat him, but to ask for dental treatment. Trying to stay calm, he informs the creature that the clinic doesn't accept patients at night. That's the rule. But the creature becomes aggressive, threatening to devour him if the door isn't opened. With no choice, Lin opens it. He greets the monster politely, hiding his fear. The system analyzes the creature. Its race and abilities are unknown, but it confirms a dental issue. The monster groans in pain, saying it hasn't been able to eat. Lin offers to help. After all, a toothache isn't hard to treat. He reassures himself that this is just another patient. As he nears the creature's massive jaw, the system activates a new quest, Treat the Toothache. The reward is 1,000 coins, 50 favor points with the unknown being, and no penalties. But Lin isn't comforted. He knows the only reason there are no penalties is that if he fails, there won't be anything left of him. He readies himself. He'll have to rely on his medical skills once again. It's dark inside the monster's mouth. The creature suddenly pulls out its own eye to use as a light source for Lin. Thanking him, the beast helps Lin see clearly. Inside the mouth is a horrifying sight. Rotting remains of countless creatures are decomposing between the massive teeth. Inside the monster's mouth, Lin finds something unexpected. Hidden among the decayed remains is a legendary lance, damaged but still intact. It radiates sacred energy and clearly doesn't belong to this world. A weapon from another realm, blessed with divine power and particularly effective against demonic or corrupted beings. Lin notices it resembles the demon hunter's weapons. The creature urges him to remove the lance. As Lin looks deeper into the grotesque interior, he sees remnants of previous healers, demon eyes, cursed healer limbs, pieces of doctors. Some even include organs like a cursed eyeball, labeled as once belonging to a doctor. It becomes clear, others had tried to heal this creature in the past, but being cursed entities themselves, they couldn't handle the sacred energy of the lance. Lin, being human, believes he might be immune to its effects. That hope disappears when he touches it. His finger turns purple instantly. The giant creature turns and stares. It's too late to retreat. Lin seizes the opportunity and begins pulling the lance out. Tentacles emerge to assist him, and together they manage to remove the lance. He gains 20 favorability points. But the pain from the cursed contact remains. Lin realizes if he panics now, he's finished. Pushing through the fear, Lin reassures the monster that he'll take care of everything. He ignores its terrifying appearance. He rushes back to the shop. There he gathers several tubes of medicine. Then he returns to apply them. He diagnoses that the pain isn't from an ordinary dental issue, but from lingering sacred energy embedded in the root of the tooth. The amount of blood makes the task difficult. He pauses, wondering how he's supposed to get deeper inside the creature's mouth. At that moment, he notices a tentacle. Calmly, he says that the tentacle is needed for pain relief. Then he slices it off without waiting for approval. The monster yells in confusion, demanding to know what he's doing. But Lin has already loaded the syringe. He taps on the floating eyeball to get more light. He starts picking at the tooth, trying to squeeze deeper into the tooth. Realizing he needs better tools, he grabs a skull and uses it to drive the stake deeper into the root. The creature flinches in pain, but Lin tells it to hold on a little longer. Eventually, the pain subsides. The monster admits that just moments ago it was considering eating Lin, but now it feels much better. Lin advises not to think about that. The medicine is working, but the job isn't done yet. He now needs to clean the teeth and complete the restoration. He asks for a bucket, which the creature obediently fetches. Lin rinses out the infected area and requests some steel to patch up the tooth. Unfortunately, he doesn't have enough. To solve the problem, the monster swallows Lin and sprints off. In the next moment, they arrive at a massive metal door. Lin immediately realizes the issue. The door is made of iron, not steel. Undeterred, the creature opens its mouth and fires a laser blast, melting the door completely. Inside, they discover a steel marionette, a powerful and heavily armed automaton with high combat capabilities. Lin exits the creature's mouth and watches the scene unfold. He recalls that a marionette like this once caused chaos in his shop. It took his teacher 10 hours of fighting to drive it away. This time, the creature sticks out its tongue and crushes the steel puppet with ease. Then it leaps and finishes it off with a devastating blow. Lin is stunned. He can't even gauge the power levels of either of these beings. The gap between them is massive. The creature asks if that was enough. Lin nods quickly and requests assistance, repairing the tooth. Back in the shop, Lin activates his tools. The teeth are sharpened to perfection. The creature lifts Lin gently, smiling with satisfaction. He's drenched in sweat but relieved. It earned him 11 skull coins and another 50 favorability points. Now fully treated, the creature is in a good mood. Lin offers a long-term oral care service, a type of dental maintenance. The creature doesn't understand what that is, so Lin explains that it's a regular treatment plan to keep teeth healthy. Curious, the creature agrees to a free trial. Lin climbs into her mouth once again, starting a new cleaning mission. Inside, he scrapes away old corpse remains, rotting flesh, and everything else that doesn't belong. He manages to gather quite a collection of human debris. On the floor nearby, he sets down a black bucket. The creature asks about it. Lin explains it's a special black slime that will sterilize her entire mouth and leave her with a fresh, pleasant scent. The creature is amazed and opens her mouth even wider. This earns Lin another 20 favorability points. He jumps right in, scrubbing everything thoroughly while the monster holds the bucket, assisting as instructed. Another 20 favorability points follow. Lin checks in, asking how she feels. She beams, flashing her polished, gleaming teeth. Another 50 points are added. She's clearly pleased. Lin then suggests becoming a lifetime member of his clinic. She happily agrees. He asks for her name so he can set up a membership record and offer special gifts on her next visit. The creature doesn't know what a name is, so Lin explains. It's what others use to refer to you. She says she has none. He offers to name her Yahello. She accepts. In gratitude, she gives him a few gentle licks. The system rewards Lin with a new title, Root Namer. He is now the first human in this world to ever give a root creature a name. Along with that, he gains new affinities and the ability to remove curses. Yahello carries him back to the shop, full of joy, and leaves him at the door. As soon as he steps inside, Lin collapses to the ground, shaking. He whispers to himself that if not for his strong mindset, he wouldn't have made it through the night. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and turn on the bell for more awesome stories. Back inside the shop, Lin checks the system and sees he now has 8 attribute points to allocate. His profile has also changed, mentioning that he's someone who has already caused fear and pain to a poor demon hunter. He knows exactly what to do. Strength and agility won't help him much against the monsters in this world. Intelligence isn't a priority either, since he can rely on the system for analysis. So he puts everything into Constitution. In a place like this, survival is what matters most. He also inspects his new skill, limited curse removal. It removes a curse for 24 hours, can be used on only one target at a time, and has a cooldown of 12 hours. He has an idea. If he uses it on the cursed pistol, maybe it will become a true legendary weapon. He activates the skill, removing the curse from the pistol. Excited, he tries it out by firing at some bottles. But he misses everything. The system informs him that his weapon proficiency is 0. He realizes that removing the curse didn't make him a good shot. Disappointed, he sets up a bottle target by the window and continues practicing. He gains a bit of experience, but skills take time to build. Suddenly, one of his stray shots causes a loud scream outside. Someone yells, demanding to know who attacked them. The system informs Lin that he accidentally hit a level 75 creature, a being known as the Feeder of the Night Corruption. Panicking, Lin boards up the windows with planks and hides everything. The creature outside continues to shout, looking for the attacker. Lin dives into bed. He's shaking in fear. Despite everything, Lin manages to sleep and wakes up the next day. The system rewards him with 500 coins for surviving the night. It lists his accomplishments. He defeated a monster, injured another, psychologically traumatized multiple patients, and still managed to wake up feeling positive. He has now reached level 6 and unlocked the system shop. The system also informs him that once he reaches level 10, he will be able to choose a profession. Lin notices something crawling onto his bed. He instinctively fires a few shots, this time improving his proficiency a little. Then he realizes it's the little girl. Though she looks cute, those evil tentacles are still very present. He instantly gains 20 fear points toward her. It's no surprise he felt someone climbing on him last night. Out of curiosity, he checks her level. It's already level 10. The system notifies him that because he has reached over 1,300 fear points and 200 taming points, he now qualifies for a new mission, Growth of the Child's Spirit. This means he can directly influence her development. He complains about this responsibility. Why can't the creature grow on its own? Then it clicks, fear is the reason she hasn't attacked him yet, so to keep her from becoming a threat, he must maximize fear. He picks her up, looking innocent and harmless in his hands, and he begins stretching her limbs, calling it a daily adjustment. Her fear continues to rise. Without asking permission, he modifies her form, stuffing her tentacles into her mouth. After a flash of light, boom, she transforms back into a normal-looking little girl. He even adds some cute tails for good measure. The system confirms that this new form will significantly impact her growth. Proud of his work, Lin remarks how using just tentacle material, he managed to craft some adorable ears. He instructs her to stay in this form and never return to her tentacled shape. The system informs him that while the physical transformation is complete, her personality settings still need adjustment. Smiling slightly, Lin says it's time to give her a proper education. Next, he adjusts her cerebellum and selects her personality type. He chooses a blend of sweet, obedient, and strangely murderous. The system lists her psychological traits as virtuous, cute, and morbid. Lin sighs. Why is the third trait always something terrible? He asks the system if he can tweak it further. The system says only 2 personality changes are allowed at this stage. He pats the girl on the head, promising to remove the dangerous traits later. For now, this will do. The girl, exhausted from all the changes, goes to sleep. Lin tidies up and practices his aim a bit more. Then he places a candle outside. Then he sits down and opens the newly unlocked system shop. He expects to find some great items. He's hopping to buy clothes for the girl, maybe something themed like a 9-tailed fox or a big shield. Instead, the store has items like slime mucus, a money-attracting charm, baby diapers, a growth elixir, magic meat blocks, and succubus perfume. He's unimpressed. He tries to refresh the store, but the system says the inventory only updates at 5 in the morning. Eventually, he decides to buy the toxic slime, thinking it could help with potion making. Then he sees the unlucky cat, a charm said to bring financial fortune. He tells himself he's lucky. Then he buys it for 200 coins. Looking at the diaper, he glances at the girl. Maybe he'll need that too. One by one, he buys more and more items, including the growth elixir, which helps speed up healing. Lin feels satisfied with the elixir. Finally, something actually useful. Today is also the day when the supplier comes to restock goods, so he prepares to refill his inventory. As expected, the old lady arrives with her usual question, asking if he has anything useless to give away. The system gives him a task, and he hands her a bag filled with strange items collected yesterday. Surprised, the old woman asks how he came across so much material. Lin offers to help her load it onto her cart. Mission complete. The old lady pauses when she senses the presence of a root-level creature from within the bag. She's impressed. Lin casually explains that yesterday he had to deal with such a creature, and that the items came from inside its mouth. Shocked, she asks if he isn't afraid of dying. She had assumed he was just an ordinary human, but clearly he's not. He responds that he was just doing his job. No matter who enters the shop, he treats everyone equally. She acknowledges his bravery and tells him that last night, 3 root-level abyssal creatures were nearby, along with a demon hunter. She warns him not to get involved with any of them, and adds that the nearby villages were wiped out by those monsters. Lin mentions he met the demon hunter himself yesterday. She suggests maybe that's why the valley wasn't attacked. Lin replies that the hunter actually seemed kind. He didn't come across as cruel. The old lady looks at him, baffled, wondering how anyone could describe that guy as cute. Still, she's impressed by Lin's courage and professionalism. His reputation increases. She reflects aloud, saying there are no normal beings in this world, especially those who seem normal. Before leaving, she tells Lin the items he gave her are too valuable to digest quickly. One particular item she picked up, she decides to give back to him. It's a demonic heart. As he touches it, Lin loses 10 sanity points. The item is identified as the heart of a faceless demon, a cursed object that can connect to a target's heart, but only if fed with large amounts of fresh blood. The old lady explains that if Lin ever wants someone to die, he just needs to focus on them while holding the heart and unleash his most vicious intent. He knows immediately this item is nothing ordinary. After she leaves, the supply carriage arrives, delivering new goods. Items are exchanged. Just then, someone knocks at the door. Lin opens it and freezes. Standing there is a beautiful girl with an unsettling aura and an unnaturally perfect body. She enters the shop, commenting on how impressive it is. The system immediately warns Lin that she is a bloodthirsty spirit. She drains victims slowly, and although seductive, she is deadly. The system urges him not to fall for her appearance or charm. If he does, he'll be dragged into a living nightmare. Lin remains composed and asks what brought her here or what service she needs. She replies casually that she just moved nearby, and she's stopping in to greet her neighbors. He welcomes her politely. Some creatures are so powerful that the soul lamp doesn't work on them, and this seems to be one of those. He offers her a seat and she thanks him. Lin knows that if she truly wanted to harm him, he wouldn't be able to stop her. So the best move is to treat her as a guest and try to build a connection. The system issues a mission: survive for 30 minutes, keep sanity above 0, and ensure her malice level does not reach 100%. He realizes it's almost the same as last night's survival challenge. Could this woman be a root-level monster? She suddenly points out that Lin doesn't seem like someone native to this place. Then she asks if he's afraid of being eaten by an unfriendly customer. Lin immediately loses 10 sanity points. It was quiet. He admitted he felt a bit afraid, but reminded himself that being a doctor means saving lives. If someone became his patient, he would take care of them, no matter what. She stood up, intrigued, then asked him a strange question. What would he do if someone wasn't his patient? The strange, seductive monster leaned closer and whispered in his ear, suggesting she might devour him and drain all the fluids from his body. The tension spiked, nearing a dangerous level. But Lin stayed calm. He calmly told her that such a thing was impossible. He believed someone so beautiful on the outside must also have inner beauty. A girl with such grace deserved a refined and noble experience, not something crude or violent. She stepped aside, amused. He certainly had a way with words. The tension dropped a bit. She sat down and asked if he truly found her beautiful. He responded sincerely. But suddenly, she opened her monstrous mouth, and giant worms poured out. Lin lost some of his mental stability. She crept closer, repeating the words about being beautiful. The tension rose again, almost critical. As she came dangerously close, Lin realized the only way to break her dark persona might be a kiss. So he leaned in without hesitation. So he kissed her, swallowing the worms in the process. It was messy and suffocating. She was left speechless, mouth agape, shocked and confused. The tension dropped by half. He apologized, claiming her sudden transformation stirred something in him. He said he found her aesthetic truly appealing. She didn't understand. He clarified he always admired girls with good dental hygiene and mouth tentacles, especially sticky, gummy ones like hers. To him, her beauty was as captivating as moonlight. She was stunned something wasn't right about him. He hadn't panicked when seeing her true form. Instead, he was calm and even seemed impressed. She tried to cover her tentacles, flustered. Lin was confused by her reaction and asked what was wrong. She revealed her sharp teeth and asked if he didn't claim to like people with good oral hygiene. Things weren't improving. The tension started climbing again. Lin approached and examined her teeth closely. He praised her again and insisted on giving her gentle oral care. She seemed caught off guard. Later, she stood in front of a mirror while Lin asked if she felt her breath was fresher. She stayed quiet, staring at her reflection. He touched her shoulder gently and complimented her again. She was clearly unsettled. She had no idea what was happening or what this man really was. Any other human would be screaming in fear, running for their life, maybe even wetting themselves. But this guy, he wasn't scared at all. In fact, he seemed excited to care for her mouth. She decided to drop the small talk. She came here for a reason. She asked if he had performed surgery on a pig-headed creature the day before. The tension surged again. He admitted he had. Panic rose inside him. Was she here for revenge? She asked if he had taken a child from that creature's belly. He remembered the strange incident and asked who she was. She revealed she was the mother of that child. Her form started twisting again, becoming more monstrous. Lin tried to calm her down. He asked what her connection was to that demon pig and his child. According to the pig, everything started a month ago. The monstrous woman explained that the little ghost-like being was actually a part of her, a fragment that had broken off. She came now to take her child back. She was eager to see what the child had become. Hoping the child had inherited her traits of murder, hatred, and chaos. She expected her daughter to grow into a nightmare. Lin was horrified. If she saw the child's current form, she might just kill him. Lin stopped her and asked if she was sure the child was hers. If so, the pig-headed creature would need to give a proper testimony. She agreed and said she would provide that testimony herself. Then, opening her mouth, she pulled out the pig's skull. He had been eaten. Lin's sanity took a heavy hit. She began circling him. She demanded the child. If he handed her over, she might spare his life. Lin agreed, but warned that the child might not be what she expected. At that moment, the girl's voice called out. The monster rushed toward it eagerly. Lin begged her to stop, but she didn't listen. She expected to find a terrifying distortion, a being of pure malice. Instead, she found a sweet, radiant child. The little girl smiled warmly at her. She turned to Lin in disbelief. He confirmed that this was the baby he took from the pig's belly. She couldn't believe it. It made no sense. To confirm, she pulled out a tentacle from her own head and tossed it toward the child. It wrapped around the girl's leg. At first, the child was scared, but then the tentacle fused with her body. That was when the monster realized it really was her daughter. Lin acted surprised too, though it was all part of his plan. The system informed him that he had completed the first part of raising the child, and her worldview had been shaped according to his design. The girl now had a tamming level of 351 and a malice level of 591. Lin found these new levels fascinating. He gestured toward the girl. The monster stood in shock, watching as the child followed his directions perfectly. It seemed the tamming system worked well. The only issue was that this might not be good for the child herself. Lin picked her up and praised her. He told the monster that if she truly believed this was her daughter, she could adopt her right now. The little girl called her mommy. The demon was shaken. The girl came close and even kissed her on the cheek. Her mental state collapsed again. She couldn't understand how such purity came from her. She thought maybe this was just a disguise. Maybe the child was pretending, just like she herself often took on attractive forms to lure prey. There had to be something monstrous underneath. But the child was just being sweet and innocent. She lost more sanity. Eventually, the monster fell to the ground. She mumbled about a corrupted soul fragment. This was supposed to be a twisted being. How could this have happened? Lin asked if she was okay. she snapped, blaming him. The tension surged again. The creature unleashed a furious aura, but Lin quickly placed the adorable child in front of her. She stopped. The girl got closer and even licked her. The tension dropped. The system issued a new mission: make the mother accept that this child is hers and erase all hostility toward him. Lin muttered about how strange these missions always were, but he knew that winning her over depended entirely on the child. He encouraged the monster to look at the girl again, so healthy and happy. He said she should be proud. The monster asked a difficult question: if his own child was born as a creature, would he truly be happy? He answered without hesitation, of course, he would. She remembered that he was the same strange man who showed affection, even when she appeared in her monstrous form. So naturally, he'd be happy. Still doubtful, she transformed into a hideous horse-faced version of herself and asked if he'd be just as happy if his daughter looked like this. He replied that if she had such an appearance, he would love her even more. She didn't understand. It made no sense. She then accused him of changing her daughter. Lin interrupted her. He asked if she truly wanted a corrupted, violent creature for a daughter, or if, deep down, she had always longed for someone sensitive and sweet. The little girl called her mommy again and even blushed. Lin gained extra comfort points. He continued, saying that deep inside her heart, she wanted a child with a pure soul. But as a creature of darkness, bound by her kind's traditions, she had never allowed herself to admit it. She screamed at him to stop speaking nonsense and tried to attack him again. But he raised the child in front of her. The girl smiled with pure joy. And once again, the monster fell to the floor. Lin grinned to himself. He now knew exactly how to handle her. Lin tried to reason with her. Deep inside, she had to know he was speaking the truth. But she told him to stop. She'd had enough of his rambling. Still, he pressed on. He said she couldn't hide it anymore. He noticed how, when in her human form, her posture, her movements, and even the way she looked at people were filled with natural charm. These weren't things that could be faked. He believed that, deep down, she truly wanted to be beautiful. She blushed but still came at him, ready to strike. He caught her wrist and calmly asked her to listen. He recalled her saying that she used her monstrous form to lure prey, but pointed out that humans were very rare in this world. For someone like him to fall for her was already special. He said that both of her forms attracted him equally, but that wasn't the point. If she had assumed such a form in a world without humans, then perhaps it wasn't to hunt, but because she herself was searching for beauty. She was speechless. The tension dropped drastically. He told her that even as a dark spirit, seeking beauty wasn't something shameful. To him, she was beautiful not just on the outside, but also because she radiated a warmth, a femininity, more human than most. The tension decreased even further. He suggested that maybe she got too attached to the child. That's why the little girl born from her was so adorable. Of course, Lin was lying through his teeth. The child was cute because she represented the purified side of the demon's soul. He decided to double down. He asked her how a mere human like him could possibly transform a creature of evil into such a sweet and beautiful daughter. That was clearly impossible. He pretended to act modest, claiming to have gained his charm from experience. She blushed even more. He gently pushed the child toward her and told her to accept the gift that had been sent to her from above. Who could possibly dislike such an innocent child? The demon woman came closer, still unsure. Lin asked what she thought now. She replied that maybe, just maybe, he had a point. With that, the mission was marked complete. He had survived for half an hour and earned many rewards, coins, items, and a 1% increase in attraction from all women. Lin handed over the child and told her to let go of her dark obsessions and embrace her daughter. The woman now looked much more human, more like a cool alternative girl with tattoos all over. Lin encouraged her to stop hesitating and take her daughter. She held the child and the little one gently licked her. Overwhelmed, she said she never imagined what it was like to be a mother. The feelings of affection and joy were new to her. She admitted she didn't want to feel them, but somehow, she liked them. Lin explained that this was how real joy felt. It might be unfamiliar, but that was normal for a first-time mother. He compared it to a first intimate moment, strange and uncertain at first. She shook her head in disbelief and called him a smooth-talking demon. She was sure he had changed her daughter during their time together. Then she added, since they were neighbors, one day she might feel tempted to devour him in the middle of the night. The little girl gave her another loving lick. The demoness turned to leave, warning him she'd be back. Lin told her to stay safe and that she was welcome anytime. He sank into a chair, relieved. He realized he seriously needed to improve his combat skills. If something like this happened again, he might not be so lucky, and with her possibly visiting him during the night, he had to prepare. At least the professor was returning that night, which gave him some comfort. Then the system alerted him that he had acquired a special ability, Infectious Aura, a passive skill that increased his success rate when persuading others and reduced their hostility toward him. Just as he activated the skill, someone knocked at the door. He got serious and opened it. Standing there was a skeleton-headed man with a powerful creature behind him. This was the Black Knight, a warrior with incredibly high combat power and a relentless desire to fight the strong. Lin quickly realized this was another elite-type boss. The knight asked him to provide combat enhancement potions and promised a worthwhile reward. The system gave him a task: prepare enough suitable potions to satisfy the knight. Lin welcomed him with flair, claiming that his shop was the best in the entire Valley of Souls. The knight pointed out that this was probably the only shop within hundreds of miles. Lin explained that his competitors had closed because his potions were just that good. He laid several potions on the table and asked what kind the knight wanted. The strength potion was a top seller. The knight tried it, but he immediately slammed the bottle down, calling it trash. He claimed its effect on his power was pathetic. The tension began to rise. Lin tried to calm him and offered another one, the maximum tier berserker potion, which greatly boosted power but sent the user into a berserk state. The knight took it and drank. Lin thought this one couldn't fail, but then slam, another rejection. The knight said that potion was only useful for weaklings. Each potion Lin offered next was rejected. Tension hit 20%, then 30, then 40. Finally, he showed the best potion he had. Even that only got a comment that it was inspired, but nothing impressive. Tension rose to 60%. The knight was getting furious, clenching his fists. He accused Lin of wasting his time and having no decent potions. The crisis was now at 91%. Lin realized he was about to be attacked. The knight reached for his sword, 97, 98 on the crisis meter. Lin quickly asked for just a moment. He claimed to have one potion left that would surely satisfy the knight. It needed to be made fresh. The knight asked what kind of potion it was. Lin responded that if it failed, the knight could go ahead and cut him down. The knight agreed, giving him 30 minutes to prepare it. Lin decided to make a critical strike potion, a rare formula from the system that drastically increased the user's critical attack rate. It had minor side effects, though he wasn't sure what they were. Fortunately, he had just received all the ingredients earlier that day, including a rare piece of meat from a high-level root creature, a reward from an earlier mission. He tried to recall how the old blood saw prepared potions. Then he got to work burning herbs, throwing powders, mixing in slime mucus, some vampire teeth, and other strange things. He stirred it all in the cauldron. Eventually, he produced a batch of glowing potions. He placed one before the knight, confident this time. The knight asked again, was Lin sure this was the best he had? Lin nodded, but now, everything depended on whether it would actually work. Lin didn't know what the outcome would be. The knight opened the potion. It had a terrible stench, but he could already feel a strange power rising in his body. He held his nose and chugged the entire bottle. Lin watched in silence. The knight smashed the bottle and shouted in delight. This was the power he had been searching for. He felt stronger, like something wild and primal had awakened inside him. He had never experienced anything like this, not even in the harshest battles. He demanded to know what potion this was. Lin called it his shop's special critical attack potion, made only for someone like him. The knight was shocked to find such quality in a place so remote. He was confident he could defeat the demon hunter with this. Lin warned that there might be a small side effect, nothing serious, but something to keep in mind. The knight laughed it off. With this kind of strength, who cared about side effects? But just then, a gust of wind came through the door. A sudden gust of wind blew his hair away, and the knight went bald. He noticed Lin's shocked face and asked what was wrong. He flexed his new, shining muscles and said it was worth it. Lin, still stunned, stammered, trying to respond. He could only manage to say, patient. The side effect had finally shown itself. At first, the Black Knight claimed he felt nothing. But then he reached up, touched his head, and suddenly froze. Both he and Lin stared in silence. He realized his hair was gone. Dropping to his knees, he asked if this was the side effect Lin had mentioned earlier. The silence grew heavier until the knight burst forward, furious, ready to attack. Lin quickly reminded him. He had said earlier that he wasn't even afraid of death. So what was the big deal about losing some hair? He even tried to cheer him up by saying he was now the strongest bald warrior out there. a little price to pay for such immense strength. The knight stood in conflict. He reasoned that, as a warrior, he shouldn't care about his looks, but his long hair had really suited his dark, mysterious aesthetic. Still, the power from the potion was undeniable. He felt nearly twice as strong. After a moment, he went over to the mirror and struck a heroic pose. He decided baldness was fine, true strength mattered more than appearances. But as he stared at his reflection, he noticed something odd. His bald head wasn't just smooth, it was glowing. He pointed this out, wondering why his head now looked like a shining lamp. Lin explained that the side effect probably gave him a unique and radiant appearance. The knight, still covering his glowing scalp, asked how many more of those potions Lin had. Lin replied that he had 10 more, including the one already used. Without hesitation, the knight demanded to take all of them. He didn't care about the side effects anymore. He even threatened Lin not to stall. Soon after, he stormed out of the shop, head gleaming under the light. Elsewhere, the knight arrived on a battlefield. He dismounted, standing face to face with his target, the demon hunter. The hunter mocked him, saying he hadn't changed at all since their last encounter decades ago. But the knight pulled out a potion, letting his aura pulse with power. The battle was about to begin. The Black Knight drew his sword and declared that only one of them would leave alive. The hunter remained confident. He believed nothing had changed since the last time. They were not equals then, and they weren't now. But when the knight drank the potion and his power surged, the hunter hesitated. A strange glow reflected off the knight's bald head. The hunter noticed the shine and even heard a shimmering sound. The light intensified. The hunter grew suspicious. He believed the knight had equipped some secret magical item, a blinding spell, a hidden energy bomb, maybe even a sacred mirror or crystal. He accused the knight of cheating. But the knight denied everything, shouting that the glow came from his own head, nothing more, nothing less. He declared that this was the small cost he had paid to defeat his rival. He had lost his hair, but gained unimaginable strength. Then he launched his attack, sword slicing through the air. According to the human who gave him the potion, his critical hits were now guaranteed. The hunter struggled to keep up. The glow from the knight's head was too bright. He could barely see the attacks coming, but managed to dodge at the last second, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. Back at the shop, someone knocked on the door. Lin opened it to find the demon hunter, badly injured and covered in wounds. Lin was surprised by how quickly he'd been defeated. The hunter collapsed into a chair and said he'd pay double, just heal him already. The system gave Lin a mission. The hunter began explaining what happened. He said he'd faced an old subordinate who had never come close to defeating him before, but this time, every strike had been a critical hit. Lin asked for confirmation. Had the hits really been that effective? The hunter confirmed it. He was sure it had something to do with the man's glowing bald head. He couldn't stop getting blinded by it. He believed the man had enchanted his scalp with some kind of holy blessing. Then he said something alarming. If he ever found out who gave the knight that potion, he would rip them to pieces. Lin panicked inside. It became obvious that the knight Lin had sold the potions to was the same one this man had fought. He had to stay calm. Thankfully, the hunter hadn't realized yet. Moments later, Lin announced the treatment was done. He offered healing potions at 200 coins each. Just then, the hunter spotted a familiar bottle on the table. He recognized it immediately. It looked exactly like what the bald knight had been drinking. He stared Lin down. Lin pretended not to understand, asking what bottle he was talking about. The hunter didn't buy it. He accused Lin of lying and said he clearly saw that same bottle. Lin played dumb again but finally admitted that yes, the knight had come to his shop and had been very generous. In fact, he claimed the knight paid 10,000 coins for his potions. The hunter was stunned. What kind of potion cost that much? That's when Lin launched his sales pitch. He introduced the incredible new critical hit potion, exclusive and effective, capable of defeating both monsters and market rivals. The hunter had no interest in his marketing. He just wanted to know why Lin was helping a dark creature like the knight. Lin defended himself. First, he didn't know the knight's target. Second, the man paid handsomely. Third, maybe instead of fighting back, the hunter should return the favor and buy a few potions himself. The hunter let go of Lin, releasing his grip on his collar. But he admitted he had no choice. He needed the same kind of power. Lin quickly named the price, 2,000 skull coins per potion. But because they were friends, he offered a 20% discount, 1,600 each. The hunter didn't look pleased. He pulled out his weapon and threatened to kill Lin and take everything. Lin pretended to be hurt. He reminded the hunter that they were of the same race and had a deep bond. It was because of that friendship that he offered the discount. He even grabbed the hunter's hand dramatically, acting like a victim. The hunter told him to stop the act. Eventually, the hunter gave in. He demanded the same potions the knight had received and added that money was no issue. Lin quickly gathered 10 critical potions, plus the healing tonic he had just used. He charged a total of 16,900 coins and suggested rounding it up to 17,000. The hunter paid and stormed off. Lin smiled, happy to complete another system mission. He had made a fortune, then he paused. If more people kept using this potion, everyone would go bald. He came up with a new plan: buy a critical damage potion and get a free hair transplant. A new business idea was born. Meanwhile, the bald knight was still on the hunt. He knew the hunter was nearby, badly injured, and not far from where they last fought. This was his best chance to climb the ranks of the dark world. He had waited hundreds of years for this moment. Just as he prepared to attack, he noticed something glowing behind him. Turning around, he was shocked. The hunter now had a massive bald head too, glowing just like his. The knight asked if it was really him. The hunter confirmed it. He had embraced baldness and increased his power. He said the knight wasn't the only one who could shine. The knight responded that his glow was stronger, raising his brightness to 300 lumens. The hunter countered by increasing his shine to an even higher frequency. Soon, the two of them were competing to see whose bald head shone brighter. The knight reached 400 lumens. It was a ridiculous contest. Finally, the hunter slashed with his sword, declaring the game over. He demanded to know why the demon hunter had copied him and accused him of stealing his style. Their duel began once again, this time, two radiant bald warriors fighting under the glowing sky. Back at the shop, Lin earned a new achievement as a potion seller. On top of that, he reached level 6 and unlocked something new, vision mode. He was puzzled. What was this vision function even for? The system explained it was a kind of illusionary space, a world mirroring everything that had existed in the Dark Realm for thousands of years. Within it, he could communicate with other creatures. Lin thought it sounded similar to being inside a shared consciousness or mental dimension. The system added that every time he entered, it would cost 500 skull coins. He winced at the price. It wasn't cheap, but he had made a lot of money that day, so he figured why not try it out. He activated the vision mode by clicking a small eye icon. In an instant, he was transported to a vast green void. Everything was still and eerie. He asked aloud if this was really the vision mode. The system confirmed it and added that this specific place was known as the 11th Abyss, zone number 900. In this region, a supreme being ruled, and no one was allowed to fight. Lin glanced toward a massive eye floating in the air. Was this the so-called supreme god watching everything? Out of curiosity, he asked the system if it had any connection to that being. The system firmly denied it, claiming there was no relation. Then, randomly, it rewarded him with 1,000 coins. Suspicious but interested, Lin received a magical rune on his arm. The system warned him to stay hidden. If any creature found out his true location, it could be dangerous. He then transferred 1,000 coins into his vision profile. His status showed him as a human from another world, without any formal identity, with medium danger ranking. Not far from him, only a few ghost entities wandered. Suddenly, a message appeared. Blood had been spilled. It was an alert about a battle happening in Ghost Alley, a duel between the hunter and the Black Knight. Viewers were invited to pay 20 coins to watch. Curious, Lin asked how this worked. Could he really get real-time updates like that? He paid the 20 coins and was instantly pulled into a viewing area. Now standing in Ghost Alley, the experience felt surprisingly real. He could hear sounds of battle echoing through the street. He moved forward to check who was fighting. Sure enough, it was the hunter and the Black Knight facing off once again. A system update confirmed their rankings. The Black Knight held position 171, while the hunter was at 143. There was even a live chat overlay. Viewers were commenting wildly, some cheering, others laughing. One person complained they couldn't focus on the battle, were too distracted by the blinding bald heads. Lin was taken aback. It felt just like watching a live stream on Earth. He hadn't expected the dark world to have such modern tech, but if this vision world could be accessed by others too, then maybe he could expand his business here. He imagined providing medical help or potion sales right inside this virtual space. Still, if he could access it, then so could the higher-ups. Maybe the boss should use this space to promote the shop. He explored further and found a regional chat window. Everything really did feel like an online game. But then he noticed some worrying conversations. People were sharing weird stories about his clinic. One claimed they had seen Lin standing over someone with a chainsaw, tearing them apart. Another mentioned how the doctor once shoved his hand down their throat just to pull out a doll's arm. Lin was horrified. Why was everyone badmouthing the shop? He scrolled through more and saw a post by the same ghost lady from before. It looked like she had uploaded something similar to a social media story. In her post, she warned that she saw Lin doing something weird with her daughter. She didn't say what, but clearly she didn't trust him. Lin panicked. Now she knew everything. He quickly exited the vision world and returned to reality. He rushed to shut the door before she could show up. But just as he was about to close it, a woman's hand reached through. She stepped inside and greeted him, asking if he was closing up early. Lin knew he was in trouble. He replied that he wasn't feeling well and wanted to rest. She didn't believe him. His favorability rating instantly dropped. She placed a hand on his shoulder, acting sympathetic. She said she only wanted to thank him for taking care of her daughter. The crisis meter shot up to 79. He tried to brush it off, saying it wasn't a big deal, just something any doctor would do. But before he could reach into his pocket for a distraction, she was already standing in front of him again. She insisted on expressing her gratitude. The crisis rose to 85, then 94. Tension was thick. Then out of nowhere, someone else walked into the shop. It was the old lady. She asked Lin if he was feeling sick again. He politely greeted her and asked about her day. The old lady, speaking slowly, said not many people cared for her stories anymore, but what Lin had given her earlier had truly touched her. He thanked her and said he had more interesting items, showing her the hair samples he collected from the hunter and the knight. She asked if he was the one who shaved the heads of those two bald men who had just been fighting. Lin confirmed it, calling them loyal customers. The old lady seemed impressed. She said everyone in Ghost Alley seemed connected to him somehow. It was rather inspiring. Lin said it was his honor to help anyone in need. He invited her inside to rest, and she accepted. Privately, he sighed in relief. Her arrival had saved his life. At the same time, he received a system reward for successfully escaping the ghost woman's malice, along with a diagnostic tag marking him with a curse. The old lady looked at the strange woman and asked who she was. Lin casually explained that she was a friendly neighbor and client. The ghost woman said she wouldn't stay long and didn't want to disturb them. She mentioned she was preparing a special meal that evening and wanted him to come to her house, number 45. She made sure he understood the invite, using a seductive look to make her intentions clear. His mental stability plummeted. The system gave him two mission options: accept or refuse the invitation. Either way, survival was the goal. After she left, Lin muttered under his breath, hoping never to see her again. The old lady warned him to be more careful. Spirits like her didn't forgive easily and would haunt him forever if provoked. Lin thanked her and admitted he would have been taken away if not for her help. She agreed. Without him, Ghost Alley wouldn't even exist. But she made it clear this was the last time she would interfere. From now on, he was on his own. After she left, Lin stared at the clock. Time was passing. The boss still hadn't returned. He didn't know what to do. He paced back and forth. He could try staying in the clinic again and hope to survive like yesterday, but that felt risky. Visiting the red-dressed ghost woman might be even worse. He tried to calm himself down. Then he decided to go back into the vision world and gather information. Immediately, he saw that the witch was chatting with the burned ghost girl. She asked if the human boy had been killed yet. The other replied not yet. He was saved by the old woman. But she had invited him to dinner. If he came, she had a little show prepared. And if he didn't, even better. Lin closed the chat, heart racing. Things were bad. Still, he tried to reassure himself. It was just a dinner, right? What could really go wrong? Lin stepped out of the shop, determined. He equipped himself as best he could. The moment he stepped outside, cursed creatures stared at him from every direction. He quickly boosted his vitality stats, hoping to survive whatever came next, and headed toward house number 45. When he arrived, he called out, saying her guest had arrived. No one responded. Inside, the house was silent, but filled with strange, hanging bodies. They weren't dead, just suspended. Rather than being frightened, Lin casually poked them, commenting that none of them were as good-looking as him. He kept walking until he reached the dining table, but the host was nowhere in sight. What he didn't know was that someone was watching him through a mirror. From her hidden space, the witch announced to her companions that their guest had arrived. The doctor was here, and now it was time for them to meet him. In the Dark Realms version of a livestream chat, the Blood Doll expressed doubts about killing Lin. She believed that if Blood Saw returned, he would definitely seek revenge, but the burned ghost disagreed. To her, Lin had caused too much trouble in Ghost Alley and needed to pay for everything. A skeleton spirit asked if the plan was to kill him. The queen responded that death would be too merciful. She wanted to see him consumed by fear before he died, to make him feel 100 times the pain he caused her daughter. With a snap of her fingers, she commanded the cursed beings in her house to begin. Back in the house, Lin was sitting quietly, feeling a bit sleepy, waiting for the mysterious dinner. Then chains descended, and the previously lifeless bodies around him began to move. At first, Lin assumed he was hallucinating. He convinced himself that there was no way a bunch of walking corpses had just dropped down in front of him. But when he looked again, they were all approaching. He stood up, closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they had moved even closer. Trying to stay calm, he realized they only moved when he wasn't looking. So he decided not to blink. But as they got closer, it became impossible. He finally blinked. Suddenly, one of the creatures was inches from his face. People watching the stream were thrilled. It could only be the Blood Queen. She knew how to induce real terror. They assumed he was about to be bitten as soon as he blinked again. The queen reassured them that this was just the appetizer. The real horror hadn't started. But while she expected panic, Lin was calmly inspecting the creature's mouth. The viewers were completely confused. One person noticed he had taken something out of the mouth, a shiny object. Turns out, Lin had just pulled out a gold tooth. People began to realize the tooth might be valuable. In the human world, gold like that would be worth a lot. So Lin wasn't panicking, he was treasure hunting. The Blood Queen insisted he was only pretending to be calm. But Lin was fully focused. He knew he couldn't blink. Still, his thoughts were elsewhere. He was analyzing the creatures, wondering if their materials could be salvaged. He reached into his coat, took out his tools. And everyone stared, wondering what he would do next. Then, without hesitation, he stabbed one of the corpses with precision. A ripple of pain passed through the Blood Queen herself. She seemed to feel it in some unseen spiritual way. And Lin wasn't done. He kept working on each corpse with the same technique. The burned mummy watching the stream couldn't believe what she was seeing. Lin was calmly walking between the monsters, even acting like he was enjoying himself. The chat exploded with disbelief. Viewers commented that he actually seemed more energized after the monsters showed up. Now Lin was standing in front of the next one, locking eyes. He looked excited, asking silently who was next. The Blood Queen had enough. She shouted that she would end the curse and ordered a full attack. Another creature rushed in, ready to bite him. But Lin was confident now. One by one, the monsters fell. He kept hitting the same spot, like a surgeon. The queen was furious and humiliated. The viewers were stunned. Lin looked like a hero. Some even said he was fearless. When he reached the front door, it looked like he was about to flee. But then a strange sound echoed. Familiar, too familiar. He wasn't running. He was preparing. He had pulled out the electric saw. Lin finished off the last of the mummies with the saw, but every strike drained his mental stability. His sanity was slipping. The livestream audience didn't know what to think anymore. The burned ghost commented that the queen would have to use crueler methods. This guy was even worse than his boss. Then a system alert popped up. The blood doll had reached maximum fear toward Lin. His popularity in the dark world was skyrocketing. Lin found it strange. He saw many familiar names, but none of them were present here. He reached into his coat, poured something into a glass, and drank calmly. Apparently, the wine was excellent. Meanwhile, the doll suggested maybe it was time to let Lin go, but the Blood Queen wasn't finished yet. She pulled a lever, triggering the next part of her twisted plan. Lin felt something shift in the room. When he turned around, he saw a strange painting. It was staring directly at him. He walked up to it, wondering why a human painting would be in a house like this. Then the eyes in the painting started to move. Right as he realized it, a hand touched his shoulder from behind. He turned around and saw a terrifying, disfigured woman standing behind him. Despite the horror, Lin stayed completely calm. The livestream viewers all admitted they would have lost control by now. The queen watched closely, waiting for him to break, but Lin simply greeted the ghost calmly, telling her not to worry and even inviting her to share a meal. The ghost girl came up behind him to curse him, but Lin noticed in time and gave her a hard slap. Everyone watching froze. The ghost's head flew off. Lin picked it up gently, looked at it with care, and softly scolded her not to scare people like that. Then he told her to behave. The ghost couldn't understand how he was touching her. She was a spirit, a cursed entity. How was this possible? Lin explained that as a pharmacist and doctor, he had to work with spirits all the time. He He was constantly under the effects of special potions that allowed him to interact with cursed beings. Otherwise, how could he perform surgery? She seemed to accept it. Lin introduced himself and asked if they could get to know each other better. The burned ghost watching the chat said something was off. This wasn't normal development. The Blood Witch remembered something important. Lin was like this. The more horrifying things became, the more interested he got. The ghost girl freaked out. She opened her own skull, exposing her brain, thinking that would finally scare him. But Lin lined in with curiosity. He admired what he saw. She screamed and tried to escape. Lin ran after her and caught her before she could disappear into a wall. He calmly told her she wasn't scary at all, and if she wanted to know how to terrify someone properly, he could teach her. The ghost asked what he meant by that. Lin explained he would show her how to scare someone the right way. He took her hand and placed it on his chest, asking if she could feel the heartbeat. What she was holding, he said, was his heart. The watching ghosts gasped. His sanity dropped even more. He brought his face close to hers and continued teaching. To truly scare someone, he said, you had to feed fear into their heart slowly. Build the sensation, make the victim feel trapped. Then when the fear peaks, you have to lock eyes and create the illusion that the heart is being torn from the body, so vividly that it appears in front of them. She stood frozen, staring, unable to speak. Even the queen was visibly shaken. At the climax of the scene, Lin gave her a loud scare. Across the realm, sanity levels dropped. People began panicking and shutting off their vision connections. Back in the house, the ghost let out a loud scream. The remaining viewers disconnected. It was too much. The queen was begged to stop. Lin finally revealed that it wasn't really his heart. It belonged to a faceless demon he'd previously harvested. He asked how she liked the demonstration. He explained that she had just learned the true elements of fear, visuals, sound, and the surprise factor. He stared at her with pride, but she was trembling, crying, begging him not to come any closer. Lin received yet another system notification. The blood doll had reached absolute horror toward him. And now, even the bald ghost and burned mummy were utterly terrified. Lin didn't understand what was going on. He noticed experience points coming in from all sorts of strange people. It started to feel like he was starring in some bizarre reality show inside the vision world. Meanwhile, the little doll begged the Blood Queen to end the live stream. She said nothing made sense anymore and insisted Lin wasn't normal. Another viewer, the skeletal maniac, reminded the queen that she had promised to scare Lin, but it was the viewers who were scared now. The queen slammed the table in frustration. He was supposed to be embarrassed, but somehow she was the one being humiliated. She angrily decided to shut off the stream and deal with Lin herself. She promised everyone they'd hear news of his death soon. The mummy encouraged her, telling her not to hesitate, grab him and finish him. The queen claimed she would decorate her front door with his head. Her body shifted into a liquid form, and she slipped down through the ceiling like black ink. Appearing downstairs, she declared that she had tolerated Lin long enough. It was time to end this. One of her ghost servants tried to explain that Lin had gotten tired of waiting and had left to look for her. She saw him walking past the window and hurried to intercept him. When she finally caught up, Lin was standing there, holding her daughter in his arms. She immediately demanded that he put the girl down. Lin calmly reminded her that she had invited him over for dinner, and he hadn't even gotten a meal yet. All he got was a scarefest. The queen wasn't in the mood for small talk. She accused him of twisting her daughter's appearance and pretending that the transformation reflected her beauty and kindness. She wanted him torn apart. Lin, unfazed, raised 3 fingers and said he hadn't done anything with ill intent. But right then a bolt of lightning struck. How ironic, right as he made his promise. She stepped closer and Lin stumbled backward onto the bed. He quickly admitted it. Yes, he had changed the girl, but he begged her to understand that he never meant harm. The queen accused him of lying again. Lin tried to explain. The child had been in a terrifying state, barely recognizable. He was afraid that even the pig-headed father wouldn't recognize her. Everything he did was to help. The crisis level was rising rapidly, already past 97. Lin raised his hands and said he surrendered, but he wanted a chance to explain. She let him speak. He confessed he was terrified at first. Her daughter had looked like a monster, and he thought she was going to kill him. So out of fear and curiosity, he tried to improve her appearance to create something beautiful. That pushed her over the edge. She screamed at him, so he used her child as practice. She lunged at him. Lin quickly brought up his connections, trying to stall. He reminded her that he was a doctor, and many powerful people owed him favors. If she killed him, they would come for revenge. he mentioned two familiar names, the bald men fighting earlier. She scoffed. He was referring to the demon hunter and the Black Knight, as if they were his friends. He reached into his coat and pulled out two revolvers. She froze. Those were the hunter's treasured weapons. He explained that they were of the same race, and the hunter had entrusted him with the guns for emergencies. If Lin ever fired a shot, the hunter would rush to his aid. He added that the hunter wasn't far, just across the alley. To strengthen his story, Lin pulled out a strand of hair. He said it was from the Black Knight, a good friend of his. The knight had given it as a protective charm, warning him it was cursed. If anyone tried to hurt Lin, the knight's chest hairs would react, and that meant trouble for the attacker. The queen started doubting herself. She had fought both men and knew how strong they were. Anyone who had shaved their heads and lived must truly have connections. But then she snapped again. She accused him of lying. How could two sworn enemies like the hunter and the knight both be his friends? Lin chuckled and hinted she didn't know the full story. He claimed that despite appearing to be rivals, the two were actually lovers, constantly fighting and falling back in love. Even as he spoke, the two bald warriors on opposite ends of the alley began sneezing, blaming each other for some kind of curse. Back in the room, Lin grew more confident. He reminded her that she didn't even know about his teacher, Bloodsaw, the legendary butcher of the underworld. He was the only apprentice. If she killed him, who knew what Bloodsaw would do? He added that the old woman from Ghost Alley treated him like her own grandchild. If anything happened to him, she wouldn't forgive it. The queen was growing overwhelmed. She wanted to kill him, but his web of connections made it complicated. Then Lin pulled out a small rock. He told her it was a shard from the tooth of an abyssal creature, the same kind that had devoured entire districts days ago. She remembered those monstrous mouths. Even high-level creatures ran from them. She was stunned. How did Lin survive such a thing, let alone harvest a part from it? Lin explained the truth. The abyssal creature, known as the head hunter, was his friend. He then told a story. Long ago, a powerful ruler rose in the dark world. With his vast army, he conquered empires, but arrogance blinded him. He attempted to enslave a root-level monster. That mistake ended everything. The creature wiped out his entire kingdom in one day. Nothing was left but bones. The fallen crown became a reminder, a warning throughout the Dark Realm. Never mess with a head hunter. The queen was now deeply shaken. She believed she could handle most beings, but a head hunter was on another level. She'd be hunted down and erased without a chance to escape. Lin stood calmly, reminding her that although he was weak, he had powerful friends. And as neighbors, there was no reason for conflict. They could help each other, support, protect, maybe even warm each other up. He gave her a charming smile, playing the innocent neighbor card once again. She sighed, that same smile again. It always disarmed her. She returned to her human form, saying she would let it slide, just this once. In the future, she might still kill him. But for now, she would tolerate him. Lin thanked her. He admitted that most of what he said in the morning was probably nonsense. But one thing wasn't a lie. She did have certain qualities that other spirits lacked. Blushing, she asked what he meant. He walked closer, complimenting the room. Despite the mess in the rest of the house, this room was neat and cozy. That alone showed her sense of care. She tried to act uninterested, saying it was just something casual she had done. But Lin pointed out the details, the chairs, the furniture, the carefully placed flower. No regular spirit would do this, and certainly not keep a non-toxic flower alive in a place like this. She blushed again, flustered. He began to increase strategic progress. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and turn on the bell for more awesome stories. Lin arrived at the Red Witch's house. He remembered that she had once said she didn't like her daughter acting cute, so he asked why the girl was now wearing such a nice wool outfit. The witch denied being responsible, but Lin didn't push further. He told her she didn't need to explain and suggested she simply admit she enjoyed seeing her daughter look cute. There was nothing wrong with that. He even pointed out that it was natural, since the girl reminded her of her own past. Even though the witch was an evil spirit now, she still carried a human heart. His words seemed to make her more beautiful as he spoke. She started to wonder if maybe she truly hadn't let go of her human life. If she had not died that day, she might have lived as an ordinary woman, married, and had a daughter. But reality was different. She had already died, and now she was an evil spirit. She told herself she had no choice but to embrace her new identity and bury her human feelings deep within her mind. She was surprised Lin could sense these feelings, since she thought she had hidden them perfectly. The system then warned Lin that he had managed to weaken some of the witch's hatred. But Lin wasn't done. He wanted to remove all her hostility. He told her she might not enjoy being an evil spirit and offered to help her become fully human again. The witch seemed doubtful. She told him he was being unrealistic. Healing her daughter was one thing, but healing her would be far harder. Her evil form was fully developed, unlike her daughter's. She reminded him that he had only seen her face so far. Then she began to transform. Her leg became bloody, her appearance growing far more terrifying. She told him that he had not truly seen a corrupted spirit yet and asked if he was still confident in changing her. The witch's young daughter began crying. The mother spoke in a voice full of pain and darkness, claiming she embodied all evil and asking if he thought he could undo that with just his hands. Lin's sanity was slipping. He admitted to himself that her horrifying form was beyond anything he understood, but he forced himself to stay calm. If she sensed his fear, she might destroy him. The crisis level was already at 99%, dangerously close to disaster. Lin closed his eyes, claiming he had a solution. He decided to use his curse correction ability. The system warned him to be careful, because her curse was extremely corrupted. Things might not go as planned. But Lin ignored the warning and activated his power. A glow appeared from his hand. Small souls began rising to the sky. He successfully removed the curse, but the witch ended up without clothes. In his hand, he now held a crown. The system confirmed the curse had been removed and that his ability would recharge in 12 hours. In her new form, the witch seemed even more dangerous. Lin reminded her that he had told the truth. She was confused and asked how he managed to remove the curse. Lin answered confidently, saying he was a doctor and never abandoned a client. Her daughter cheered, while Lin secretly felt nervous. It seemed the witch might have become even less predictable without the curse. Later, Lin waited with the child for the mother to return from another room. He took a long time, and during that wait, the system rewarded him with something. When the witch finally returned, she apologized for making him wait. She now looked more dangerous and charming than before, saying it had taken her some time to change clothes. Lin blushed, wondering if she was even the same person. She apologized for her earlier actions. Lin told her it was fine, since they were neighbors now and should help each other. She admitted she didn't expect him to completely remove the curse like that. Her favorability toward him was rising rapidly. He warned her that the removal was temporary. In 24 hours, she would return to her original form. She was surprised, only 24 hours. Lin explained that if she visited him regularly, he could make the change permanent. She smiled and asked if she could come to his shop every day. Her favorability rose again. Lin agreed, even offering a 20% discount. He thought to himself that not only had he solved the crisis, but he had also gained a loyal customer. The witch, curious about the discount, asked if she even had to pay anything. Lin explained that removing the curse took a lot of energy, so there was a small fee. She asked for the price. Lin was confused, thinking she should have money given her power. But she admitted she rarely cared for money. What she usually wanted was to consume a person instead. She blushed, staring at Lin. Lin told her it was fine if she didn't have money. She could pay with other valuable things, like body parts, herbs, or curses. She stepped closer and asked if another kind of payment would be acceptable. Lin stepped back, blushing. She lowered the strap of her dress and leaned toward him with a playful look. He told her to respect herself. She teased him, reminding him that he had called her baby earlier, and asked why he wouldn't call her that again. Lin tried to stop her, insisting that his shop didn't accept that kind of payment. She challenged him, asking if he thought she wasn't worth enough. Lin felt overwhelmed. She was far more experienced than he was, over 100 years older. He was just a teenager, unsure how to handle the situation. He thought to himself that accepting her offer might earn money, but it would also drain his energy. When she moved even closer, he pushed her away. The witch asked if he had ever been close to someone before. He stayed silent. She asked if he had ever even kissed or held hands with anyone. The system noted that he felt deeply embarrassed. She then promised to teach him step by step, like a teacher. The scene shifted, and somehow he ended up sitting on the bed. The system congratulated him for gaining the achievement of a first-time experience, saying he had successfully tamed the blonde monster. Her favorability toward him increased by 50 points, and he earned 400 experience points. She finished getting dressed, saying she would return the next night. She promised to take care of him in exchange for his care. She added that each time he removed her curse, she would teach him a new powerful technique. Lin left quickly, completing the mission and receiving a blood demon cloak. The blood demon cloak allowed him to become like an evil spirit, completely invisible and untouchable. But there was a drawback. While using it, he couldn't attack anyone. Lin cursed the system. He complained that completing the mission had turned him into a pervert, spreading fear everywhere, and even accepting payment from a woman with her body. Not only had he been put in danger, but he had also been seduced. He thought to himself that he was lucky he had put so many points into resistance. Without that, he wouldn't have survived her overwhelming charm. He decided he would continue putting points into Constitution. He prepared for her next visit, but then noticed something strange. It had been 3 days, and the professor hadn't returned. He wondered if something had happened. Using 500 coins, he entered the vision world to check the chat. There, the blood doll was asking the queen how things had gone with the human apprentice of Bloodsaw and how his death had been. The queen replied that he had received his punishment. The doll asked if he had suffered, and the queen said yes. He had been strong, but after being struck several times, he was defeated. The burnt mummy asked what she meant by calling him strong. The queen said everything went fine, she had consumed him, though in a different way than expected. Lin realized she was openly telling everyone, and even worse, she was doing it in a public chat where the whole city could see. He decided to ignore it and focus on his work. He checked the regional channel, but found no information about the professor. Then he went to the global channel, hopping for clues. Since there was nothing there, he created a post asking if anyone had seen the Chainsaw Maniac. But posting cost 1,000 coins. He thought the system was a lot like a video game from Earth. Maybe the person controlling this world was human as well. At that moment, a pentagram appeared. Someone was trying to contact him. In the territory world, Lin came across a strange gargoyle. This place acted as a bridge between dark worlds and other worlds, but to use it, a sacrifice was required. Lin became excited at the thought that maybe, with the right sacrifice, he could return to his own world. But when he tried to use it, the system informed him that he did not have enough permissions. He realized he would have to increase his level before unlocking this feature. Even so, he now had access to the trading area and decided to look around. There were many shops, some sold spells, powers, and weapons. One shop with a skull sign sold high-level items for humans. Another sold organs and limbs for connecting to other beings. There was even a shop offering companions who could keep someone awake all night. The whole place reminded Lin of a video game, and he wondered if the creator of this world had been a child addicted to the internet. The system explained that he could teleport to any shop instantly, and that opening his own shop would cost 10,000 gold coins. He decided to create a store called Blood Chains Pharmacy. But when he tried, the system told him the name was already taken. Confused, he teleported to check and appeared in front of a large door. His teacher already had a store here. He tried to enter, but the shop required a password. Since Lin didn't know the password, he guessed based on what the professor liked. He tried phrases about age, students, and affection, but none worked until he tried one about love. To his surprise, that opened the door. Inside, the shop looked almost exactly like their store in the real world, though it needed some maintenance. The system told him that entering or leaving the shop cost 500 skull coins. Lin was shocked at how expensive it was and wondered where the teacher had been getting so much money. He checked the shop's balance and found 4,000 coins saved. Curious, he looked at the sales history and saw that the professor had been selling many monster organs and body parts. Lin remembered the time the professor came back carrying a bag. He must have taken the materials to the operating room, extracted everything valuable, and then sold it here. The shop in the underworld seemed to be a cover for where his real earnings came from. Lin was impressed. Judging by the names of the creatures, they were powerful enemies, and the professor had defeated many of them. Then Lin noticed a message left days ago. It was from an old friend of the professor, inviting him to explore something called the Hanging Tower. It also mentioned that the professor had been part of the Demon Association for 10 years. Lin thought this might be the professor's last known location. Since the professor was already connected to the association, Lin assumed it shouldn't cause trouble. This seemed like a good opportunity. While he was in this world, he could make money and help the shop at the same time. He went to the back. Then he started producing more of his special critical attack potions, the ones that also caused baldness. With the potions ready, he prepared to market the store. To advertise, he spent another 1,000 coins to create a huge billboard for the shop. On it, he announced that the critical potion was available for only 3,000 coins and could finish off any enemy. He stood by the door, expecting crowds to arrive, but no one came. He told himself that customers would show up soon and decided to spend more on marketing. Still, the shop stayed empty. He had already spent 5,000 coins and no customers had appeared. Frustrated, he decided to change tactics. He hired a succubus to demonstrate the potion's effect, showing that it could make someone strong enough to endure her full energy. As a final touch, Lin created fake customer profiles to post glowing reviews, claiming the potion was the best they had ever used, making them unbeatable. This time, the plan worked. Monsters began showing up, all asking about the potion. Some even said they needed it to impress a partner or win someone back. Lin was puzzled at how effective his marketing had been, but he decided not to question success. It was time to start making money. When Lin went outside, there was a crowd waiting. One woman asked another why she wanted the potion, saying her husband couldn't even handle her now. Lin addressed the crowd, saying there were many customers but only 30 bottles of the potion. He asked what they should do. The wealthier buyers immediately started bidding. One offered 4,000 coins for a single bottle. Another skeleton shouted that he would pay 5,000 for all 30 bottles. Soon the bids reached 6,000, then 7,000, then 7,500. Lin pretended to calm them, saying there was enough for everyone, even though he knew there was. He assured himself that he wasn't doing anything wrong, it was just marketing. The system even rewarded him with points for tricking everyone, which annoyed him. He argued with the system, saying he wasn't deceiving anyone because the potion really did work. Then he remembered the problem. These potions caused baldness. Soon everyone who used them would lose their hair. He decided he needed to return home quickly and create a hair restoration potion before his customers complained. Elsewhere, an army of elves was preparing for battle against monsters. A soldier reported that their supplies had arrived, and the leader was impressed to hear that the potion could double critical power. He asked about side effects, but the soldier admitted no one knew yet. Before they could discuss further, a group of monsters appeared. The leader ordered everyone to defend themselves and raise their spears. The battle began, but the swarm of insects seemed endless. No matter how hard the warriors fought, there was no way to stop them. The soldiers realized they needed more strength to win and decided to rely on the doctor's potion. One of them drank it, and a purple aura surrounded his body. His power surged. He threw his spear with such force that it shattered an enemy far in the distance. His hair fell out instantly, but he didn't care. Soon more warriors followed his example, and before long, every fighter in the area was bald. News began spreading across Sin City. Reports told of strange incidents in many areas, all connected to people losing their hair. In the Blood Clan, someone who had gone bald broke every combat record ever set. A missing boat at sea was located when one of its passengers was spotted from afar, shining under the sun. Meanwhile, Lin was busy producing more potions. His reputation in Sin City increased by 10 points, and his popularity with the Black Elves rose by 5. He was confused by this, but had no time to think. The production had to continue. He decided it was time to make another fortune with a new creation, the potion of flesh and blood proliferation. This potion could quickly regenerate injuries and even restore lost limbs. However, it came with small, unknown side effects. Just as he finished, there was a knock at the door. When Lin looked, he saw someone missing an arm. The system showed that her combat ability was low, but she was not weak. In this dark world, though, she struggled to compete with other species. Lin invited the girl inside and told her to sit down. She explained that a monster had eaten her arm, and if she didn't get treatment, she would die. Lin accepted the mission to restore her arm. He assured her that he could fix it. She hesitated, asking if he planned to trap her, drug her, tie her up, or do anything improper. Lin was confused, but insisted that was not the case. She decided to trust him, and her favorability toward him increased. Lin was surprised at how quickly she trusted him. He asked why she had brought that up, and she explained that before being transported to this world, the elders of her world warned her that many creatures here were wicked and deceptive. She asked again if he was a liar. He assured her he was. Her trust increased even more. She drank the potion he offered. Lin noticed how easy she was to persuade. He asked about her race. He learned that her people were migrating to the northern mountains of Hell, a place rich in food and territory. She warned him not to deceive her. He asked if she was a warrior of her tribe, and she proudly declared herself a powerful captain of the Goblin clan, the first knight to complete a special test. She swore that wherever her sword pointed, the future of her people would follow. Lin told her to sit again because her wound had reopened. He thought she was both easy to trick and a little strange. He asked why she was in the Valley of the Soul if she was headed to the northern mountains, since the valley was in the opposite direction. She confidently claimed she was going north. Lin asked her to point north, but when she did, she pointed south. She insisted she was never wrong. She claimed to have walked 2,000 miles already and said her intuition told her she was on the correct path. Lin asked if she always relied on intuition, and she proudly said it was a talent of her tribe. He asked how far her destination was from her starting point, and she said 500 miles. He reminded her that she had already traveled 2,000 miles, so how had she not arrived yet? She stared at her hand in confusion, realizing something was off. Lin decided to help. He took out a small item from a drawer and offered to sell it to her for 200 coins. She blushed and asked what it was. He explained that it was called a compass. Normally, it would be worth 1,000 coins, but he would give her a discount. Excited, she agreed, and her trust in him increased again. However, his morality dropped, and the system pointed out that he would sell anything for a price. Lin warned her as a friend that just because someone claimed to be good did not mean they weren't lying. She thanked him, though she admitted she had already forgotten most of what he said. He thought to himself that there was nothing more he could do. She had survived this long and would probably continue to survive. He asked again how she lost her arm. She explained proudly that it was from a giant's bite. She had been too weak to fight it, but she managed to dodge enough to avoid being eaten completely. Lin asked her to remove her armor so he could examine her wound, but she refused, saying a knight could not go without protection. For the first time, Lin suggested using anesthesia, but she declined, saying it would dull her reaction time. She insisted she could handle the pain. Since she was certain, Lin told her she was one of the bravest people he had met. She was tied down for the procedure and told him to go ahead. He warned her she could scream if she wanted, but should be careful not to bite her tongue. She boasted that her pain tolerance was at its maximum. But when he made the first incision, she screamed and cried immediately. Lin noted how small she seemed, and she asked why it hurt so much and why he was using such a sharp instrument. He reminded her that this was only the first cut. He suggested anesthesia again, but she refused, insisting she could handle it. When he continued, she cried even louder, saying the pain was unbearable despite her claims of high resistance. She became so frustrated, she threatened to bite him. He placed a tube in her mouth to keep her from doing so. He told her it was almost over, though in truth it was just beginning. After more work, he finally finished, and the system awarded him points. She was exhausted, but he assured her it was normal to feel that way. She told him he was the first man to cause her so much pain, and the first to put something that large in her mouth until she drooled. Lin tried to clarify that the tube was just to keep her from biting her tongue. He suspected this might lead to some misunderstandings. Despite her suffering, she was impressed by his generosity, and her favorability toward him increased again. Lin was baffled that enduring pain made her like him more. Lin brought out a vial and explained that now they needed to rebuild her arm. He asked if she had enough money, warning her that the process could be expensive. She assured him she had plenty, pulling out a pile of coins from her armor. Lin noticed that her black skull coins had been painted to look like regular ones, meaning she didn't know their true value. When she asked if the amount was enough, he told her it was more than enough. He decided to give her his best work. He went to prepare the most effective potion, even though its side effects were unknown. He warned her about this, but she eagerly drank it anyway. Then she admitted that potions usually didn't work well on her due to her high resistance. Lin was frustrated. It was the perfect opportunity to test the potion, and it had to be on someone immune to it. Still, he told her he would make it work. If it didn't, he wouldn't charge her. She agreed, and instead of having her drink more, he poured it directly on her arm. The bandages fell away. Her arm began to reform before their eyes. Lin was thrilled, though the result looked unusual at first. Her arm continued to grow back. She was amazed and said it felt incredible. Lin admitted the recovery was better than expected and seemed to have no side effects. She was impressed with his skill, but he warned her not to be too quick to fall for him. Side effects might still appear. Her favorability increased by 50 points. He asked what she felt when taking the potion. She said she felt numb at first, then strangely comfortable, and also that something unusual had grown. Confused, Lin asked what she meant. A large tail suddenly emerged from her back. His sanity wavered as the slimy tail moved toward her face. She innocently thought he was teasing her, saying he shouldn't act so casually. Her favorability increased again. Lin told her to open her eyes and look. When she did, she was confused to see the tail right in front of her. Her sanity dropped sharply, and she collapsed to the ground in shock, shouting in confusion about the tentacle growing from her body. Lin told her to calm down, promising he would help, but her panic only grew worse. She insisted the thing was moving inside her, sliding deeper into a strange and tight place. Lin pulled it to check and realized it was coming from her shoulder. He cut it off, but the tentacle still followed her movements. He smashed it completely. She looked at him, asking why a tentacle had grown from her shoulder. Lin assured her it was just a minor side effect and nothing serious. She became suspicious, asking what kind of potion he had given her. She didn't mind growing tentacles, but she was worried something stranger might grow. She pointed out that this didn't seem like a restoration potion at all. It seemed more like a mutation potion. Lin brushed it off with a saying about how the rich depend on technology, while the poor depend on mutation. He told her to focus on her arm, which was growing well. If she used more medicine, it would recover completely. She hesitantly asked if he was certain, worrying that the tentacle might come back. Lin promised to cut it off again if it did. She agreed, wanting her arm fully restored. He applied more of the potion, and another large tentacle appeared. This time it looked more like a tail. He cut it off immediately. But even more tentacles began emerging from beneath her armor. Wings began sprouting from her back. Excited, she begged him not to cut the wings, but he had already removed them. She complained that she had told him not to cut those. 10 minutes later, she lay on the bed as Lin finally completed the mission. He asked how she felt. She said her body felt covered in strange things. He told her it was just her imagination. He had removed everything, and the treatment was perfect. He reminded her that potions cost money, but cutting off tentacles did not. She looked sad as she headed for the door, asking if she could leave. Lin said she could, reminding her to leave a like on the store to get an 11% discount next time. Then he stopped her, asking if she was sure there was nothing left inside her body from the potion. She checked herself and said she didn't think so. He decided maybe this potion didn't always cause mutations. Once she left, he considered the treatment a success. He just needed to sell it online now. But then he noticed a bag of coins on the floor, the same coins she kept hidden in her bra. When she left, she no longer needed them. Realizing what had happened, Lin understood that the growth caused by the potion was connected to that bag of coins. He knew he needed to return it to her to prevent her chest from growing even more. But when he went outside, she was gone. He regretted the mistake and thought about finding a way to contact her to apologize. Before he could act, the shop's lamp began to dim, signaling it was time to close. At that moment, he coughed up blood. The system announced that a new risk had appeared. The Bloody Night mission had begun. He had to survive until the next daybreak to earn 2,000 coins and 2,000 experience points. It was not going to be easy. Lin saw glowing text in the air, warning him to be careful. He recognized the handwriting as the professor. It was a sign that something dangerous was coming. He quickly grabbed everything he could use, potions, a dagger, a pistol, and even a special heart, to prepare for survival. The system had promised bigger rewards, but that meant the danger would be much greater. The mission hinted that the danger was coming to a specific place, so Lin decided to leave. Naturally, he planned to spend the night at the red-haired witch's house for safety. On his way through the city, some souls reacted to his lamp. The system immediately raised the crisis level to 100%. Realizing how bad this was, he ran back to his shop and locked the door. It became clear that whatever was coming was after him specifically. While he tried to escape through the back door, something smashed through the front entrance. He heard glass shattering as potions were destroyed inside the shop. His skull coins dropped rapidly. Losing that money felt even worse than losing his life. He swore he would not let this go unpunished. He ordered the system to reactivate the Blood Witch's curse and disable the pistols. That way she would sense trouble. Without the curse active on the gun, he could use it freely. The sound of the intruder grew closer. At first, Lin thought it was heading for the front door, but then the noise moved away. He wondered if it had gone to the back. A massive blow smashed through the wall, hitting him and sending him to the ground. Coughing blood, he realized the creature had used a portal to breach the shop. As he looked up, he saw a terrifying monster at the door. It was a large, hideous creature known as a Hell Walker. This was an extremely evil being with unmatched combat power, growing stronger by absorbing other creatures. Tentacles crept up Lin's leg, burrowing into his flesh and draining his blood. The Hell Walker analyzed him and decided his body wasn't worth absorbing. Instead, it blew his leg apart. Lin cried out in pain, shocked at the destruction. The monster, seeing him unable to move, prepared to finish him. Heart racing, Lin fired his gun, hitting the creature in the eye. The shot pierced deep, causing the monster to thrash wildly in pain. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin equipped his blood cloak, becoming an untouchable evil spirit. While the Hellwalker transformed in rage, Lin ran to hide, throwing himself into a stack of barrels. Beaten and breathless, he thought to himself that he should have expected a creature of this level to track him easily. Life in recent days had been so smooth that he had almost forgotten how easy it was to die in this world. Then he felt something strange happening in his injured leg. A strange change began in Lin's body, and he tried to stop it but couldn't. The system warned him that a side effect was starting, the first stage of mutation. Tentacles emerged from his body. Soon, the mutation advanced to level 2, and more flesh-covered tentacles appeared, along with an eye on the back of his neck. The Hellwalker continued thrashing violently. Lin tried to keep hidden, but the monster sensed him and launched an attack. Lin clung to the wall like a spider, grinning like a maniac. He fired at the creature, the bullets carrying a sacred attribute. But the Hellwalker blocked them easily and threw them away. Terrified, Lin realized there was no chance of overpowering it head-on. He decided to run. But the demon could still see him, even through the cloak. A glance from the creature made his skin begin to melt. In desperation, he splashed himself with the mutation potion. Since he was already mutated, the effect triggered another change. The system warned that another mutation was beginning. The Hellwalker prepared a fresh attack. The Hellwalker's massive hand almost caught him. Lin was confused. He was wearing the cloak, so how could it still attack him? But the strikes kept coming. He dodged, running again, covering himself in more potion. Strange eyes grew on his body, eyes capable of seeing ghost energy. He realized the creature's attacks were spiritual in nature. That was why it could still hit him. He looked around and saw dozens of eyes, all glowing with spiritual power, tracking him. The cloak wasn't helping. He was still visible, but unable to land any hits of his own. He jumped down into the store, threw the cloak aside, and grabbed every potion he could. But the spiritual hand was already closing in. Lin hurled an anti-spirit potion at it, just as the claw reached for him. The anti-spirit potion burned through the monstrous hand. Lin grinned as the Hellwalker tried to pull back. But then the creature grabbed his spine. Lin realized something. Was this the same monster that had bitten the goblin captain's arm? As he looked closer, he noticed the Hellwalker's body was fully restored. That likely meant it was resistant to potions as well. He was trapped, he couldn't hide, couldn't escape, and couldn't kill the monster. Even his potions were useless. The Hellwalker began to crush his spine. Lin thought quickly, then twisted his body and fell to the ground. In the process, he severed one of the creature's arms. Despite his broken spine, he kept moving, smashing through walls and running. His survival came from the cursed heart within him. But the system warned that the heart could easily take control of him if used recklessly. Grinning like a madman, Lin decided it was time to turn the fight around. He tore the cursed heart out and pointed it at the Hellwalker, releasing dark spirits into the monster's body. The spirits entered the Hellwalker, circulating through its flesh. Lin watched, unsure if the plan would work. The system reported that the curse was spreading, weakening the creature's core and draining its energy. Lin's confidence rose. But the Hellwalker started an emergency recovery. Lin quickly grabbed his saw. He had to finish the fight before it recovered fully. The cursed heart inside him began absorbing huge amounts of blood. His strength collapsed, and he dropped to his knees. He took another potion, determined to survive no matter the cost. The system warned that he had reached level 3 mutation. His body and will could only partially control the transformation. His current mutation was identified as Snake Brain, which he could control at 31%. Seeing no other choice, he sent the snake to start devouring his cursed heart. But before he could press the advantage, the creature returned. Its body had transformed. It was now in a spiritual form. Lin tried to flee, knowing that if the Hellwalker reached full power, survival would be impossible. As Lin retreated, someone appeared in the distance, the red-haired witch. She looked slightly battered and carried a severed head. She teased him about his strange behavior, asking if he was trying some unusual stunt. Lin told her she was late, asking if she hadn't noticed her curse returning. She covered his mouth and playfully explained she had been busy. Her daughter was growing, and she needed to gather supplements for her. She noticed he was in trouble and asked if he wanted help. Lin admitted he was being hunted and offered to forgive her debt for 5 months if she assisted. She declined. He raised the offer to 10 months free, but she still refused. The Hellwalker's presence grew stronger, and the system warned the crisis was escalating. Lin asked her to name her price. She smiled, saying that if he knelt and kissed her toe, she would help. Lin refused, saying if he survived, he would see her next time. The little witch's daughter was proud of him for not giving in, and even the witch herself liked his answer. She pulled him close against her chest, saying she found his stubbornness cute. Her favorability increased. He asked what she planned to do next. The witch said she would help. She activated her full power, unleashing sharp claws across the battlefield. The Hellwalker defended against everything she threw at it. After a quick analysis, it decided she was a high-priority target to devour, even though she had transformed completely. Lin warned the red-haired witch to be careful, explaining that the Hellwalker had a strange hand capable of piercing anything and harming the soul from a distance. He climbed higher to watch the battle from above. The fight was so fast, it was nearly impossible to see the movements, only flashes of the creature being slashed apart. Lin was amazed. He hadn't realized she was so skilled in combat. He started cheering her on from a distance, praising her strength, beauty, and skill. His flattery earned him more favorability. Meanwhile, the Hellwalker detected new threats and adapted, moving to a secondary combat level. Lin found it strange that despite the witch tearing the creature apart, the monster was still targeting him as its main opponent. Something suddenly flew past him. The witch spat out a swarm of small creatures that exploded on impact. The blast clashed with the Hellwalker's attack, but neither side was harmed. The monster lunged at Lin again, but the witch protected him by wrapping herself around him. It wrapped around the creature's tentacle and tore into it from the sides. Then it struck toward its eyes. Lin looked at the fragments of eyes scattered on the ground, thinking the fight was finally over. But the eyes began glowing again. The witch continued her assault, piercing through everything in her way. Lin grew frustrated, wondering how stubborn this creature could be. He pulled out more weapons, firing wildly. Even the bullets earned him experience points, but the battle still didn't end. He retreated while taking more potions to recover. A massive claw slashed at him, forcing him to use his tentacles for defense. The little creature in his arms tried to bite the Hellwalker, but the attack failed. The witch launched another strike, finally finding a small demon hiding deep within the Hellwalker's eye. She realized that if she killed this demon, the Hellwalker would lose control. But the eye opened just in time, releasing a shock that electrocuted her. The creature's systems completed a second-stage analysis and began new countermeasures. Despite the danger, the witch prepared to attack again. She extended her neck upward for another strike, but was caught halfway. Lin and the smaller witch watched in alarm. A moment later, a tentacle with the red-haired witch's face fell beside them. Lin asked what had happened. She explained that the Hellwalker had analyzed her combat power, adapted to it, and was now devouring and assimilating her abilities. Lin tried to free her, but it was impossible. The Hellwalker was already using her stolen powers, and the crisis level, which had dropped because of her help, shot back up to 99%. The Hellwalker's eye locked onto Lin and leapt at him. He used his mutation to defend himself. He counterattacked, but the creature dodged. He stepped aside, coughing blood. After all the mutations he had endured, a little blood was nothing, but he was in serious trouble. He hadn't expected the Blood Witch to lose, and now he was out of options. He stood frozen, desperately trying to think of a solution. In a rush, he turned and headed to the cellar door, breathing heavily. He remembered there was still his teacher's pet. That creature might be able to help. With a loud bang, he threw open the cellar door, releasing a wave of foul stench. He called out, knowing the creature was pretending to be dead. It hated him, hated the expired potions he always fed it, but now the situation was dire. His teacher was in danger. The monster had targeted the Bloodsoul apothecary, and if he died, the creature would not escape either. He shouted again, hurling several stones into the darkness below. A threatening hiss echoed from deep within the cellar. With a rush of air, a massive, winding shape burst from the cellar, casting a shadow over Lin. It was little baby, a mysterious, lawful evil creature. A tongue, hidden in the Bloodsoul apothecary for years, hiding expired potions and the boy who had fed them. The grotesque tongue loomed before Lin, hissing insults he somehow understood. Despite their mutual dislike, Lin reminded it of the danger. The monster outside was after them all. If his friend fell, they would be next. Reluctantly, after Lin promised months of high-quality potions, the tongue agreed to help. In a flash, it wrapped around him and carried him outside. On the street, the battlefield was in chaos. The monster in the center swelled and contracted, a mechanical voice announcing its consumption progress. Suddenly, massive tentacles with vertical eyes erupted from the ground. The giant tongue was startled and immediately tried to retreat. Lin grabbed its tip again and raised the offer, 3 months of top-quality potions if it saved his friend. The tongue agreed, slightly improving its attitude once more. Then it prepared to act. The next moment, the massive tongue twisted sharply. Lin set the little girl aside, then turned with determination. They would charge. He rushed forward with the tongue at high speed toward the cocoon. The tongue would handle the tentacles. He just needed to reach the monster. The tongue wrapped around him, lifting its tip toward the approaching tentacles. The tentacles, each with vertical eyes, attacked. The tongue struck one at incredible speed. A loud slurp followed. The tentacle dissolved into blood. A voice announced the analysis of Target 3 and activated the full containment protocols. New tentacles appeared, covered in vein-like barriers. They shot forward, wrapping around the tongue. The tongue struggled, releasing slime that corroded the ground, but the tentacles resisted. It cried out sharply. Lin kept running toward the monster. The monster's hands split apart, revealing a giant vertical eye. The eye locked on Lin. His crimson cloak whipped in the air. Lin extended his hand toward the eye. He reached it. His hand passed through the eye, and his phantom form entered the cocoon. Writhing flesh surrounded him. He locked onto his injured friend with cursed vision. Inside the Hell Walker, Lin found the red-haired witch, but she was in terrible shape. Part of her brain was gone, and much of her body was damaged. Only a small piece of her remained intact. Lin decided he needed to heal her, but simple potions wouldn't be enough. He would have to throw her into the potion pool. The Hell Walker targeted her again, preparing to attack. Lin used one of the cursed hairs from the butcher to wrap around the monster's tongue and tried to pull both of them free. But the Hell Walker came after them once more. Lin thought they were both going to die. The monster began some kind of soul-devouring attack, burying him in flesh as he struggled to escape. As he sank deeper, he thought about how this world worked. Even when he gave his best, he might still be swallowed in the end. Survival was never easy, though he considered himself lucky to have met good allies. Determined not to give up, he broke open another potion and poured the entire liquid into his mouth. A level 3 mutation began. The witch's pupils shrank at the sight. She could barely recognize him anymore. The Hell Walker tried to activate its analysis system to figure out Lin's condition. But the mutation was too abnormal, and the analysis failed. The monster's system reported that the mutation's efficiency exceeded its ability to measure it. At the same time, Lin's own system warned that the mutation was spreading out of control. A gigantic tentacle emerged from the already massive Hell Walker, covered in corrupted heads. The witch was trapped and buried beneath them. The big eye of the Hell Walker was finally torn apart. Something fell from it, Lin's face. Both the monster's sanity and his own had dropped. The Hell Walker initiated a biological extermination process. It summoned a dragon to spit fire directly at Lin's head. But Lin had multiple heads now due to the mutation, and it was unclear if the attack would work. The Hell Walker now resembled a hellish dragon, and Lin had become a writhing mass of tentacles with his face. Inside the creature, more mutations were taking place. The witch was confused, unable to understand what was happening. She could only sense that Lin was being corrupted, transforming into something unrecognizable. The big eye kept trying to analyze the situation, but was finally breaking down. Lin's system reported that a creature inside was trying to consume the Hell Walker, undergoing a special level 9 mutation. A flash of light erupted inside the creature's eye. A special alert triggered. A mutant unit with a molecular reorganization system had appeared. Outside, the witch tried to communicate with Lin, but he only muttered strange sounds. She was alarmed, noticing his voice now sounded almost identical to her own evil voice. She guessed that a part of her must have merged with him while they were both being swallowed. Nearby, a mass of twisted flesh formed a huge eye. Lin's system warned that his body was failing. Body loss had reached 88%. The eye grew larger and more distorted. The witch realized that the puppet she had been controlling was dying. A hand emerged from the top of the large eye. Far away, a blood moon appeared over a clock tower. Inside, a cauldron bubbled as members of the Demon Association received a report. Flesh Golem Type 3 had suffered 98% body damage. One of them reported to their master that they had lost contact with Type 3 at Blood Peak. These enemies were part of the Demon Association, and the master was shocked. Type 3 was their most advanced demon hunter. In this world, nothing short of a root or king-level creature should have been able to defeat it. The master concluded that the rebels who refused to return to the association were far more dangerous than expected. Still, they had already killed many of them, empowered by blood. The master ordered them to locate Type 3's coordinates and send a predator. The witch managed to pull Lin out of the mass of flesh. Strangely, he looked clean and unharmed for someone who had been inside a creature. She thought it was unusual, but decided his rest was more important for now. However, a demonic tongue extended from his hand, evidence of lingering corruption. The system reported that Lin had completed an extremely difficult mission and reached level 10. Now he could begin a class change. Sometime later, he woke in a ruined bed, immediately recognizing it as the red-haired witch's bed. He wondered why he was there and if he had been swallowed by the creature. The witch appeared, relieved to see him awake. She confirmed she had survived too. She rushed to check on his condition, asking how he felt and whether anything was wrong. Lin stopped her, asking for an explanation. She told him 2 days had passed since the fight, but she would explain everything later. He asked if the Hellwalker was dead and whether all the evil energy had left its body. She gave him a seductive smile and said yes, thinking that someone strong enough to kill such a powerful enemy was special. She admitted she was growing more interested in him. Lin suspected the intense mutation might have pushed his body into an unconscious state. The mutation had been so strong, it destroyed the Hellwalker from the inside. The questions now were, how had his body returned to normal, where did the creature come from, and why was it so focused on killing him? He asked where the body was, and she said it was behind the house. She had waited there, thinking it might hold secrets. Lin immediately wanted to examine it, hoping for a clue about his professor's fate. The remains of the Hellwalker were outside. Lin looked at them and asked if he had truly killed it. The witch confirmed he had, but reminded him the creature had been completely mutated, enough to scare even her. Lin suspected that if it was true, then the mutation's power was still inside his own body. The witch commented that there seemed to be something wrong with him, too much demonic energy in his shadow. The system informed him that he was locked at level 10 until he chose a new class. Lin asked the system to explain his mutation status, but instead it gave him a mission. By midday, he had to discover what had happened to his body and control the curse, or it would become irreversible. Frustrated, Lin complained that he wanted answers, not more missions. The system politely told him it was only delivering objectives. Lin apologized to the witch, saying he had urgent matters to deal with. He ran off. Then he returned briefly to grab the monster's body. After that, he left for home. Once home, he went to Sarah's library, remembering that he had books about mutations. After reading, he learned 4 important things. First, his body's mutation was still in its incubation stage. It wasn't complete. Second, the mutation acted independently of him. Third, it wasn't actually him who had killed the Hellwalker. It was the mutation. Fourth, he only woke from his coma because of the system. Otherwise, he wouldn't have woken at all. Lin remembered that one of his mission rewards was the body reorganization ability. He used it, hopping to locate the mutated part of himself. The ability truly rebuilt everything. He could see his entire body from the inside. He noted that he was becoming stronger, almost invincible. He thought to himself that sometimes the uglier something was, the stronger it became. His bones reformed. His cells realigned. He searched carefully for the source of the mutation. He wondered where the curse stored so much flesh, and why his form had grown so large. He spotted some poison nearby, and decided to try purging the corruption that way. He drank it in one gulp and collapsed to the floor, cursing the creature inside him. The system warned that his life was dropping, but also noted he had gained resistance to poison. He tried again, describing the poison as the most powerful insecticide he could create from memories of his own world. But when he looked at his hand, nothing had changed. Frustrated, he ran upstairs. He opened every bottle of poison. He dumped them all inside himself. The system warned he had sustained multiple injuries and that his skin was melting. He shouted that pain meant nothing to him, determined to make the mutation suffer. He began brewing something dangerous in a jar, a plague potion, and another that would weaken his defenses. His plan was simple: weaken himself, then drink the demon's poison. A sip of wine, a sip of poison. The system announced he was fully poisoned and that his life was dropping quickly. He had 20 minutes left to live. He took a healing potion, then another poison. His goal was to throw his body into chaos, forcing the mutation into distress. The system warned he had 15 minutes left. He pushed on, convinced that if this was a battle of endurance, he wouldn't lose. 20 minutes later, nothing had happened. He drank more poison. When nothing changed again, he grew more frustrated. He threw his materials down and started brewing an even worse concoction. The cauldron boiled, and inside it, shapes that looked like heads floated. He didn't hesitate, his expression twisted with madness as he consumed more of it. He called out for the mutation to appear. Something strange happened. The system marked it with a question mark, saying the mutation was afraid of him. Lin looked at his hand. A small form started to emerge. The system noted that the mutation's fear increased by 10. When the mutation tried to retreat back into his body, Lin drank more poison. Its fear increased by 15, then 20. The small arm began moving on its own, taking control of Lin's hand. Lin healed himself with a potion, while on the other side of his body, the mutation groaned that it had had enough. Its fear level climbed to 30. He kept spamming potions, alternating between poison and healing, until the mutation was exhausted. It admitted it couldn't take the constant cycle anymore. Even though Lin himself was beginning to break down, he continued, saying he would take just one more dose. He fell to the ground, wondering if he had finally killed the creature. Crawling, he reached for another healing potion, opened it, and poured it into himself. When Lin opened his eyes again, he had gained a large amount of experience, especially resistance to poison. He also unlocked an achievement called Poison Cauldron, awarded for being poisoned 500 times in a short span. He remembered that a part of his body had been moving on its own during the ordeal, though he didn't know exactly which part. The small hand spoke up, saying it was relieved to be alive. The system identified the creature, a mutation born inside a human, created from a combination of a golem, a faceless demon's heart, fragments of an evil spirit, parts of a witch, and remains of a human. Len stared in disbelief. The mutation truly contained everything. He reached for more poison, but the small hand shouted for him to stop. Lin realized the reason he could no longer drink poison was because the larger mutation was fighting to overpower him. The mutation mocked him, saying a weak human should be controlled, not the other way around. The two struggled. Lin punched the small hand, but hitting it caused damage to himself. The hand tried to lick him, so he bit its tongue. He ran with it into the operating room, trying to restrain it. He raised a blade over the hand, but the mutation managed to block the strike with a smaller blade of its own. Lin told it he just wanted to give it a cut so he could place it in medicine and transform it into something useful. The fight continued, blade against blade, until Lin dropped his weapon. The hand took the chance to strike his thigh, but Lin managed to hold on. He noticed a potion nearby, one of the strongest kinds, and reached for it. The mutation taunted him, saying he would never get the chance to drink it. Lin activated his flesh cataclysm ability, creating a twisted hand that pulled the potion back and poured it onto the mutation. The small hand weakened, and Lin breathed a sigh of relief. But the potion's poison was stronger than he had expected. The system warned he was mildly poisoned, then heavily poisoned, then severely poisoned. Lin began vomiting violently, while the mutation laughed that even poisoning it would not be enough. The creature from the basement stirred when something fell, remnants of the devil's poison. It tasted it and seemed to enjoy it. Meanwhile, Lin was still vomiting from the effects of his own experiments. Even the basement creature seemed irritated, wondering if Lin was trying to poison it on purpose. The devil's hand took the opportunity to recover its strength, promising that once it was finished vomiting, it would kill Lin. Lin collapsed to the ground, suggesting they call a truce. He said that after a short break, he would cut the hand off. The devil's hand agreed for now, saying it wasn't feeling hungry. Lin proposed they live in peace. The hand agreed, even making a pinky promise. Lin reasoned that there was no point in fighting constantly. They were both losing out. Having two consciences in one body, he said, could work fine if they cooperated. But within moments, they were trying to kill each other again. Despite the ongoing fight, Lin returned to the shop. He muttered that if there wasn't a customer to deal with, he would cut the hand off right away. There was a knock at the door. When he opened it, he found a muscular goat-headed creature from the alien race. It was level 69, with powerful close combat abilities. Lin greeted the visitor, explaining that he was in charge of the pharmacy while the boss was away. The goat looked uneasy. Lin's intense stare and the sound of knives banging together didn't help. The goat explained that he was a traveler from a distant land who was feeling unwell. He had passed by the shop and wanted to see if the doctor could examine him. Lin assured him he was the perfect person for the job. he could cure anything without medicine. The devil's hand tried to attack again, and Lin snapped at it to stop, reminding it there was a customer. The goat looked confused, sensing something strange, and decided maybe it wasn't a good time. He started to leave, but Lin insisted he come inside. The goat hesitated, glancing at the destruction inside the shop. It looked like a battlefield. Lin claimed it was just renovations, joking that there hadn't been any life-or-death fights there. The goat saw deep cuts in the furniture and grew more suspicious. Lin, meanwhile, was in the back, sharpening a blade. Feeling uneasy, the goat said he had to step outside to re-enter with his right foot for good luck. Lin questioned him, asking if he planned to leave. The goat nervously replied that the customer is always right. But Lin muttered that if the goat left, he would have to be cut down. The goat's panic grew. If he stayed, Lin might cut him. If he left, Lin might also cut him. His sanity dropped. The goat sweated nervously, wondering why the shop owner was so frightening. He asked Lin why he was wielding 2 knives. Was he practicing combat? Lin said it wasn't combat practice. He was trying to cut off his own left hand. The goat was startled and asked why. Lin explained that the hand wasn't good. It had a habit of eating people. If he didn't cut it off, it might even eat his customers. The goat was horrified, suspecting Lin was planning to kill him and blame it on the hand. The goat tried to leave again, but Lin insisted he wasn't busy anymore and was ready to begin a diagnosis. The goat became even more anxious. Lin spoke to his own hand, threatening to call his neighbor to finish it off if necessary. The goat misunderstood, thinking Lin was warning him directly. Deciding he had to defend himself, the goat prepared to attack. But just as Lin said he was ready to cut, he suddenly produced a stethoscope instead. He calmly asked what the goat's problem was. The goat, trembling, replied quietly that there was nothing wrong. Lin listened to the goat's heartbeat while restraining his own left hand. The goat asked if there was anything wrong with him, suspecting the doctor was secretly thinking about how to cut and roast him. Lin said the goat's heartbeat was irregular and asked if he had been in a severe fight recently. The goat admitted he might have been, but thought Lin was just fishing for an excuse. Lin observed signs of poisoning, dark spots on the goat's skin, purple lips, and sunken eyes. He warned that if the goat experienced fear, the rapid circulation could spread the poison and kill him. The goat grew alarmed. Lin asked if he had been attacked recently. The goat explained he hadn't been attacked but had been in a swamp and dragged his arm near some vines. He had simply bandaged it, assuming it wasn't serious. The system identified the poison as coming from a plant called the human-faced vine. Lin explained that it was a toxic plant that waited for prey to pass by before striking. Its poison took time to activate, so it wasn't fatal unless the victim encountered certain situations. The goat asked what situations. Lin replied that fear and a racing heartbeat would make it worse. The goat tried to appear calm, insisting he was fine. Lin warned that if the poison started to spread, it would release a scent that would attract creatures wanting to devour him. Luckily, the pharmacy was a safe place with no dangerous creatures. However, Lin added that if the poison circulated for more than a minute, it could be fatal. Before removing the poison, recovery medicine and water would help. Before Lin could finish, the goat had already taken out a knife and drained blood from his arm. Lin asked why he was so eager to be free of the poison. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and turn on the bell for more awesome stories. Lin told the man to stop fussing about removing the wound and pointed out how badly it was bleeding. He had taken a kick to the back and fallen to the ground. Groaning in pain, he begged him to stop treating him this way. Lin, with his sinister smile, explained that the treatment had started a bit rough, but he would not give up. This was the only pharmacy within 100 miles. If the man left, the poison would kill him. A goat nearby accused him of lying, saying there were plenty of villages in the area. Lin glanced at a pile of severed heads and casually explained that after their appearance, all the others had disappeared. A goat started praying, begging for mercy, because he had an 84-year-old mother and a 2-year-old daughter. Lin reassured him that he would remove the poison and that no one left through his door except in good health. He then presented a potion, admitting it was violent but safe if followed by an antidote. Pulling out an enormous syringe, he said it would not go into the bloodstream but somewhere else. Without hesitation, Lin pulled the boot off him. He gave the injection and walked away. The little goat admitted that the injection hurt less than expected. He began to wonder if this was a real pharmacy or something darker. He said that maybe Lin could heal him first and then deal with his own hand. Lin assured him that the blood-saw pharmacy treated every customer like a god. Relieved, the goat calmed down and the system rewarded Lin with 5 comfort points. When it came time to pay, the goat asked what would happen if he had no money. Lin gave him a long stare. The goat quickly threw a bag of coins, laughing that he had just been joking. Lin warned him not to make such jokes, as he was close to cutting a piece off him. The goat felt his blood pressure rise, but still thanked Lin for the surprisingly effective medicine. Lin explained it was a recipe perfected over many years and exclusive to their pharmacy. The goat worried about what might happen if someone else got bitten by that plant. Lin changed the topic to the bill, 2,100 coins. The goat had only given 1,700, leaving him 400 short. The goat handed over another 300, but could not find the last 100. Nervously sweating, he admitted he did not have it. Lin calmly placed a leaf on the table, explaining that body parts were also accepted as payment, and showed him a list of prices. The list included prices for selling testicles, horns, or eyes. Lin, sharpening his knives, suggested selling an eyeball because it would be easy to heal afterward. The goat asked him to wait, and he pulled out something rare he had found recently. The system told Lin it was a piece of mithril skull, an extremely durable material used by the Demon Association to make biological weapons. Lin wanted to know where it came from. The goat explained there was a hilly area about 100 kilometers away where a battle had taken place. There had been many bodies, but he had only grabbed the skull fragment and fled. Lin accepted it as payment, completing the mission and receiving a radioactive cut finger that could make new body parts grow on whoever ate it. The goat hurried off. Lin stood there thinking about the Demon Association's biological weapons. Then he called for Little Hand to wake up. The creature bit his head before spitting him out, asking why Lin had not hidden. Lin admitted that the poison had clouded his judgment, but now realized Little Hand did not have the courage to eat him. Little Hand opened its mouth and threatened to do just that, showing its tongue and teeth. Little Hand taunted Lin, telling him to beg for forgiveness. Lin yawned, telling it to either eat or move its tongue away. Little Hand insisted that Lin was scared, but Lin countered by saying he knew Little Hand was the one who was afraid. Since whatever one consumed affected the other, if Little Hand ate his head, both would die. Little Hand said that was irrelevant. He was just tempted because Lin might taste bad but looked edible. Lin invited him to bite, but the creature hesitated. The system informed Lin that he had partially convinced the mutant that killing him would be fatal to them both. To complete the mission, he would have to keep up the deception. Lin tried to act confident, though inside he worried whether the system's claim was even true. His sanity dropped. The Hand noticed his trembling and asked what was wrong. Lin explained they needed to act as if their lives were linked, though it might not be true. They shifted the conversation to the Demon Association. Lin recalled that they had sent a deadly creature to kill him the day before, but he had defeated it. He reasoned that in at most 2 days, they would send another. The Hand pretended not to care until Lin reminded him that if Lin died, so would he. The Hand agreed to help on 2 conditions. Lin could no longer drink pesticide, and the Hand could devour whatever he liked. Lin agreed, and they decided to examine the body from yesterday. Lin wanted to find his revolver and blood saw blade, so he began searching. He noticed that even though pieces of Little Hand came from inside him, he could not feel anything, as if the creature had its own internal body. After some hunting, he found both items inside the Little Hand and threw them out. Lin eyed Little Hand suspiciously, saying it must have eaten a lot on the way and demanding to see more. Little Hand spat out a hand and some eyeballs, which impressed Lin. Lin told it to produce more items, but instead he got slapped in the face. Annoyed, Lin reminded it they were supposed to cooperate. Little Hand said he kept threatening her, so she was angry. Lin insisted he only wanted items to help survive against the Demon Association. She retorted that he had left her hungry. They were about to fight when the system warned that survival would be tested that night. Lin stopped suddenly and told Little Hand to be quiet. He sensed people approaching. Outside were 3 giant spider-like beings with human heads. Little Hand commented that their many legs would be tasty, but Lin told her to focus on survival, not food. They quickly hid. Lin explained they could not win in direct combat and would need a surprise attack. He told Little Hand to stay on the other side of the door and attack anyone who entered, while he stayed on his side. They waited tensely until the door opened. Lin shouted for Little Hand to attack, and she rushed forward. But when he looked, he saw familiar silhouettes. It was the witch and her daughter. Both of them froze in shock, their sanity dropping sharply. Lin asked the woman why she was there. She explained that she had been worried since he hadn't given any news all day, and she feared he might be attacked by monsters again. Lin felt a little shy, wondering if she actually cared about him more than he thought. He had assumed she only wanted to play around with his body, but maybe she was truly falling for him. She then asked what had just eaten her. Lin explained that it was yesterday's mutation, now stuck inside his body, called Maya. The hand bit him in protest, saying that wasn't her name. Lin warned that the attackers from yesterday were back, so the area was dangerous. At that moment, there was a loud bang outside. Everyone froze, staring at the door as a strange mist appeared. The little girl licked the hand, who licked her back. The system notified Lin that the hand's affection for the child had increased. Lin told them to stop because something was coming. A laser passed by, and Lin assumed the creature was scanning. He decided there was no point in waiting. Jumping forward, he opened fire, emptying his weapon, but nothing happened. One of the huge creatures appeared right in front of Lin. He knew it was a biological weapon sent to hunt him, so hiding was no longer an option. After spotting him, the creatures confirmed he was a target that needed to be eliminated and attacked. Maya pulled him aside, calling him reckless. The system identified the attackers as Type 120 hunters, some of the fastest and most agile hunting weapons of the Demon Association. Maya urged him to run because dodging them would be nearly impossible. One of the spiders lunged, but the witch stepped in, engaging two of them in combat. Lin used the distraction to reposition himself, directing Maya to a blind spot. She snapped at him not to tell her how to fight and bit one of the spiders. The spider tried to analyze Maya, but could not identify her. A tornado suddenly formed, likely from the witch's fight. Maya continued defending Lin while he fired shots, increasing his pistol mastery. Another tornado spun through, and Maya attacked with full strength. Far away, members of the Demon Association were monitoring the situation. They demanded updates on the hunters sent to the Valley of Souls. A small robot reported that a signal had been established, allowing them to take control of the three predators at any moment. Their leader ordered visual control, and they immediately recognized the bloodthirsty woman, a notorious killer in the city who fought until everyone around her was dead. They doubted even she could handle 3 spiders. On screen, they saw Lin in harmony with Maya, controlling a massive blade with one hand while defending with the other. They noticed the revolver he carried was not standard issue for demon hunters. They also realized that this young man was somehow linked to the recent defeats of several association members, all tied to the Valley of Souls. The leader, still unsure of the full situation, decided to take direct action. Pulling a device from his own head, he activated neural synchronization, gaining full authority over the spiders. The system warned Lin that the crisis had greatly intensified and that survival was now an emergency mission with a high reward. Lin immediately sensed trouble. One spider lunged at Lin. He tried to send Maya's tongue to attack, but the creature slashed it with a heated claw. As Lin checked if she could recover, another spider aimed for his face. The hand behind him blocked it with the blood-saw blade, now furious about the injury. Lin noticed her movements were different, no longer automatic but strategic. She fought fiercely while Lin kept firing. She shouted at him to stop analyzing and focus on shooting. He commented that she had been much stronger when fighting him the day before. She explained that it was easier to consume something from the inside out than to attack it from the outside. She narrowly avoided being crushed, escaping with a sudden burst of speed. Lin pulled out the curse-removing object from his pocket. He knew it needed integration to work. Without hesitation, Lin pulled out his own eye. He placed it into a jar. Then he replaced it with a mutated eye. The system informed him that he had connected a new organ, but it would be under partial control, meaning his dominance over extra limbs was reduced. Even Maya was stunned by his recklessness. Lin told her to move aside so the eye could activate its curse. The eye released black and red energy, rapidly firing like a machine gun. The Demon Association leader was shocked at how easily Lin had assimilated a monster's eye. He concluded that even if Lin hadn't killed yesterday's creature, he was involved in every incident and had to be eliminated. The spider continued using its abilities. But now Lin had his revolver, Maya's attacks, and the new eye's power all working together. The fight pressed on, and the eye revealed its special skill. It could lock onto the target. The spider panicked, its body starting to melt away, but it also seemed to have some kind of emergency healing ability. Lin, now covered in monster parts, pulled out a dragon head filled with resentful energy and activated it over himself. With the combined power of the dragon head and the monster eye, flames engulfed the spider. At the Demon Association headquarters, the leader received a notification. Predator number 3 had completely melted, and its nerve link was broken. One of his soldiers asked if he was all right, but the leader was furious. That dragon head had been inside yesterday's creature, meaning Lin had used the association's own weapon against them. A soldier apologized, saying no one had expected Lin to be this strong, and they had all thought he was just a regular human. Now it was clear he could assimilate biological weapons. The captain concluded that Lin was no ordinary person, possibly a special experiment from Bloodsaw. Bloodsaw had always been among the best in the association, and if Lin had won this battle, it only made the captain more eager to face him. Another soldier reported that hunters number 1 and 2 had been destroyed by the witch. The captain ignored the loss and declared he would retrieve them himself the next day. He asked if they had found Bloodsaw. The soldier explained that several predators were tracking him, and that it was likely Sarah had gone to the doll yard to form an alliance with the doll girl. The captain was thrilled. This place seemed full of lunatics, even among the villains. Back at the battlefield, the witch had burned everything around her before running over to check on Lin. She asked if he was all right after losing an eye, but he calmly said he was fine. He pulled out his spare eye, and he inserted his eye back in place. The witch's sanity dropped just watching this. He poured some medicine into his eye, saying that should solve any problems, and asked if she was hurt. She blushed, surprised at how much he seemed to care, and realized she was starting to like him more. The hand appeared, commenting on how good everything tasted, and began eating the spiders. Lin thought at least she was cleaning up the mess. With that, Lin completed the mission and received special rewards, a class transfer to Night Doctor, and a legendary skill called Random Diagnosis Technique. The system explained that night doctors were expert surgeons who aimed to make every patient happy and free of problems. He gained the ability to make up to 20 diagnoses instantly on a creature, along with a black scalpel. The only drawback was that the scalpel was half a meter long, clearly better suited for cutting people than for delicate surgery, but in the hands of a skilled night doctor, it could be used for anything. Lin smiled to himself. The witch, curious about his mood, asked if these biological weapons that combine machine and flesh were related to the Demon Association and whether he had done something to anger them. Lin admitted he was not sure, but something big was definitely happening, and this would not be the last attack. She asked how he could have provoked such a large organization without ever leaving the Valley of Souls. He suggested it might be connected to his boss, though he didn't even know where his boss was. He told her that there should be no more fighting today, and that she should go rest. She left, unaware that a multi-eyed creature was secretly watching. Exhausted, Lin went to sleep, convinced that whoever had controlled the spider would not let him go. He needed to find the professor as soon as possible. In the vision world, he checked for a reply to the message he had sent the professor, but there was none. Instead, an urgent notification warned everyone in the Valley of Souls to be careful. A major battle had recently taken place involving the Blood Witch, the Demon Association, and an unknown person who seemed to be the pharmacy doctor. Lin was surprised the news had spread so quickly. It had only happened about 20 minutes ago. The fight was recorded and full of comments, including many from women calling him handsome and saying they wanted to experience his strength. Though unimpressed by the attention, he found it odd that someone had been filming from the street. He remembered that someone had also recorded the fight between the hunter and the Black Knight. Watching that video had cost 30 coins, and 3,000 people had paid to see it. Whoever was behind these recordings was making a huge profit and probably had information on almost everyone, possibly even the professor. He tracked down the person who posted the video and paid to be transferred to her store. Instead, he found himself face to face with a man in a red cloak who introduced himself as Intelligence Agent Number 24, responsible for Area 900. Lin recognized him as the one who had been watching from the rooftop. The agent claimed he could provide any information from the area for a price. Lin ignored the man's formalities, glanced around, and noted how empty the place seemed. The agent explained that it was a private room where only 2 people could meet at a time. He asked Lin what he wanted to know. Lin's first request was information on Bloodsaw's exact location. The agent said it would cost 50 Black Skull coins. Lin was shocked at the price. The agent explained that the target's information had been upgraded to level just the day before, and that Bloodsaw was in a dangerous area. Someone else was also looking for him, which made Lin suspect the Demon Association was involved, and that his professor was in danger. Next, Lin asked how to contact a creature over a long distance. The agent said the price depended on the type of contact, ranging from 100 coins to 100,000 black coins. Lin asked for the cheapest method. The agent replied that the easiest was to use a horizon mirror, which allowed teleportation between worlds. Lin was irritated. Everyone knew that already. He gave the agent one black skull coin and demanded something more useful. The agent then suggested hearing a messenger. The speed and reliability would depend on the sender. The agent showed a list of available messengers, most of whom had a high chance of dying before delivery. The only reliable option was a turtle that guaranteed delivery but was very slow. The agent assured him it had a 0% accident rate and could travel at 1 mile per hour, twice as fast as in previous years. Lin thought that by the time the turtle arrived, everyone would already be dead. Lin asked if there were any other options besides the turtle and the messengers doomed to die. The agent said there were only 4 choices. Lin confirmed that the turtle was reliable but painfully slow, and the void creature was fast but always died. Finally, he told the agent to send him one of each. The agent agreed and explained that since the messengers were biological, they would have to be sent to Lin's address in the dark world, not the vision world. Lin hesitated, remembering he had once been warned never to give out his address. The agent calculated the total, 2,600 coins, for hearing both messengers. Lin was annoyed, saying he had already paid 1,000, but the agent reminded him that was only for the information. He still had to pay the creatures wages. Reluctantly, Lin paid, and the agent promised the messengers would arrive in 2 hours. Back home, Lin saw the little hand sleeping and thought that if she hadn't been so useful in the last fight, he might have ripped her off. He went to an abandoned house nearby to inspect his new system rewards. The first item was the Black Doctor's surgical tool, more like a sword than a scalpel, clearly designed for cutting people apart. Even Lin admitted it was too big for normal surgery, but he liked it, thinking it was perfect for defending himself. He also had the class change item for Night Doctor and the skill that would allow him to make 20 diagnoses instantly. But when he learned the random diagnosis skill, he discovered there was more to it than expected. Lin discovered that his new skill not only diagnosed illnesses, but could also cause them. He wondered if it would be extremely unethical for a doctor to give people diseases just to cure them. Then he imagined the endless stream of coins he could make by doing so. In his mind, one voice told him he could not give people illnesses on purpose, while another voice insisted that in such a cruel world he could. Looking at his own hand, he activated the effect, level 4 mutation disease, recessive. The passive ability triggered immediately. He considered using the active part to hit the little hand with multiple diseases, but decided against it. Despite her constant threats, beatings, and attempts to eat him, she had been helpful. Still, he decided a little punishment wouldn't hurt. He glared at the hand. She suddenly complained of nausea. She was confused, saying she shouldn't even be able to have a stomach ache since she had no belly. Lin had given her morning sickness, something usually experienced by pregnant women. The little hand started vomiting. Lin felt satisfied at first, but soon he realized he was feeling bad too. The effects passed between them. He admitted defeat and handed her an antidote. She happily drank it, unaware he had been the one who poisoned her in the first place. Lin had given a random abandoned house as his delivery address, just in case. When the delivery arrived, the courier asked if he was Mr. Lin. After confirming, the man sniffed the air and declared his identity confirmed. Opening his own head, the courier pulled out a chest and explained how to activate it by opening the scroll inside and spilling a little blood. He asked Lin to sign for the delivery. At that moment, Lin's passive diagnosis skill triggered. He detected that the courier had a cold, heart disease, a cyst in the abdomen, and rheumatism. He looked at the man and thought he was in terrible shape. The courier waited impatiently for the signature, but Lin began asking questions about abdominal pain, chills, cracking knees, and even feelings of sadness when looking in the mirror. The courier was shocked at how much Lin knew and began to suspect he was being stalked. Lin reassured him he would not die and insisted that he could treat him right away. The courier was confused, but followed him next door into the pharmacy. The courier sat down, wondering how he had ended up inside the pharmacy when he had only come to deliver a package. Maybe this man was some miraculous doctor, and perhaps he was lucky to meet him. Lin told him to lift his leg. Then he struck his knee with a hammer. The courier's sanity dropped, and he cursed at Lin for the pain. Lin explained that the pain confirmed the location of the disease, ice poison, which would eventually prevent him from leaving his bed. The courier argued that it hadn't hurt until Lin hit it, but Lin brushed that aside, saying that the important thing was that the problem was real. Without treatment, the poison would spread through his bones until he was completely immobile. He warned that the pain would eventually feel like being sliced with a blade. Convinced, the courier agreed to treatment. Lin gave him a prescription and 2 kilograms of medicine. One type was a nutritional supplement, and the other was to increase appetite for kidney recovery. The courier asked if it wasn't too much medicine. Lin explained that there were other illnesses he hadn't mentioned yet. He pointed out that the courier was also experiencing chills in his abdomen, caused by a cyst that could be removed surgically. Picking up his massive black scalpel, Lin prepared for the procedure. The courier eyed the scalpel nervously, pointing out its size. Lin insisted he was a professional. The man then asked if anesthesia would be used, as that would be normal for surgery. Lin pretended to have forgotten, then looked for it. After a long search, he found a small jar, but the anesthetic inside was expired. He suggested the courier simply endure the surgery without it. The man refused, saying even the hammer strike had been unbearable. Lin said there was another form of anesthesia. Then he picked up a chair and struck the courier across the face, knocking him unconscious. While the man was unconscious, Lin began the abdominal surgery. He carefully removed the cyst from inside. Then he repaired the internal damage and ensured everything was properly closed. When the courier woke up, he was bandaged from the chest down. Lin explained that the cyst was gone and that with the medicine, the remaining freezing poison would heal. He even prepared a special new remedy for the man. The courier thanked him and wished him well, but Lin reminded him to pay. The total was 3,000 coins, which the courier handed over. He also asked Lin to sign the delivery receipt. As Lin touched the scroll, his passive diagnosis activated again. Lin was puzzled. Why had his passive skill triggered from touching the paper? Examining it closely, he noticed a strand of hair and realized it must belong to the informant. The hair carried several diseases. Seeing an opportunity, he wrote on the receipt that he had completed the delivery, but also informed the informant that he had diagnosed several serious illnesses from the hair sample. He invited the man to visit his pharmacy soon or risk death, signing it as his loyal Dr. Lin. The courier read the note and decided he wanted nothing to do with this. He left quickly, not wanting to be diagnosed again. Lin then prepared a letter to Xia Xia, the one with the large teeth who had created the dental plan. The letter was unusually romantic, claiming he couldn't sleep without seeing her and that he had lost weight from missing her. In reality, he was planning something sneaky. He placed a drop of blood on the contract to activate it. This action summoned a large dog. Summoning again brought forth a massive turtle. He asked them if they were his messengers, and the dog confirmed they were. But Lin eyed her suspiciously, doubting the delivery would ever arrive. The turtle confirmed she was indeed his messenger. He asked if she could truly find any target based on scent. After a long pause, she finally said yes. He handed her a letter for Xia Xia, placing it in her mouth at first. Her pace was so slow that he grew impatient. So he took the letter back and strapped it onto her shell instead. Watching her crawl at a snail's pace, he felt frustrated. He turned to the dog and said he had another mission for him. The dog vanished instantly. For a moment, Lin wondered if it had teleported. Then he noticed a meteorite fragment in its mouth, realizing the dog had jumped into the void and returned instantly. Overjoyed, Lin thought this was what a real messenger should be. He petted the dog but warned him not to die right after leaving. Then an idea formed in his mind, one that was pure mischief. Lin wondered what would happen if he combined both messengers. He caught up to the turtle, grabbed her, and brought the dog over. Then, with several hammer blows, he mashed them together. A new creature was formed. The result was the void-jumping turtle, a combination of the turtle's impenetrable defense and the dog's teleportation. The added weight might limit the teleporting distance, but the new hybrid was practically indestructible. He instructed the turtle to protect the dog and deliver the letter, and told the dog to teleport the turtle. Working together, he said, they would revolutionize the messenger world. The two animals departed. Feeling satisfied, Lin sat down to prepare a message for Bloodsaw. This time he wrote dramatically, claiming he was on the verge of death, his body bleeding, his brain on the ground, and his skull about to burst. He said monsters were constantly destroying the shop and hurting the apprentice, and if help didn't come soon, he would be dead. He ended by saying that his disciple missed the professor. After sending it, he wondered why he had gotten so emotional. Summoning another dog and turtle, he decided to shorten the delivery process by knocking them out with a hammer before sending them. Meanwhile, in another place, colorful, horned goblins were speaking to someone. An elf arrived, greeting a brother named Town and raising a toast to all present. Among those present was Shia Shah, sitting on the left, along with several enormous, big-headed beings with tentacles. The goblins looked tiny compared to the elf, and the elf was tiny compared to the towering big heads. Drinks were being served, and everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves. Shia Shah smiled brightly, her smile gleaming like a light. A pale elf commented on how beautiful and radiant his niece was. At that moment, the elf sensed something. Using magic, he caught Lin's dog and turtle, who had just arrived to deliver the message. The elf examined the pair, nodding they were messengers from the void, and assumed the delivery must be for him. Reading the letter, he realized it was addressed to Shia Shah and asked who that was. Shia Shah stepped forward, introducing herself. The elf asked if she had chosen the name herself, and her mother, surprised, said she hadn't known her daughter even had a name. She seemed pleased that Shia Shah liked it. Looking back at the letter, the elf read the line about wanting to spend a life together and raise cats and dogs. He asked who wrote it, and was told it came from someone named Lin. Shia Shah's eyes lit up. The elf guessed that this Lin must be quite something to make her react so happily. She admitted she couldn't read and asked the elf to read it aloud. He hesitated, warning her that it might not be wise. But the entire family was staring at him, so he began to read. The first line spoke of remembering a wonderful night they had shared. Shia Shah's mother repeated the word night, and her father added wonderful, both growing suspicious. The elf explained that it was written in the letter, and that he was just reading it. Shia Shah urged him to continue, smiling happily. Her parents were curious why she was enjoying it so much. The elf read on about how lonely it was without her, and how the writer had finally decided to send this letter. The elf silently cursed Lin, feeling as if the man was deliberately putting him in danger. The letter continued, saying that if it had not been written, the sender felt he would not be able to live any longer. Hearing this, Shia Shah's father grew angry, questioning the meaning of such words. The elf read the final invitation for her to visit Lin's home. The parents were left speechless, and the elf looked unsure what to do, but Shia Shah, overjoyed, grabbed the letter and ran off, cheerfully bidding farewell to her mother and father. Shia Shah left, announcing she was going to have dinner. Everyone stared as she walked away. The elf wondered what kind of dimensional being she was. It seemed impossible to lure someone of her level with just a love letter. He was impressed by whoever had managed it. Behind him, her parents watched closely. Her mother commented that Shia Shah had matured a lot lately, probably because of her age. Her father, furious, smashed things and tried to follow, but the mother stopped him, saying he couldn't interfere in her relationships. Frustrated, the father slammed his face into the ground. Elsewhere, under a red moon, a castle loomed. From it, swarms of demon association spiders moved to attack. Inside one of the spiders, a controller activated a neural system and gave the order to launch a full assault. The army rushed forward, but they were quickly torn apart by vines rising from the ground. Even after sending the entire force, a massive tree crushed and shredded the attackers. When the spider leader got a clear look, he saw a new, beautiful opponent stepping into view. The spiders scanned the newcomer, and every result came back the same black moon creature, extremely powerful in combat. The leader commanded an attack from all directions, confident in the numbers. The woman didn't move until the enemy was almost upon her. Then, with a graceful wave of her hand, she stopped them all in place. In the next instant, they exploded. She spared only the later approached and calmly declared the fight over. The entire northern offensive group had been wiped out in 59 seconds. At that moment, the silver turtle dog hybrid messenger was arriving, only to get caught as well. Far away in a room full of puppets, Bloodsaw struck one angrily. A puppet approached and reported that a letter had arrived. She didn't know who sent it. The messenger had simply been found in the courtyard, but the letter was addressed to someone named Lin. Bloodsaw was shocked. Lin was the child he had taken in. He had warned him about incoming attacks, but never expected him to survive this long. Reading the letter, Bloodsaw grew confused. It claimed Lin was about to die. Tossing it onto the table, he thanked his host for the last 2 days, but said he had to leave. The woman blocked his way, warning him that there were many hunters outside, and he wasn't fully healed. She refused to let him rush to his death. Bloodsaw insisted that it was better to bring death to his enemies than wait for it to come to him, vowing to make the entire demon association pay. The puppet thought his behavior was strange and suspected the letter was the cause. She read it aloud. Lin claimed his body was bleeding, his head exploding, and that he might not survive. He wrote that he had done his best to protect the shop, but was likely to die soon, and he had one last question for his teacher. The question was whether the professor was still alive. Lin asked that, if he died, his ashes be burned next year on Father's Day. Bloodsaw lost his composure, blaming himself for failing as a teacher, and shouting that the demon association had killed his disciple. He vowed to kill them all the next day. The puppet restrained him, urging him to calm down. She pointed out that the letter seemed suspicious. No dying person would write such a long and elaborate note. Bloodsaw paused, but argued that he recognized Lin's handwriting. The puppet gave him a slap and told him to think. Someone whose head was exploding wouldn't write such a sentimental letter. She asked if he thought Lin was just messing with him. Then she revealed an eye in her palm and said she could take him to the horizon if he didn't believe her. They appeared at the shopping mall in World 900, the corresponding location to the Valley of the Soul. She assured Bloodsaw that his apprentice was safe, but he demanded proof. She told him to check the regional channel. The channel was full of people panicking, saying they never imagined such terrifying creatures would appear in the Valley of the Soul. Some were digging holes or hiding in basements, certain the valley would be destroyed. Root-level creatures had been spotted. Bloodsaw saw something enter a shop and grew tense, realizing his disciple was in danger. He vanished before his companion could stop him, determined to at least retrieve Lin's body if necessary. Back in the valley, Lin was asleep when a small tentacle reached out to pat his face. Without opening his eyes, he fired 2 shots. The system confirmed he had shot a root-level creature and earned experience. Fully awake, he saw the newcomer, cute in appearance, but felt his sanity slipping. He removed the bullets from her forehead and apologized, saying it was unintentional. She asked if this was some kind of ritual, and he agreed. He placed a bandage on her forehead, making her beam and show off her large tooth, asking his opinion of it. He praised it but added that he would need to conduct a more thorough examination, inviting her closer. Outside the shop, someone watched through a spyglass. It was Shia Shah's father. The eccentric elf was beside him. The father asked if they could see what Lin looked like. The mother commented that he was cute but too small. The father immediately disapproved, saying her daughter deserved better. He leapt up, ready to attack, but the mother stopped him, telling him not to ruin their relationship. The father argued he would kill the man, but she pointed out they were only talking. She even teased him, saying he hadn't been very big either, which made him stop in embarrassment. Still, he vowed to see whether Lin had the courage to act inappropriately toward his daughter. They couldn't see clearly from outside, so the elf handed over a listening device to catch the conversation. What they heard didn't sound normal. Shia Shah asked if Lin truly wanted to do this, and he assured her he always worked thoroughly. She warned that a deep betrayal would feel strange, but he told her not to worry. She knew how he worked, and though it might hurt at first, it would be worth it. She agreed, saying the last time hadn't been as good. The father became furious, ready to charge in, but the mother held him again, telling him he might be misunderstanding the situation. The conversation continued with Shia Shah, suggesting they go one at a time, Lin telling her to relax, and the father nearly breaking free in rage. When Lin later asked if it had felt normal, she said yes. He told her that was because he had gone easy, but now he would need to go deeper and explore fully. The elf, listening in, was amazed by how much fun they seemed to be having. In reality, Lin was inspecting her ear, which was full of wax. He told her it was completely blocked, but promised to prepare a potion to fix it. This quickly earned more of her trust. He poured the potion into her ear and gently brushed it, asking if it was too deep. She replied that it was comfortable. Lin said that was perfect and went a little deeper, removing large amounts of wax. When he finished, he asked if she could hear better, and she happily confirmed she could hear more clearly than ever. He explained this was just the beginning, and that he could take care of many areas to keep her healthy. This increased her trust in him by another 20 points, and she glowed with happiness. Lin then told her to open her mouth. She warned him not to touch a certain part casually, but instead of doing anything strange, he applied a white cream to her face. He explained that it would make her skin more radiant. The elf and goblins listening were fascinated, though Shia Shah's father was on the verge of exploding again. The mother, however, simply remarked that their daughter had grown up. 2 hours later, the elf noted Lin's patience and skill. In Lin's system, a message appeared. The admiration of the Horn Ghost King had increased by 50 points, granting Lin an additional 10 points to all attributes. Lin was puzzled, wondering where this powerful being even was. Meanwhile, a member of the Demon Association arrived in the Valley of the Soul, bringing one of his terrifying creatures. Confident, he said he hoped Lin wouldn't try to escape. He wanted to capture him and study how he could integrate so many parts into his body. Lin was still tending to Xia Sha when a mission alert appeared: survive as long as possible, or at least keep the house intact. The ominous wording made him uneasy, but he reminded himself he had prepared a countermeasure. He asked Xia Sha if she was hungry. She said yes, and asked about the dinner he had promised. He told her it had just arrived, one of the biggest banquets ever. Outside, the Demon Association leader commanded his creatures to stop as he spotted Lin, who greeted them as if he had been waiting. The leader was surprised at Lin's confidence and asked why he hadn't run. Lin turned the question back on him, wondering why the man dared to come to the valley knowing he was here. An announcement spread through the Valley of the Soul. The danger level had been raised to its maximum. Countless high-level creatures were appearing, and anyone could watch the scene for 100 coins. Many recognized the attackers as Demon Association forces and were shocked to see Lin standing confidently before them. Most doubted him, saying he was just an apprentice and would be defeated easily. The one-horned elf also watched, realizing that the association had brought multiple biological weapons specifically for Lin. Observing the situation, he suspected Lin's real plan. He had lured Xia Sha here so she could act as a weapon against them. The dinner Lin had promised her was actually the association's monster. The leader admired Lin's bravery again. Lin declared he was here to finish them all. The leader asked why he was so sure he would win, but Lin admitted he wasn't sure at all. The man was confused. If Lin wasn't sure, why was he here? Lin explained that his professor had once told him that a guaranteed victory wasn't as thrilling as an uncertain one, and he liked to risk everything when his life was on the line. Spectators across the valley were impressed by his courage, even if they thought he was reckless. Facing the Demon Association so directly was bold. Lin, pretending to be bored, said the situation was dull and that he might as well go home to sleep, which only made him more popular. The association leader accused him of trying to provoke a fight and promised he would pay for it. He introduced his creature, a Type 3 flesh puppet, supposedly the most powerful war weapon in existence, able to destroy kings and root-level monsters alike. The puppet attacked, but Xia Sha stepped in, sending the attack back. Eyes from the destroyed creature flew toward the association leader, leaving him stunned. His prized weapon was gone instantly. Lin mocked him, pretending not to hear what he had said earlier. Viewers watching the live stream recognized Xia Sha as a legendary root-level creature that had terrorized cities in the past. Realizing she was allied with Lin, they concluded that was why the valley had been spared. Fear of Lin grew rapidly, and he gained several new achievements. Xia Sha asked if she could eat all the enemies herself. Lin told her she could, no one would take them from her. The association leader was baffled, wondering why a root-level monster was even here. Lin's system notified him that he had gained 20 more points of fear from his enemies. Holding two of the creature's eyes, he asked if they really thought he would have come here without preparing first. Xia Sha began devouring all the association's creatures. The enemies collapsed helplessly, unable to fight back. Their systems analyzed the situation and concluded the chance of victory was 0%, recommending immediate retreat. The leader shouted for a full withdrawal. The spiders scattered in panic. Lin told Xia Sha that it was her turn to enjoy the feast. She rushed toward the much smaller enemies, revealing just how massive she actually was. Tentacles lashed out, snatching entire groups of spiders before she swallowed them whole, commenting that the mix of metallic parts and meat was surprisingly tasty. The people of the valley were terrified, unsure what they were witnessing. Many decided that the only reason the Veil of Alma was still standing must be because of Lin. When Lin complained the enemies were running too fast, Xia Sha wrapped a tentacle around him. She told him to hold on. She then bolted forward, carrying him along as she hunted. People stared in disbelief. He had become the first human in history to ride on the head of a root-level creature. The title of Root Knight began to spread like legend. Lin struggled to stay balanced. His system announced an epic achievement: Root Knight, the first human ever to use a root creature as a mount. He muttered that Xia Sha was just a friend, but had no time to dwell on it. A massive spider lunged at him, and Lin quickly drew the hunter's revolver, firing to slow it down. Xia Sha seized the stunned prey and ate it. Lin praised their teamwork. He would immobilize enemies while she finished them off. Bullets flew in every direction as he picked off more targets. Even a romantic Cyclops couple got caught in the chaos, crushed under fleeing spiders. When he asked Xia Sha if she was full, she said no. So they decided to go after the largest spider. It was still flaying. The association leader was among the escapees, mentally cursing the humiliation. In less than 10 minutes, half of his forces were gone. He couldn't understand why such a powerful creature had appeared here at all. He tried to contact the association for backup, but the automated system insisted it was ready to follow all his orders. He shouted for his location to be transmitted. But before he could finish, something struck him in the head, smashing him into a wall. The impact knocked off his mask. He now found himself face to face with Lin and Xia Sha. The association operators confirmed his location and said help was on the way. The leader reached for a teleportation device, but Lin picked it up first, remarking that so this was his escape plan. The leader insisted he was not fleeing, only calling reinforcements. But the voice on the communicator reassured him that he could leave at any time. Sweat ran down his face. Lin grinned and turned to Xia Sha, saying the meal hadn't been big enough yet. He would order more for her. She brightened at the thought. Taking the communicator, Lin requested urgent reinforcements, claiming he needed heavy military power at his position. The confused leader didn't understand why Lin was doing this. Meanwhile, at the Demon Association headquarters, the operators confirmed the coordinates and mobilized a hunting team. The leader screamed for them not to come, warning they would be eaten. But it was too late. Mosquito-like drones, mechanical ants, and beetles soon appeared on the field. Lin pointed at them and told Xia Sha it was time to start again. Xia Sha tore into the insect troops, biting and swallowing them whole. The system notified Lin that she had already destroyed 10 mechanical insects. Lin kept speaking into the communicator, claiming they were close to victory and requesting even more troops. The cheerful voice on the other end addressed him as president and promised to mobilize every sector. He told the machines they deserved promotions, and they thanked him happily. Leaning on his gun, he warned them not to be tricked by hackers and asked if they had good identification protocols. They reassured him they did. The association leader, nearly losing his mind, grabbed a nearby creature. He linked into its systems to send an urgent message. Someone was impersonating him, and reinforcements needed to stop. But the robots on the other end seemed suspicious and told him they knew he was pretending to be the president. They accused him of trying to fool them. He shouted his personal code to prove his identity. But the robots only became more certain he was a hacker, impressed he had even learned the password. The leader took another mental blow as Xia Sha continued devouring his forces. Lin's system awarded him an achievement for destroying the enemy's morale without a direct fight. Xia Sha's family had been watching everything. The mother was delighted, saying her daughter had found a wonderful boyfriend who brought her such an incredible meal. Her opinion of Lin grew even higher. The father argued that one meal wasn't enough. The only one who truly understood the situation was the elf, who suspected Lin's real plan. He wasn't bringing her food out of kindness, but was using her to wipe out his enemies. The mother dismissed that, saying it was clearly just dinner and it looked delicious. Even the father began drooling, remarking how fresh the ingredients looked. The elf gave up trying to explain. He realized the association's forces really were being treated like food. Lin had planned everything, turning Xia Sha into a weapon. At the association, panic spread. A timid member woke up and demanded to know why so many troops had been deployed. They explained it was an order from the vice president of the mechanical division, who had called everyone for an emergency. Then the true president of the association contacted them, demanding to know what was going on. Hearing this voice, Lin guessed he was speaking to the real leader. He swallowed hard and pretended to be cooperative, saying there was a serious problem, and he would report in full after handling it. The president interrupted, accusing him of stealing the mechanical demon's communicator. Furious, he shouted his outrage. The president of the Demon Association raged over the waste of so many troops and being made to look like a fool. He ordered his forces to send someone who could finish the matter for good. The machines acknowledged the command. The battered association leader on the field thought that the mechanical demon was never easy to deal with and wanted to see who would be sent to end this. Soon, large bee-like creatures appeared in the sky. Lin, spotting them, wondered if the final boss had finally arrived. He even waved toward the cameras before the newcomer approached. The newcomer first noticed Lin and questioned why a human was standing here, and why the mechanical demon had fallen to someone like this. Then his eyes caught Xia Sha, and he realized she was a root-level creature. The sight of a human riding such a being shocked him. Deciding to prove the association's strength, he broke the chains that restrained a massive monster. He called for his body number 2, a fearsome creation of flesh and blood with wings, built as a top-class biological weapon capable of fighting even root creatures. Its sudden appearance left even association members uneasy. The president himself declared he would personally join the fight. Back on the ground, Lin asked Xia Sha if she was full. She replied she was almost there, but still wanted something truly special. Lin promised the main course was coming. Moments later, a beam of light shot down from the sky, exploding in the city as the towering demon descended. Only one person in the association was known to control such a weapon. Xia Sha was large, but the new creature was much larger. Lin felt his crisis meter jump instantly to 100%, and his system advised him to flee. Xia Sha, however, was delighted, calling it a delicious final challenge. Lin urged her to escape, but the monster struck her hard, sending her flying. Her parents, watching from afar, were alarmed. Lin rushed to check if she was hurt. She was stunned, realizing she had just been hit like prey, and even worse, one of her favorite teeth had fallen out. Tears welled up as she mourned its loss. Lin promised to fix it once they got home. The elf tried to keep the parents calm, but the mother snapped, saying she would not stay still while her daughter fought something like this. She and the father set off toward the battle. Still crying, Xia Sha heard Lin promise to make her a beautiful new tooth. The monster stepped closer, declaring that both of them would die that day. Lin, showing his ruthless side, gripped his revolver. The president scoffed at the idea of a human teaching him a lesson, calling Lin foolish for thinking he could stand against someone of his power. But Lin didn't hesitate. He aimed and shot him directly in the forehead. The audience watching the scene thought he had gone insane. Even the monster staggered from the unexpected attack, enraged that Lin dared shoot him. Lin replied that he understood their difference in strength, but would never allow anyone to harm his patients. This act deeply moved Xia Sha. Her trust and affection for Lin grew greatly, and the system awarded him an achievement for becoming friends with a root creature. Lin assured her she could count on him. The onlookers could hardly believe a human was protecting a root creature. The monster found the situation strange and began to wonder if Lin's real ability was to win over others' hearts. He still insisted it didn't matter, claiming that even an adult root creature would be no match for him, especially when the one here was a child. Lin countered by hinting he could summon more root-level creatures, playing up his reputation for winning allies. The president dismissed this claim and attacked, but then an even greater force arrived. If the president was huge, Xia Sha's father was twice his size. Lin grinned. Everyone in the valley recognized the newcomers instantly. They were the destructive family known to devastate entire regions. No one could understand how a human had befriended such beings. The president trembled. 2 real root creatures had appeared at once. Lin's system notified him that his fear rating among enemies had risen by 20 points. Xia Sha joyfully called out to her parents, asking why they had come. The president was stunned to hear this. Lin thought back to when Old Lady had mentioned 3 identical creatures, causing fear in the area. From talking with Xia Sha, he had learned she was the smallest, and he had guessed the others were her relatives. When she once mentioned needing to return soon so her family wouldn't worry, he realized her parents must be far stronger than she was. Now the mother stepped forward, accusing the president of arrogance for daring to challenge her daughter. The president nervously claimed it had been a joke. The father appeared behind him, reminding him that he had boasted about not fearing even root creatures. The president again insisted it was only casual talk, but the parents surrounded him, accusing him of striking their daughter. The president tried to explain it as part of demon association culture. The harder the slap, the more respect it showed. To prove it, he struck one of his own subordinates, who vanished instantly. Everyone stared in disbelief, as the president said his friend had been pleased. The mother answered with a powerful slap to his face. The father followed up with his own, saying they should join this cultural exchange to show their affection. The president was battered between them. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and turn on the bell for more awesome stories. The people who were watching the broadcast were shocked. They realized the difference between a real beast and one that was artificially created. The captain, already beaten badly, tried to defend himself but failed. He was struck down again. Lin looked at the system and saw information about the creature's parents. The father's race was unknown, his level was chaotic, and he was described as a Titan's head, one of the oldest beings in the world of darkness. The mother was a corrupted witch's head. The system revealed that they came from another dimension and not the world of darkness. In their dimension, they were treated like gods. Then Xia Sha appeared, cheerful, licking Lin and telling him not to worry. She said her father treated her well and would never hurt him. Lin tried to be polite, saying they must be kind people to raise such a cute and gentle daughter. But when he saw her parents tearing apart and devouring the Demon Association leader, he thought it was better not to get too close to them. The scene shifted to the Demon Association. The man who had been in the capsule collapsed weakly. Everyone hurried to the president. The president ordered everyone to stop what they were doing and activate Defense Mode 0. People hesitated, asking if he was sure. He insisted and told them to hurry. Soon, an emergency notice was sent to all members. They were ordered to take their positions immediately. Bloodsaw walked through a forest with the puppet. He muttered that he could not believe Plan Zero had been activated. The puppet asked what Plan Zero was. Bloodsaw explained that when the Demon Association was founded, he and other members created a secret signal to be used only when something truly devastating happened. The puppet realized this meant the Demon Association had been attacked. Bloodsaw confirmed it. She crossed her arms, interested, and wondered who in the world of darkness would dare to go against the Demon Association. Bloodsaw urged her to move quickly. There was a witch tower ahead, and they might witness something. Back at the fight, the parents were devouring the Demon Association leader's body. They called their daughter over. She skipped happily to them while Lin hung nearby. The mother stroked her and said she had been worried. She could not believe someone had dared to slap her daughter. They had followed her because they feared the man was deceiving her. She replied that he had not deceived her. Instead, he had given her much good food. Lin trembled, wondering if he was the bastard they spoke of. Both parents stared at him. Lin thought nervously that even if he had taken advantage of her, he had at least been friendly to their daughter. The parents kept staring at Lin. He thought he could calm the situation if he explained himself sincerely. Awkwardly, he introduced himself as a small dentist and doctor named Lin. He worked at Store 55 in the Valley of the Soul, had no home, was single, and had no living relatives. But instead of calming things, the danger level rose to almost certain death. Lin panicked. His explanation had only made things worse. The parents began tapping their tentacles, commenting on how well he had handled their daughter. The mother said she liked it too. Lin was horrified, wondering if they admired him or planned to kill him. The system warned that his sanity was almost gone. He needed to stabilize his mind or collapse. Then he received an achievement, surviving 60 seconds in front of a root-level creature without losing his sanity. A second achievement followed, surviving before 2 root-level creatures. With that, he gained mental strength and physical power. Shasha happily told her parents that Lin had been so joyful while riding her. Lin quickly told her not to bring that up. Then the father approached him, saying they should have a talk since he had killed the one who dared to slap his daughter. Lin thought he was doomed. The parents then told him to come with them. Meanwhile, underground in the association, a massive metal claw emerged. A castle rose, filled with buildings, towers, and monstrous parts. The association's Zero Plan was in motion. The Zero Plan defense system was now active. Prototype Colossus 012 entered combat mode. Bloodsaw and the puppet arrived to see the enormous creation. Bloodsaw was shocked that the association had dared to activate it. The puppet simply stared and muttered about its size, which confused Bloodsaw. She quickly brushed it off and asked him to explain. He told her it was the association's Colossus, a war machine built to imitate the true Colossus of the Black World, one of the strongest beings to ever exist. It was made from all of the association's technology and evil, but its origin came from another civilization. The puppet asked about that civilization. Bloodsaw explained that after many years, the Demon Association had reached the peak of Black World technology but could go no further. Then they discovered the remains of a true Colossus from another civilization. That creature was stronger than any root-level being. The association studied it and even planned to revive it. But the old president gave up, fearing things were spiraling out of control. The pieces of the Colossus were separated and hidden. However, the new leader reassembled them, determined to restart the terrible plan. The puppet asked if the Colossus could fight like the true one. Bloodsaw admitted it was far weaker, but since it contained real parts of the true Colossus, its destructive power could match several root-level creatures. Back at the association, robots announced everything was ready. The president, looking frail, approved. One officer stormed in, furious, demanding why the Colossus had been activated. The president explained that they had become targets of 3 root-level creatures. The horned officer asked who had provoked them. The president admitted it was his doing, then dismissed him to help with preparations. Soon after, alarms sounded. Something was approaching. They saw the Colossus itself. Bloodsaw, the puppet, Lin, and Sha were arriving with it. Bloodsaw was shocked to see a head hunter. He wondered if the association had lost its mind, provoking such a creature. The puppet asked why he cared. If the root creatures destroyed the association, wouldn't that be a good thing? Bloodsaw replied that although there were monsters in the association, not everyone deserved death. He thought the head hunter still looked young and might not be too dangerous. But then he saw the mother, a fully matured creature, and worried. When the father appeared too, he was speechless. The 3 root-level creatures advanced. Bloodsaw clutched his head, overwhelmed. He could not understand why 3 of them were here, and one was even stronger than usual. He lost 20 points of sanity. The puppet asked about the association's chances. Bloodsaw admitted they had no hope of winning, and said they should return to the Valley of the Soul. But then the puppet pointed out something strange. Someone was riding on the creatures' heads. Bloodsaw was stunned. He grabbed her telescope. It seemed impossible, but he saw it. Lin was sitting happily with Sha. Lin shouted cheerfully, his eyes sparkling with excitement. A moment later, he suddenly felt unwell and vomited. Bloodsaw sent a blood message, confirming it was really him. Lin was thrilled to see his teacher nearby, and shouted for him to return to the store, confessing he was afraid to be alone. The 3 creatures located Bloodsaw, who trembled. The system appeared and congratulated Lin on gaining an achievement, frightening his own teacher. His reward was 20 happiness points, though he wondered what use it had. Sha asked if his teacher was there. Lin said yes, but he was puzzled by the strange achievement, since his teacher had not even seen him yet. Then the mother announced they had arrived. Lin stared at the association's creation. It was gigantic. The system identified it as a mechanical flesh creature with unknown attributes. It was described as anti-root, but marked as false. The system added that Lin had just encountered his first miraculous creation, and the illustration system was now activated. The system explained that by spending a certain amount of skull coins, one could unlock detailed information about a creature, including weaknesses, habits, and preferences. Lin decided to test it and selected the Colossus. The information appeared in the form of a card, and to his delight, he immediately received 10 attribute points just for viewing it. The system told him the stronger the creatures he recorded in the book, the more points he would earn. Excited, Lin glanced at Xiao and gained 6 more points, then at the father for 20, and at the mother for 15. Xiao asked why he was so cheerful, and he replied that he was getting rewards for free, which was the best thing possible. But then the Colossus activated challenge mode, identifying root creatures and launching counterattacks. From the card, the system issued an emergency warning. Lin had to escape the desert immediately. Still, Lin felt confident with 3 root creatures on his side. The Colossus commander was confused to see 3 root creatures standing in front of his war machine. In response, he fired a powerful blast from its massive cannon. Smoke filled the air, and he laughed like a madman, believing nothing could withstand his Colossus. But the family was untouched. Xiao, the weakest of them, admitted it hurt but strangely felt pleasant. Then the father lashed out, whipping the Colossus first. The father leapt forward and unleashed the sea dragon's dive, followed by the sea dragon's poisonous drill, striking the Colossus fiercely. Lin grew uneasy. The system had told him to flee, yet with these root creatures on his side, how could he lose? He thought he might contribute with his information system, but quickly realized the family's strength was overwhelming. The system suddenly updated his mission. Instead of fleeing, he was tasked with collecting as many valuable parts from the Colossus as possible. Lin thought it seemed too easy. Boss battles were never this simple. There must be a trick. He closed one eye and conjured another on his face, using it like an X-ray to peer through walls. He saw deep inside the base, where association members were weeping. They cried that their strongest weapon had been destroyed in less than 10 minutes. Their leader told them it did not matter. They had to gather as much data as possible, escape, and rebuild. He ordered the robot to prepare an escape route. But alarms sounded. A powerful presence was detected outside. The men looked out and were horrified to see Lin riding on Xiao's head. They readied 300 weapons at once. Inside, one commander clenched his teeth, blaming Lin for everything. Without him, the three root creatures would not have been drawn to them, and now he had even brought them to the base. He ordered the full arsenal to be activated. If nothing else, they could at least kill the human. The system displayed a message for Lin. The Demon Association's hatred toward him had risen by 40. Lin warned Xiao that the man who slapped her earlier was here, so they should go eat him. Xiao quickly burrowed into the ground, preparing a surprise attack from below. At the same time, Lin was caught up in a heated argument with his troublesome parasitic hand. He scolded it for pretending to be asleep when he knew it was awake. He demanded it stop acting scared and join the fight. The hand finally spoke up, acting proud, claiming it was not afraid. But Lin noticed it was trembling. The hand had gained 20 points of fear just from Xiao's presence. Lin seized the moment and teased it, saying Xiao loved to eat hands. The hand broke into a sweat, insisting it was being threatened, and gained 15 more points of fear. Lin acted innocent, reminding the hand they had been together for 17 years, and he would never threaten it, unless it disobeyed. Lin continued, saying that if she behaved, she would get a lollipop, but if she misbehaved, she would get bitter medicine. The hand asked if it could refuse both, but Lin simply looked at Xiao and said she might eat a left hand today. The hand panicked, demanded the candy, and agreed to behave. Lin threw her the lollipop and told her to obey from now on. The system confirmed he had gained obedience from the little hand. Lin then prepared for the decisive battle. He transferred all his points into physical power. His level reached 10 with 154 physical points. Xiao fell into the pit with him, but they were immediately targeted by countless lasers. Xiao caught the beams midair, while the little hand transformed into an umbrella to shield Lin. He was impressed, admitting he had not known she could do that. She snapped back, telling him to stop talking and fight. Lin pulled out his hunter's pistol and fought wildly, firing in quick succession. After 100 accurate shots, he gained an achievement that increased his accuracy even more. They reached a massive gate, and as it opened, spider-like machines with cannons poured out. Even so, they were swiftly destroyed. The spider machines had been defeated before, and they lost again. Lin pulled out his mighty dragon cannon, its power surging as he aimed at the enemies. He fired, and the resulting explosion ripped through them, scattering everything in its path. He was fighting like a man possessed, even throwing himself into the flames until the system warned him that he was burning. Without the warning, he might not have realized it. Still, he continued leaping and slaying enemies, every kill giving him more experience. The little hand, mouth open wide, devoured another enemy and transformed into a shining blade. Lin was amazed and asked why she had not shown this ability before. The hand explained that as long as he gave her what she wanted, she could transform into anything. Together, she and Xiao happily devoured enemies, while the association president watched in horror. He cursed, asking if they thought the place was a cafeteria. One beaten soldier reported that evacuation preparations were complete. The president was pleased, saying they would allow Lin his last meal. He pressed a hidden control. A countdown began, 10 minutes until the base self-destructed. Everyone was ordered to evacuate at once. The base soldiers panicked. They protested that there was no time for escape either. The president ignored them, climbed into his robot, and asked if the transport was ready. When told it was, he ordered activation, declaring that even if they destroyed his colossus, they would pay dearly for stepping into his base. Suddenly, smoke began to rise. The president demanded an explanation. The robot reported that the system was receiving an unusual surge of energy. When the cameras displayed the cause, they saw Xiao had already stormed through, destroying the energy room and causing an overload. The base would self-destruct in 6 minutes, regardless of anyone's wishes. At that moment, Xiao entered the control room. The president broke into a sweat, while Lin received a system mission to finish the president in exchange for a large reward of skull coins. The president muttered that they had arrived too quickly. Lin, grinning madly, said he had no choice but to hurry since the man had triggered self-destruction. The president tried to remain confident, saying Lin thought defeating him with a root creature would be easy, but he had forgotten something. The president released a red aura, announcing it was now simple to kill Lin as well. He unleashed a spiritual attack that almost disintegrated him on the spot. Lin's little hand slipped from his grasp and hit the ground, melting into a puddle of black goo. Moments later, the goo swelled into balloon-like shapes that twisted and morphed into several copies of Lin's head. The mouths opened and launched a spiritual counterattack. The president was startled, asking if Lin also had spiritual abilities. Lin remained calm, quickly recovering thanks to the little hand. Pulling out his gun, he fired while Xiao attacked alongside him. Together, they landed several strikes on the president. Lin asked the little hand if she was all right. She admitted she had drained too much energy, but would endure. Xiao licked Lin's face, asking if he was safe. He reassured her, grateful that the little hand had saved him. Xiao then licked the little hand as thanks. Looking at the president's body, Xiao wondered aloud if he was dead. Lin doubted it, nodding the system had not granted any reward. He believed the president had shifted his consciousness elsewhere before the body was destroyed. Lin used his devil eye again and saw a creature floating in an incubator. The president's voice declared that flesh was weak, but by merging it with machines, he had achieved perfection. 4 minutes remained before the base's destruction. Lin understood the president had transferred his consciousness, but not the exact location. Suddenly, Xiao was struck in the face and dragged aside. She admitted she had been hit without warning. The president revealed himself, now inside a new body. The system identified him: mechanical creature god, combat level 71, king-class armor enhanced with research from the Colossus. Instead of despairing, Lin felt invigorated. He said it was not yet clear who would lose. Xiao smiled, saying that anyone who bullied the doctor must die. But the president's movements were faster now, and he dodged skillfully. He launched a fiery attack similar to the Sasugia style. Xiao saved Lin just in time. The little hand warned that such attacks would overwhelm them if struck. Lin insisted not to worry, saying he had a plan. He instructed Xiao to open her mouth, hiding himself behind her tooth. From there, he prepared a trick, daring the president to come closer. The president agreed and drew 2 blades. A fierce battle of blades and tentacles began. 2 minutes remained until the explosion. Lin cursed to himself. Xiao could win, but not fast enough. He decided to trigger his random diagnosis skill. The president's vision began to blur. In the middle of combat, he was struck by a tentacle and slammed into the ground. In his system interface, messages appeared: parasites in the brain, thrombosis in the brain, fragmentation in the brain, Alzheimer's disease, schizophrenia. He was horrified. He thought his body was perfect and believed it impossible to suffer such conditions, but the reality was undeniable. He glared at Lin, who grinned like a madman. Another strike knocked the president down. Agonizing, he realized he had lost to a human. Lin walked closer and explained calmly. Machines had been overvalued. His random diagnosis only triggered illnesses already hidden within a person. Because the president had fused his brain with a machine body, he had actually made himself weaker. If his body had been truly healthy, nothing would have happened. The base then announced 20 seconds remained before destruction. Lin told Xiao to run. He looked back once more and saw the president staggering to his feet, rambling nonsense, his mind shattered by Alzheimer's, schizophrenia, and other brain disorders. He babbled like a fool playing childish games. Lin said farewell and escaped, completing his mission. He received 5,000 black skull coins and a legendary ability called Memories of the Past. The base erupted in an atomic explosion. Lin praised Xiao for a flawless job. The little hand was eager to check rewards and opened the system. She discovered a strengthening ability that boosted the power of any existing skill. Lin inspected the legendary ability Memories of the Past. It allowed a person to return physically to a state from their past. He thought this made him invincible. But the system clarified. It caused extreme mental stress, and after 1 hour, the user returned to their current state. His dreams of immortality crumbled instantly. The father and mother soon appeared, asking Xiao where she had been. She proudly declared she had gone off to defeat villains. The mother petted her, overjoyed and praising her as amazing. The father, however, accused her of lying, saying she had actually been with him eating the Colossus while their daughter fought. The parents began to argue fiercely. Lin thought to himself that this was a quarrel no one could ever stop. Then the body of the association president fell nearby. Lin ordered Xiao to crush it so he could examine what was inside the man's head. At that moment, the father turned to Lin and stated firmly that he had not yet approved of the marriage. Lin froze in shock, confused about what marriage he was talking about. The mother stepped in, telling the father to stop pretending. The father moved closer, saying there was no point in pretending anymore. Lin tried to explain that there had been some kind of mistake, struggling to defend himself. Before he could continue, the tentacle struck the ground beside him, demanding to know if he intended to keep lying. Lin quickly agreed, insisting it was no misunderstanding, everything was true. The mother smiled, declaring that from now on he was part of their family. The father added that he was a lucky man to be with their daughter. The mother pointed out how happy Sha was with him, and Sha repeated that she truly was happy with the doctor. Lin then focused on the remains of the president, carefully taking out the brain. The system informed him that the mechanical god was added to his registry, granting him 5 points. However, the brain was filled with countless diseases. Lin placed it into a box, thinking he would present it to his professor, who would surely be pleased. Unseen by him, the puppet watched from a distance. She marveled that Bloodsaw's apprentice could communicate with root creatures, so unlike her own perverted master. She even wondered if this apprentice would eventually surpass the teacher. Imagining herself free, making puppets all day with Lin trapped in her castle, she devised a plan. If she could deceive him and bring him there, then through her daughters she could secure her freedom. Her eyes gleamed with interest, but now she had competition, Xiao the witch and the puppet's own ambitions. Meanwhile, in the Valley of the Soul, an information seller spread the news of the demon association's destruction for a price of 500 coins. The Red Witch, seeing the reports, was shocked. The images showed the head hunters defeating the association, with Lin holding a massive gun in his hands. She admitted she had underestimated him. Witnessing such an outcome, she found him even more attractive, thinking he was incredibly handsome. Just by challenging the association, he had brought them down. She resolved to reward him with new and daring techniques. Lin, unaware of any of this, was innocently collecting the remains of the creatures scattered across the ground. He turned to Xiao, saying that once he finished, he would fix her teeth. At that moment, the mother appeared behind him, asking him to finish quickly so they could talk. His sanity dropped, and he nervously agreed. She asked Xiao if she could speak to him alone. Lin silently begged Xiao to refuse. But Xiao agreed, adding that the doctor could take care of her teeth later. Dragged away, Lin grew anxious. The mother stared at him for what felt like 20 minutes. He wondered if she was waiting for him to speak first. But if he said something wrong, would he die? Should he try using his communication skills? Nervously placing a hand on his chest, he told her he wanted to apologize. When he had sent the letter to Xiao, it was out of fear of the association. He swore he had no bad intentions. From the first time he met Xiao, he thought she was kind and cute, and he only wanted to be her friend. The mother asked if he truly liked her daughter. The system granted him another point of favorability. Lin admitted he liked her very much, perhaps too much. The mother asked if he did not mind that her daughter was only a head, or that he did not even know what they truly were. She accused him of lying, and the crisis level shot to 99%. Lin answered calmly that she was mistaken. In his mind, race meant nothing. Beauty changed with every generation, but what mattered was the heart hidden beneath appearances. He explained that beauty might follow one path, but interest in the soul was always unique. He sounded like a philosopher. He added that Xiao never cared that he was only a simple human, so why should he care about what she was? The system rewarded him with experience and eloquence. The mother became flustered, unable to find any fault in his words. Lin, standing tall and dignified, gained 10 more favorability points. The mother admitted she believed his sincerity, but asked if he had the ability to care for her daughter and make her happy. Lin reassured her confidently, saying he was a professional in this area and could provide personal care, not only for Xiao but for her as well. The mother imagined creams being applied to her face and wondered aloud if he meant even her. She pulled him closer, accusing him of teasing. Lin protested that he was not, asking what she meant. She pressed him further, asking what personal care he had promised her. Lin answered innocently, dental care. She became furious, shook him violently, and sent him flying. The system even rewarded him with an achievement, surviving the wrath of a human fan. Bruised and battered, Lin asked why she had thrown him. The mother told him he needed to be more careful with his words, but assured him this had only been a test. Lin groaned, wondering what kind of test nearly killed him. She then stated she accepted him. He seemed competent, and her daughter clearly liked him. She granted permission for him to date her daughter, though marriage would require her husband's approval. Lin gained 20 favorability points. He quickly replied that marriage was unnecessary now, since he and Xiao were still only friends and had done nothing extraordinary. The mother's face darkened. She asked about pure friendship. Lin's sanity dropped by 60. She then produced a recording device and played his earlier conversations with Xiao, where his words sounded highly questionable. Lin panicked, unable to explain. The mother asked where that pure friendship had gone. Lin scrambled, blurting out that he had only been cleaning her earwax. Did she believe him? The mother's piercing stare told him she did not. Yet she sighed and said she was not overly strict or conservative. Lin, however, swore with his hand on his chest that he would never admit to anything improper. He declared his honesty untouchable and insisted he had not ruined Xiao's innocence. To settle the matter, he called Xiao over and asked her to tell the truth of what happened behind the house. She eagerly agreed, and Lin felt relieved, certain the misunderstanding would be cleared. But Xiao explained that Lin kept putting things in and out, that it was slimy and wet, yet very comfortable. Lin nearly fainted. Xiao smiled fondly as she described the event, saying he had been very attentive and careful while cleaning her ear, not missing a single spot. Lin, red with embarrassment, begged her to explain more clearly. But the mother covered his mouth and told Xiao to continue. Xiao went on, saying he had poured a white liquid afterward, and when it was done, she felt relaxed and comfortable. Lin thought to himself how something so simple sounded so inappropriate, yet the system rewarded him with more favorability points from Xiao. The mother then turned to her daughter and asked if she liked him that much. Xiao, confused, asked what she meant. The mother tried to explain marriage. Xiao did not understand the concept, but recalled Lin on top of her and wondered if marriage simply meant playing with him all day. If that was the case, she said she wanted to marry him. The mother, touched, became emotional. The system granted Lin 30 more favorability points, though he thought to himself that his life was over. Mother and daughter began crying tears of joy together, while Lin sat frozen, unsure what was happening. The father entered, breaking the scene. He poked Xiao's tentacle, releasing a floating orb. Xiao asked what it was. The mother explained it was a Titan family tradition. When someone liked another, they gave this orb, which symbolized official partnership. Xiao asked Lin if he wanted it. Before he could refuse, the mother placed the tentacle against his head, sealing the contract. The system confirmed it. Lin had signed a spiritual contract with Xiao, gaining permanent enhancements and friendship from the entire Titan family. The system explained that one day the contract could evolve into an eternal partnership, granting the absolute blessing of the Titans. Lin even noticed a cross-like mark forming on his forehead. He earned the achievement Titan Lover, yet instead of celebrating, he cried inside, thinking that despite so many rewards, he felt no happiness at all. Xiao was smiling, asking if this was marriage. The mother clarified it was not. This mark only helped them understand each other better. If after some time the mark judged them to be compatible, the marriage would be finalized. If not, it could be erased. She looked straight at Lin as she said this. Xiao took Lin's hand and said she wanted to play with him. The mother allowed it, while the father fumed in silence. Later, Lin sat with a gloomy expression. Xiao asked if he was unhappy. He admitted he had signed the contract without even being asked. Xiao apologized, saying she thought he had wanted it. Lin reassured her that it was not about wanting or not wanting. Marriage was sacred, something that required time, feelings, and commitment. It was not something to be taken lightly. Xiao tilted her head, saying she did not understand. Lin smiled and said it was because she was still young, but Xiao corrected him, saying she was actually 3,500 years old. Lin was stunned. He suddenly remembered what the system had once said, that she and her family had fallen from a higher plane after being beheaded. Perhaps in the past, she had still possessed her full body. Elsewhere, the father and mother were quarreling. The father was outraged that his wife had allowed their daughter to sign a spiritual contract. They shouted at each other, threatening the destruction of the world. Meanwhile, Lin told Xiao that if she once had a body, he could try to restore it for her. She grew excited and agreed. He asked her to close her eyes. He would use his new ability, Memories of the Past, which allowed a person's body to return to an earlier point in life. The system asked how far back he wanted to go. Lin chose 1,000 years. For the ability to work, the target needed to trust him. The system displayed that Xiao's resistance toward him was 0%, and her trust was 200%. Lin reached out his hand. At that same moment, the father and mother were locked in combat, the father furious and the mother shedding tears. Suddenly, the sky itself began to shine, freezing them both. Descending from above came Xiao, now in the form of a little girl, her body restored. The father was struck speechless, and the mother sobbed with joy. And for those who might misunderstand, Lin had done nothing indecent. All he had ever done for her was clean her ear. It was all a misunderstanding, and Lin had only good intentions. He was a man of character. He stared in awe at Xiao's restored form, saying softly that this was herself from 3,000 years ago. She was still towering compared to him. She held his hand, declaring that she was happy and had never felt this way before. She thought he was truly amazing. The system rewarded Lin with 50 favorability points and an epic achievement, confidant of root creatures. Xiao licked his face affectionately, and Lin marveled that though she had regained her body, her habits remained exactly the same. The parents stood stunned. The father stammered, asking if this really was his daughter. The mother snapped at him, asking if he was blind. Memories came back to the father, and he finally recognized her. Xiao rushed into his arms, calling him father. The family embraced, weeping with joy, while Lin was crushed in the middle, wondering at how even root-level beings could display such tender emotions. Perhaps before all this, they had truly just been a family of three. Xiao kissed Lin's hair. The father stared down at him, then gave him a nod of admiration. Lin gained another point of recognition. The father asked if Lin had made her return like this. Lin calmly explained that it was the ability memories of the past. He had only been curious to see how she might appear in the future when she grew again, but warned it would not last forever. The father pressed further, asking if she would remain like this permanently. Lin admitted there was a strict time limit. The father then asked if memories of the past was only an illusion and quietly requested a favor. Lin asked what favor he meant. The father said that if Xiao could be returned to her past self, then perhaps he could. But before he could finish, his wife hurled him aside, telling him to shut up. She turned to Lin with a smile and called him son-in-law, asking if he could grant her a small request. Lin guessed she wanted her youthful appearance restored. She teased him, saying it was not necessary unless he truly wanted to. Then she insisted he do it. Lin placed his hand on her face and told her to relax. He activated memories of the past, but the system showed something troubling. Her resistance to him was 50% and her trust was 0. He pulled his hand back, confused. The numbers only increased, showing even more resistance. She insisted she was relaxed, but the system revealed otherwise. He told her to return later, as she needed to trust him more. He thought to himself that she still judged him too harshly, but she refused to give up. She held up an item and said she had a method. If trust was the requirement, then this would work. She began to hypnotize herself, claiming she was the greatest master of hypnosis. She repeated phrases, erasing her own suspicion toward Lin. She did not want to kill her son-in-law. She did not think about destroying him every 10 seconds, and she would not daydream about blowing up his head every day. Lin was horrified by her words. When the hypnosis finished, she said she was ready. She ordered him to restore her body to the way it had been 4,500 years ago. Lin activated the ability. Her body shifted, transforming. She remembered how 4,500 years ago, she had many admirers because of her breathtaking figure that no titan could resist. But when the transformation ended, she looked more like a child. She conjured a mirror and looked at her new form. This was the appearance she had when she first earned the title of Hypnosis Moiko. But the mirror shattered. Lin received an achievement. Everything can be ignored. This could occur when memories of the past forcibly stopped at some earlier point in life. Lin tried to comfort her, saying she looked cute. She scowled, clearly angry. Her daughter hugged her, saying she looked beautiful. The witch softened slightly, but then turned on Lin, calling him a rascal and demanding if he wanted to die. She shook him violently, shouting that she had asked for 4,500 years, not 7,500. Lin struggled to explain, saying perhaps her hypnosis had not worked correctly. He urged her to be patient, insisting it was no big deal. She was simply a little younger now. She held up a melon angrily, saying that the incredible figure she had built over 3,000 years had vanished. Where was her chest? Lin nervously said it was a chance to appreciate the innocence of childhood. She shook him harder, screaming that he must prefer this new look and that something was wrong with him. Lin tried desperately to explain that he was not the pervert here, but she hurled him into the sky. Xiao leapt up to catch him midair. The father arrived, laughing loudly. His wife turned red and demanded why he laughed. He mocked her, saying that the legendary hypnosis, which had once been a flat, childlike figure, yet already practiced rebellious techniques. He laughed but gently patted her. She struck him with magic in response, snapping that at least she had managed to change her form thanks to trusting Lin. But as for him, he who trusted no one, he would always remain nothing but a giant head. The father retorted that he could try hypnosis too. She scoffed, saying he would fail, since he relied only on brute strength. But he replied that hypnosis did not always need magic. The father picks up a stone, throws it high into the sky, and tells Lin that he will lower his defenses against hypnosis. Once asleep, Lin should hypnotize him and use his power to bring him back 3,000 years, to the moment when he was at his peak. In return, he promises to protect Lin for the rest of his life. The stone then falls back down like a meteor and explodes, leaving the father lying on the ground, badly injured. Xia cries and Lin also cries, wondering why his father-in-law abandoned him so soon. The mother covers her face, saying he is not dead, so why mourn? Xia explains that when she saw Lin sad, she became sad too, even though she does not fully understand the feeling. Lin says he was only joking and urges them to act quickly. The mother passes her hypnosis power to him so that he can use it on her husband. Lin feels uncomfortable but has no choice. He uses the magic to bring the father back to the form he had 3,000 years ago, but the system shows his resistance is 120% and his trust is only 20%. The spell fails. The mother tells Lin to push further back. He hesitates, reminding her that her husband had asked for 3,000 years. She replies with a serious look that he should add one more zero. Lin objects, saying that if he does, the man might cease to exist. She insists nothing bad will happen. The mother explains that her husband has lived much longer than he realizes. Lin asks again if she is sure, but she only stares at him. Resigned, he agrees and asks if 30,000 years plus 10 more is enough. She shakes her head and keeps adding more years, another 5,000, then 2,000, then 5,000 more. Soon the power reaches 53,000 years back. Lin asks again if this is safe, and she insists it is almost enough. For the sake of her husband and wife bond, she says he should go back just one more minute. Lin is confused but accepts. When he activates the magic, an explosion shakes the mountains, visible even from the distant city. Xia is excited to see how her father once looked. A golden light forms in the sky. The father feels his power returning to its peak. He recalls the time when he was known as the Earth's Defender, the Sky Destroyer, and the strongest Titan. But suddenly, his body shifts into the form of a sperm. He wonders when his daughter became so large, and then realizes this is the exact moment when he fertilized the egg. His sanity drops drastically. Lin apologizes, explaining that he was forced, and even gains an odd achievement titled Back to the Beginning of Life. The wife, holding his arm with a stern look, asks if this is really the legendary Titan of the past. The father, enraged, slapped his wife on the head and accused her of being responsible. He says the boy forced him to turn into this. The mother interrupts, saying he deserved it. An old man with thousands of years added to his life did not deserve to marry her. She shoots him with a laser, but the father counters with an attack at her belly. Xia only watches calm while the parents fight. The protagonist is also unbothered, and Xia explains that this is normal. Once they fought so violently that they destroyed their house, and she thought she would never see them again, but the very next day they were hugging like nothing had happened. That is simply their way of showing love. Xia is happy now because, whether they like it or not, neither of her parents holds any hatred toward Lin anymore. He looks to the sky and sees the father still chasing after the mother. The system notifies him that all malicious intent from these root creatures toward him has disappeared. Lin cries, relieved that he is finally safe. He high-fives Xia to celebrate, but when they touch, she begins to glow. Lin is confused. She admits she feels hesitant but wants to thank him. Then her body disappears, and she returns to her big-headed form. She immediately asks if he can help her transform again later, and Lin agrees. That night, Lin reflects that perhaps this is his destiny, to live with these strange creatures. At least it is easier than living in fear and resistance. The father and mother kept fighting high in the sky, neither of them backing down. Eventually, the effect wore off, and they both returned to their big-headed forms. The family gathers together again. The mother says that she feels happy. The father, still grumpy, admits that it might not be so bad after all. The mother thanks Lin, saying she does not hate him as much as before. Lin gains another 10 favorability points. He thinks at last he may have a normal relationship with her, though he is still suddenly pulled into a hug. The father then seizes him and drags him into a cave, saying he wants to talk. Lin worries, thinking he just finished one trial only to face another. He tries to explain, pointing out how small he is and saying it would never work between them. The father replies that Lin has powers that can change shapes, so who can guarantee he does not have another hidden ability? Lin insists he would never use his skills in such a perverted way. The father stares into his eyes, then suddenly lets go and admits he was only joking. The father says he actually wants to talk about something else, about the Titans and the world itself. He explains that Titans are one of the supreme races, powerful enough to rival the gods. Long ago, they had a flourishing civilization until war destroyed everything. Their heads were severed, and they were abandoned by the gods in the dark world, cast into the realm of death. Lin asks what the realm of death is. The father explains that it is a place filled with chaos, hatred, and resentment, where no one is ever reincarnated. Monsters are thrown there, countless creatures rot, and sometimes even innocent people like Lin end up trapped. Lin asks if there is a way back to the original world. The father laughs with a crazed look and says it is impossible. There is no light, no path back. Lin asks if he ever tried, and the father says yes, he has longed to return home, but it is hopeless. His voice shakes as he admits how much he misses it. Then in his grief, flames burst from him as he falls into anger and hatred. He says he does not want his wife and daughter to suffer these curses. The system warns that he is entering a state of chaos. Lin tries to calm him, but the father roars that no one can stop him and flies upward. Suddenly, chains shaped like eagles rise from the ground, dragging him into a pit of blood. The father cried out in despair, saying this world was the worst. He explained that he could not die, nor could he give up. He was trapped here forever. Lin saw the chains and wondered if this was the reason he could never return to the higher realm. He drew sharp claws from his back and thought that if this was truly the source of his torment, maybe he could help. The system warned him to be careful, but he remembered he had curse removal. He activated it and reduced the father's curse slightly, but the system explained that the curse was too powerful. He could only lower it by 15%. Lin tried again and again, but when the curse dropped to 85%, his mental energy was completely drained. From afar, the mother and daughter saw a great light shooting upward. The daughter became worried, saying that Lin would be fine on his own, but anyone near him would die. When they arrived, they saw the father lying on the ground, with Lin collapsed beside him. Even the giant hand muttered that he had been foolish to try removing a root curse. In the end, the big hand would need to step in once again. Sometime later, Xia Sha woke Lin. They were both bruised and weak. Still, he received an achievement for reducing the curse of a root creature. The father-in-law turned to him with wide eyes and asked if he had really weakened the curse. Lin admitted he was still weak and could only reduce it by 15%. The effect would also last only one day, so to truly remove the curse, he would need to become much stronger. The mother was shaken. She was the legendary witch of the Titans, yet even she could not touch this curse because it was set by the gods. How could Lin alter it at all? The father asked if, once he grew stronger, he could completely remove it. Lin answered with confidence that he could. The father warned him that removing a god's curse was extremely dangerous. Anyone who tried could go mad or even fall under the curse themselves. But then he asked Lin if he truly wished to help their family. Lin declared that they were family and he would save them from endless suffering, no matter the risk. He even received an achievement for never missing a chance to act like a hero. Deep inside, he only said this because refusing would surely cause more problems. Still, the father's affection for him grew so much that he began calling him a handsome son-in-law and even offered to let him call him Big Brother. Xia Sha praised him warmly as well, but the angry mother threw both men against the wall. Later, the family prepared to leave Lin in the Valley of Souls. He told them they were welcome to return anytime. Sha Zhao looked sad and said she did not want to leave him, but Lin reminded her he was still a doctor and needed to keep working. She could always visit him again. The mother pulled her away, explaining that because of their curse, they could not stay much longer. The father warned Lin to be cautious of anyone who survived the demonic association. If they came to cause trouble, he should simply call on him. Lin asked how exactly he was supposed to contact them. The family gave him strange looks since there was no way to do so. Lin then pulled out a vision stone and decided to teach them how to use it. Inside the vision world, people were already gossiping about the Valley of Souls. Some mentioned seeing 3 root creatures. Others said it did not matter since they were in the vision world. Another worried that if headhunters appeared here, it could be dangerous. But most laughed, saying root creatures had never appeared in this place before. Suddenly, a glowing teleportation circle appeared, and the family arrived. Their presence alone raised the entire world's level. The other players screamed in fear and ran away, while Lin stood there confused, wondering why they would flee in a place where nothing could even be eaten. The mother observed that it was interesting, but clear they were not welcome. The father looked at the tower and the great eyes above it, saying this must be the Supreme Well. Lin asked if he knew what the Supreme Well was. The father said he only understood a little. It was something far older than him, mysterious and powerful, and it sustained the entire world. Its rank was far beyond his own, and even root creatures were nothing in its eyes. Lin was stunned that such a thing existed, making root creatures seem insignificant. He then explained to the family how to use the Vision World chat system and added them into a family group. He told them they only needed skull coins to use it. Sha asked how she could get skull coins. Lin answered that she just needed to politely ask a wealthy person. She doubted anyone would hand them over so easily, but he told her not to worry. Meanwhile, in another place, Marionette and Bloodsaw were speaking. The headhunters had finally left, and Bloodsaw said at least his disciple seemed safe. Marionette smirked, already plotting how many tricks she could play on the boy. She wanted to introduce him to her daughters. She suggested they go meet him immediately, but Bloodsaw stopped her. He explained that his disciple was very dedicated, and they could not just barge in. Marionette teased him, saying he was the master, so why should he be afraid? He replied that he feared accidentally killing his own disciple. Now that he knew the boy was friends with root creatures, he dared not offend him. So he gently knocked on the door, announcing himself. Lin, just waking up in bed, immediately armed himself. He suspected it was that monster who mimicked voices, returning once again. With a wild smile, Lin called out to his master, saying he had missed him terribly. Marionette commented that the disciple seemed truly devoted. Bloodsaw proudly replied that the boy had been like a son to him for 2 years. But as soon as he tried to step through the door, Lin stabbed him in the stomach, then delivered 3 more stabs before he could retreat. Lin shouted angrily, accusing him of returning to deceive him again by pretending to be his teacher. Bloodsaw in pain tried to explain, but Lin flicked his hair dramatically and declared that this time he would finish him off. The marionette kicked the door open, startling Lin. He froze, realizing that it was indeed the real teacher. He even earned an achievement for injuring the professor. Quickly, he placed Bloodsaw on a stretcher. The marionette asked if he could save him. Lin confidently replied that the professor's toughness was incredible, and a wound like this was far from fatal. With the medical skills he had learned from his teacher, there was no problem. The marionette asked if such a thick needle was really necessary. Lin insisted it was, since the professor's body was larger than most. He began the operation step by step, first stopping the bleeding, then applying anesthesia and preparing to sew the wound. But when he aimed for the throat, the professor shouted in alarm, warning him not to pierce a major blood vessel. The marionette paled in shock, wondering if this boy was truly a doctor at all. Lin apologized, saying he was too used to making decisions on his own. He pulled the needle back and said he was ready to begin. Bloodsaw, thinking the anesthesia would protect him, prepared to endure. But Lin stabbed, pulled the thread, and asked if he felt pain. The professor forced a smile, saying no, that he was only crying from pride at his disciple's progress. Deep down, though, he cursed his situation. Since he had taught Lin to use anesthesia, admitting pain would be humiliating. Lin took his words as motivation and worked even harder, sewing everything up carefully. Meanwhile, Bloodsaw silently wondered why it hurt so badly, as if Lin carried some hidden ability that amplified pain. He told himself he had to endure it and not act like a coward. Eventually, Lin announced the surgery complete. But the professor had fainted. When he woke, he asked nervously if Lin had left anything inside him. Lin replied proudly that he had learned long ago never to do such a thing. Still, Bloodsaw pulled out a metal detector to check. Lin asked if he did not trust him. The professor said he did, but wanted reassurance. He then praised Lin, saying he had done well, even though it had felt more like an attack than surgery. The boy reminded him of his younger self. Lin thanked him warmly, saying he had learned everything by observing him. The professor called him a good disciple, and the two embraced. Marionette watched them, already imagining how she could use the mischievous boy to play with her daughters. She tapped them both and said it was time to discuss business. Lin turned to her, asking who she was. The professor hesitated, but Marionette introduced herself. The scene shifts to the 3 of them, eating together outside. Bloodsaw mentions how surprising it is that his disciple managed to destroy the demonic association. Lin humbly says it was Zyro's family who did most of the work, and that he only gave a little help. The marionette counters, saying that it still happened because of his connections, and in a way, he was the one who destroyed it, which proves how smart and capable he is. Lin feels embarrassed, saying they are praising him too much since it was only a coincidence. He then asks the professor about his supposed trip and whether he got involved with the demonic association along the way. Bloodsaw explains that it all came from an old problem. He might not know, but the professor was once a veteran of the association. Long ago, he received an invitation from the leader, who gathered everyone for research. At first, the subject was something he liked, but once they arrived, the real purpose was revealed. They wanted to restart the Colossus project. Curious, Lin asks about this project. Bloodsaw explains that around 3,000 years ago, they discovered fragments from an unknown civilization. Studying these fragments helped the association advance its technology. If the project was so promising, Lin wonders why they abandoned it. Bloodsaw then explains that he heard of the legend of colossal beings from another world. These creatures grew so strong that the gods destroyed them, scattering them into this world 3,000 years ago. It seemed as if a higher power wanted to erase anything too powerful. To avoid bringing that same curse upon the world, the project was abandoned. Lin thinks about the timeline and wonders if this could be related to Soko's family. Bloodsaw adds that the elders kept the fragments and wanted them recovered, but he himself had secretly kept one piece hidden. Hearing this, Lin immediately opens the trapdoor, and the strange creature emerges. He asks if this is a fragment of the Colossus. Bloodsaw is shocked, asking how Lin could know. Lin says he figured it out after noticing how much affection the professor had for the creature. The attic creature, still drowsy, asks why they disturbed him. Lin wonders how something that is only part of a titan could have its own awareness. Bloodsaw explains that while it is unusual, such things do happen in this dark world. The creature is still part of a larger body, tied to an unknown curse. Bloodsaw then says that despite stopping the project, the association is still carrying out dangerous research. He recently learned they are moving their base. He and other elders had done extensive research, and he cannot allow all of it to be erased with the association's fall. Placing a hand on Lin's head, Bloodsaw declares that from this day on, the pharmacy will belong to Lin. Shocked, Lin asks if he is serious. Bloodsaw firmly repeats that Bloodsaw's pharmacy is now his. Overcome with emotion, Lin promises to turn it into the best pharmacy in the world and to become a famous doctor. Both of them cry tears of joy at this moment. The marionette quietly admires Lin's energy and charm, though she quickly restrains herself and thinks of her daughters first. Sometime later, Lin lies in bed, glad he can finally sleep peacefully now that Bloodsaw's snoring is gone. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door. It is the marionette. Lin wonders why she is here so late, certain it must be her. Looking through the peephole, he sees two large shapes, confirming it is indeed her. He opens the door, asking why she came at this hour. She looks startled and asks why his nose is bleeding. Lin says it is because of poor sleep, but invites her inside. She sits on his bed and explains that she has not been feeling well. She went to look for Bloodsaw, but he was busy with matters of the demonic association and is now asleep. She asks Lin for a small favor. The system then gives Lin a mission to check the marionette's body, with a reward promised just for helping. Excited at how easy this reward seems, he listens as she explains that her hip has been hurting. Nose still bleeding, Lin rushes to prepare his tools and asks her questions about her sleep and rest. She says she sleeps fine, but has been experiencing cramps in her legs. While she steers the conversation toward her playful plan, Lin is almost drooling and struggling to keep his composure. In her mind, her idea is simple. She knows she is not really sick, so he will likely prescribe her a tonic. In return, she would thank him and then introduce him to her daughters. However, Lin suddenly tells her that he has finished the diagnosis, and she is not healthy at all, she is truly sick. Surprised, the marionette jumps up, asking if he is certain. She had only been pretending to be unwell, but now she worries she might actually be sick. Lin insists that while she looks fine, she is in fact seriously ill. He silently thanks the system for activating the random diagnosis function, since otherwise he would not have discovered anything. The system reveals 3 hidden issues: bone compression, internal injuries, and blood problems. He explains that he can prepare plants to slow it down, but to fully heal her, he needs to remove the root cause. He asks her to show her powers. She reveals the energy lines on her finger. Lin notices that the symptoms remain unchanged, which means something is hiding the truth. He asks if her power flows through her whole body. Shocked, she wonders how he knows, since that is exactly how her ability works. To do this, she must shut off her sense of pain. otherwise she would not feel only the energy. She begins to panic, asking if she is cursed. Suddenly something snaps in her mind, and she falls to her knees. When Lin grabs her hand, he sees that her skin is changing into wood. He tells her she is turning back into a wooden doll, and it seems to be a curse. Looking at her hand, she loses nearly all sanity and starts crying, saying this cannot be happening. She insists the curse was already lifted and begs not to become a wooden puppet again. She grabs Lin desperately, begging him to save her. She even promises him anything, no matter how unethical, if he cures her. Lin reassures her that he will heal her, though in his mind he insists he would never do anything immoral. Overcome by emotion, he nearly faints from blood loss. He asks how she lifted the curse before. She explains that to do so, she had to find a creature she had strong feelings for, cultivate with it, and then reach the right moment where the partner would send her to heaven. Lin is startled at this explanation. She shyly adds that perhaps the curse did not fully lift because she did not ascend to heaven enough times or did not cry enough tears of joy. Lin wonders if he should call the professor, but she explains that back when she was a doll, she did not understand appearances, which is why she had some fondness for Bloodsaw. But now that she has regained more awareness, she has lost interest in him, especially since he has too many problems. She then adds that this is something most men would hate to admit. Lin quickly understands that Bloodsaw is no longer able to perform, putting his hand on his forehead in frustration. He realizes another method must be tried. The marionette, blushing, asks if he means with another person. Lin, without shame, reminds her that she said strong emotions were needed to break the curse. It does not only have to be happiness. Perhaps another emotion could work. Suspicious, she asks what he means by another emotion. He explains that sadness and pain could also be powerful enough. She admits this might be possible, but her doll-like body is less sensitive to emotions, so only very extreme experiences would count. She says she has already endured being cut apart and abandoned in a cage, but even those did not work. Still, if he insists on trying, she is willing. With a mischievous look, she asks if he really wants to attempt something like that with her. Lin says no, there are better methods. Curious, she asks what he plans. He grabs her wrist, pulls her into the operating room, and straps her to the table. She demands to know what he is doing, but he calmly tells her to relax and says it will be quick. She gives him a playful look, intrigued by his boldness, and wonders what he is planning. Lin then takes out a potion. She asks what it is, and he explains it is an extreme succubus love potion. Outwardly she protests, saying she hates such things, but inwardly she is impressed, realizing why he is so popular. Lin warns her that if she feels afraid, he can stop and remove the curse another way, but if she wants, they can continue. She tells him to stop speaking nonsense and give her the potion. Lin hands her the potion, and she drinks it. She immediately feels her heart race and says she is ready to begin. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and turn on the bell for more awesome stories. The woman was well prepared for the event. She replied that the potion was very powerful and felt like it was getting stronger every minute. The main character stayed calm, observing everything like a doctor. He confirmed that it was indeed possible to use a potion to trigger emotions. The woman, growing impatient, demanded that he come closer and do what he was supposed to. But instead, he suddenly closed the door and started sealing it up from the outside. He told her the rest was up to her now and wished her good luck. She was left alone in bed, shocked and yelling at him to come back. From outside, he apologized and told her to hold on, it would be over soon. She was in a lot of pain and agony and begged him to return or call for help. But eventually, something changed. Waves of emotion overwhelmed her. Love, happiness, joy, and she let out a scream so loud the whole city could hear. People nearby started asking what was going on. Some said she had been screaming for 5 or 6 hours. A blood witch asked where the sound was coming from, and someone mentioned it might be the Bloodsaw pharmacy. The witch said she was going to check it out. After a long night of emotional highs and suffering, the main character burst into the room. The floor was soaked, and the woman was shaking, completely confused about what had just happened. He calmly analyzed her condition and noted her heart was beating very fast from the adrenaline, but the curse affecting her had weakened. He told her her condition had improved and that a few more sessions would fully restore her. She stared at him and accused him of being a demon. The mission was complete, and he was rewarded with a strange new achievement. He had become the enemy of all women. Apparently, his new power allowed him to push any girl to an overwhelming emotional state. He also received a recipe for a highly advanced potion, but even the system warned him not to create it, saying that anyone who did deserved death. Still, the potion was extremely effective. Its first ingredient was succubus bodily fluid, giving a hint of its purpose. The woman stood up, feeling like the curse was really lifting. She looked at him, he was tall, strong, and said she felt ready to introduce him to one of her daughters. She threw a book on the table and told him to take a look. It was about her dolls. She warned that the shop would become dangerous once her boss left, but if he had a doll companion, things would be easier. The first doll was an albino Arab, a 4-star combat unit with strong area-based skills. The second was a lively and powerful fighter, excellent in close combat with a scythe. The third was a maid, skilled with finances and able to adapt to any environment. She asked him which one he liked most. Embarrassed, he asked if he really had to choose one of her daughters as a bodyguard. She teased that the dolls could be companions, lovers, or just dolls, whatever he wanted. She added that her daughters had defeated many dark creatures and were very expensive to hire, but for him, she would offer one for free. He was torn. All the dolls seemed amazing. They even started competing for his attention in his imagination. He joked about wanting all three, but she seriously said that was fine. Although flattered, he started to suspect something was off. Why was she so happy about him choosing all three? Was she expecting him to use his body to break their curses? He began to feel unsure. He hesitated, losing some favor with her. To clarify, he asked about the dolls' emotional development levels. She explained that the higher the emotional level, the easier it was to trigger their feelings. But he didn't want a doll that would become too emotional or scream all the time. Then he asked about energy consumption. She said dolls need energy like any creature, meat, magic, minerals, and so on. He sighed, realizing it was expensive to keep a doll active. He wanted a doll that didn't need anything to survive. She pointed him to the last page of the book. There was a special doll called the Black Crescent Moon. This was her 7th daughter. She had no personality, 4-star combat power, and fed only on wind. The downside was that she didn't like filth. He liked her immediately. She was low maintenance, strong, and emotionless. That meant no risk of triggering a curse. The woman was surprised. Most people chose the albino or the maid, but he wanted the emotionless one. She offered to send all 3 dolls in a package deal, including money to feed them. But he politely refused, saying it was too risky. If something went wrong, it would be a disaster. He suggested trying it for 30 days and then deciding. She agreed, and the system rewarded him with an achievement for acquiring his own doll. Just then, Bloodsaw showed up. He said he wanted to speak with Lin about his career path. While the marionette went to inform someone, Bloodsaw brought up the topic of Lin's career. Lin proudly said he had already chosen. He wanted to be a doctor. But Bloodsaw told him he was only an apprentice and still needed an official license. He explained that studying flesh, bone, and pharmacy didn't make him a certified doctor. Lin began to think about how the system mentioned career changes. Then he brought up the profession of a night doctor. Bloodsaw was surprised. He said night doctors were seen as lunatics, outlaws who worked in the shadows. They believed the world was corrupt, and only they could cleanse it. Even healthy people weren't safe. A night doctor would find something to operate on no matter what. Lin was fascinated. He asked if that was dedication. Bloodsaw clarified it was more like paranoia. Still, they were honest in their own twisted way. Eventually, Bloodsaw brought out a questionnaire to help Lin determine his faction. First question, you see a badly hurt stranger who may want to harm you. Do you help him? Lin said yes. If the man caused trouble later, he would still help first and then try to reform him. If that failed, he'd eliminate him. Second question, you can cure someone but it'll cause extreme pain. Do you go ahead? Lin said yes. And if they die, he would use necromancy and mechanics to bring them back. Bloodsaw noted that Lin essentially killed him and revived him, which was still killing. Third question, your friend breaks the law. What do you do? Lin said he would protect his friend because the law meant nothing. If the friend killed innocents, that was acceptable. It was the dark world after all. Bloodsaw began to wonder if Lin was always like this or had changed recently. Then he asked, what if he, the teacher, asked Lin to kill someone close? Lin said he'd kill the teacher instead, but quickly added that he was joking. The professor wasn't so sure. In the end, Lin was placed in the chaotic good faction. Bloodsaw was completely sure about his decision. Lin, on the other hand, found it hard to believe. He thought that as a doctor, he should belong to a group with a nicer name, something that sounded more compassionate, like pure kindness. Bloodsaw disagreed with his reasoning, but didn't argue. He stood up and asked again if Lin was truly set on following the path of night medicine. Lin confidently agreed. Despite how strange or crazy night doctors might seem, he believed they genuinely cared about their patients because they were always looking for something to treat. Bloodsaw asked if Lin wasn't afraid that those same night doctors might dissect him before he could even graduate. Lin assured him that he had a way to deal with that, thanks to the system guiding his missions. Hearing this, Bloodsaw agreed. He said he would begin preparing Lin for the path of a night doctor. Without delay, he brought out a large saw and slammed it onto the table. Lin was shocked but also amazed. He wondered if this technique could be practiced on children too. Before they could get started, someone suddenly ran into the room in a panic. A blonde human had apparently taken a shortcut and ended up in their territory. Judging by his confusion, he must have transmigrated too, because nothing looked familiar to him. He saw someone standing with their back turned and, trying to be polite, placed a hand on her shoulder. When she turned around with a beaten face, he was completely terrified. The blonde man ran in fear, but he crashed straight into a giant cyclops. He turned and dashed the other way, only to face a ghostly girl holding a doll. It seemed like everyone was targeting him. Thunder rumbled overhead, and in a blink, the surroundings vanished. He now stood before a castle, clearly caught in some kind of magical trap. Meanwhile, after a few days of intense training, Lin stepped out feeling confident. He thanked Bloodsaw for teaching him all the advanced dismemberment techniques. Bloodsaw gave him a thumbs up and told him to go show the world what he had learned. He gave Lin his first field task and said he could earn 1,500 coins. Lin said he might even come back with 15,000 coins. As he left, Bloodsaw reminded him that the location was on Lihun Street. Lin nodded and reminded his teacher to drink the special tea he had prepared earlier, which was meant to give him an energy boost. He wondered briefly if the marionette had told the professor anything. Lin arrived at the street, carrying a lantern and looking completely lost. The place was darker and more frightening than he expected. The smoke in the air was so thick that even with the soul lamp, visibility was poor. He kept walking until he spotted someone standing with their back turned. Thinking it was another lost soul, he gently tapped the person's shoulder. The monster started to greet Lin, but he suddenly shoved a hunter's gun into its mouth and demanded directions. His fear shot up fast. He shouted for the man to let go, but instead, he got slapped and fell to the ground. Nearby, a cyclops had been observing the situation. Lin called out for help, asking for directions. The cyclops, however, panicked and ran away. Both heads of the cyclops were shocked. They called Lin a pervert, confused by how he suddenly put a gun in someone's mouth. Each head wanted to run in a different direction. Lin climbed onto the cyclops' back, saying he could help. Their condition was rare, and he didn't want to ignore such a strange case. The cyclops begged not to be separated, saying they liked being together. Lin dropped his tools and got ready. He couldn't walk away from such a rare pair of patients. With his saw in hand, he performed the surgery. In the end, both heads celebrated. The operation had been a success. Lin then asked for directions, and they pointed the way. After some time, Lin arrived at what seemed to be the right place. Just then, a small girl appeared behind him and asked if he was the new big brother. She wanted to play. As he turned, he recognized her. It was the same doll from before. She called him the perverted doctor. Lin immediately remembered her. He asked if she had saved up money to buy her eye back, but she was shaking. As he approached, she backed away, recalling the traumatic memory of a large hand reaching inside her. She screamed at him to go away, still thinking he was a pervert. Lin grabbed her gently and insisted he was. He had only helped remove something from her stomach. She gave a small whimper, and he told her to stop making those noises. It was confusing. Then he got serious and asked her something important. He reminded her of the item he had removed from her and showed her a personal brush he had found. He told her this brush might belong to her mother. The system then alerted him that he had made 10% progress in locating the girl's mother. The girl said that couldn't be true. When her mother disappeared, all she remembered was that she had brought a lot of meat. Lin suggested that maybe her mother had sacrificed herself to feed her daughter. The girl broke down, screaming that she would never eat her mother. She accused him of lying, and the crisis level rose to 30%. Lin calmed her down and said not to worry. Everything he removed from her stomach was still with him. She asked if he was really going to help her. He said yes, but first, he had to deal with something inside the nearby house. The girl warned him. She said whoever lived in that house seemed fine on the outside, but if he went in, he would regret it. Still, Lin walked up to the large gate, already determined to enter. The doll warned him again, saying it was his own fault if he didn't believe her. She was already gone, and she mentioned how friendly her past clients were. Lin ignored the warning and stepped into the house. As he entered, a message appeared, letting him know the owner was home. Suddenly, someone showed up behind him, and the entire room shifted. A candle lit up, and he found himself standing in front of a dining table. Despite how strange it all was, Lin acted like everything was normal. He introduced himself politely, saying he was a doctor from the Valley of the Soul. The family members introduced themselves: a cheerful brother, a smiling father, a shy doll named Belle, and a towering mother. Each of them seemed to belong to a different race. The mother explained that Alice, a family member, had been sick for a long time and no longer trusted doctors. The cheerful boy happily munched on meat, asking if Lin could cure Alice. The father added that they had prepared a feast for him, inviting him to eat and discuss. Lin sat down as the system suddenly gave him two missions, one to cure Alice and another to escape the house alive. That second one definitely raised red flags. Still, he remained calm and thanked them for their hospitality. Lin asked about Alice's condition and wondered why she wasn't joining them. The father explained that she had grown very weak and was resting. After dinner, he would take Lin to her room. Soon, the butler arrived with a dish, a freshly harvested human kidney. Lin immediately noticed how fresh it looked. The boy eagerly encouraged him to eat, and the mother said she had cooked it with care. Trying not to cause offense, Lin declined the kidney and tried a sausage instead. But when he looked at it again, the system confirmed it was made from rotten pig intestines. He begged the system to stop updating him with these awful details, but he forced himself to eat while everyone watched. Trying to keep the act up, he said it was delicious. The mother glowed with joy and told him to eat more. He pretended he wasn't very hungry, saying he had eaten a lot before arriving. Then he picked up an apple. It looked harmless, but it was completely rotten and full of bugs. He decided it was time to use a trick. Everyone jumped when he suddenly opened his left hand. He introduced his second mouth, his left hand, and said it would help him enjoy the meal. The family was surprised, but pleased with how much of a glutton he appeared to be. They quickly served him more food. He kept feeding the food to his hand, but the hand started to resist, trying to hit him. The father asked why he was attacking himself. Lin brushed it off, saying it happened when his second mouth got too happy. The hand began complaining, begging him to stop feeding it disgusting food. It said the things Lin ate in battles made sense, but this food was just revolting. Lin promised to make it up to the hand later with something nice, maybe a fresh strawberry cake. The hand perked up and agreed. Lin then turned back to the family and told them he was ready to eat more. At that moment, his hands suddenly expanded, turning giant and devouring everything on the table. The entire family panicked. The father cried as a mountain of silver dishes disappeared. The mother tried to keep calm, saying they had more food in the kitchen. As they went off to prepare more, they argued. The mother was upset, realizing Lin had eaten 2 months' worth of food. She said they had been told that Bloodsaw's apprentice was a weak human. She worried they were tricked, but it didn't matter, Alice would handle it. Soon, he would be turned into a dish as well. Lin overheard everything. It became clear. Every doctor they brought to treat Alice ended up being the next meal. He stood up and casually asked the little boy where the bathroom was. The boy told him it was on the 3rd floor. In the bathroom, Lin stared at the mirror, speaking to his left hand. He was worried. If things continued like this, he would die before even helping his client. His hand, however, was busy trying to pee with the other hand and wasn't paying attention. Lin tried to bring him back to focus and asked what they should do. The hand gave no clear answer. Suddenly, the boy from before opened the door and stepped inside. Lin was confused by his behavior, but then blood started gushing from the boy's body. The boy suddenly switched to speaking human language, begging Lin to run. That confirmed it. He had once been human. Lin tried to get answers, asking how to escape and what had happened. But the boy suddenly lunged at him, grabbing his neck and saying the family would cut him open and turn him into one of them. Alice wanted a new brother. Lin acted fast and threw the boy against the wall. The boy's body twisted unnaturally. Lin followed him to the attic. The hand asked why he was chasing someone who just tried to kill him. Lin replied that this boy was from his world. He couldn't just leave him like that. At that moment, someone knocked on the door, saying fresh ingredients had been prepared. The voice called him to return to the table. When he returned, the boy was no longer there. But when the lid of a nearby dish was lifted, Lin saw the boy completely cooked. Lin froze, staring at the roasted boy. The mother encouraged him to eat, saying that once he did, he would become part of the family. He had had enough. He said once again that he didn't want leftovers and asked if anyone was actually sick in the house. The candles suddenly went out. The mother's tone changed. She grew angry and opened her monstrous mouth, yelling that he was rude. They had used 2 months of ingredients and even sacrificed a new family member. She rushed at him, holding a giant worm, ready to force-feed him. Lin caught her arm and slammed her onto the table. He picked up a fork and forced her to eat the contents he had fed to his hand earlier. Fear filled the room. The mother lost control, releasing some kind of black slime. Lin grabbed her by the face and demanded to know where his fellow countrymen were. The woman lost her composure and pleaded, saying she didn't know. But Lin wasn't done. Using his diagnosis skill, he began loading her body with diseases one after another. The embarrassed doll's curse, spiritual possession, skin cysts, necrosis, lung perforation, and more. He told her not to worry, he was just a little doctor. He would cure her completely if she told him where his companions were. He pulled out his surgical blade and calmly promised help if she talked. Rain began to fall as Lin gained more skill with his surgical blade. Eventually, the woman pointed him in the right direction, saying his companion had been sent to the kitchen. Lin thanked her and said that since her illnesses were now cured, it was time to stitch her up. She was left pinned to the floor while he moved on. He entered the kitchen and saw a large pig facing away from him. The pig warned him that no one could enter without the owner's permission. Lin said he understood, but asked if someone named Bari was there. The pig said he didn't know anyone by that name, but did mention a human had recently been delivered. Lin thought to himself that Bai must have already been turned into a doll. He pointed out that the pig didn't seem like part of the family. The pig admitted he was. He had just accepted a kind offer and became head of the kitchen in 3 days. Lin asked if he could take some soup home, saying the owner had offered. The pig agreed but asked for some special ingredients in return, specifically, something that carried a lot of built-up resentment. The system warned Lin that helping the pig would protect it from future punishment. Looking into the soup, Lin noticed that it only contained parts like ears, noses, mouths, and horns. He agreed that it looked tasty, but asked what was missing. The pig told him it needed something with deep, lingering hatred. Lin wondered where he'd find something like that, since it was supposedly seen only once every 10 years. He then remembered someone who might fit and presented the pig with a specific source of resentment. The pig was impressed. Lin had found exactly what the pig wanted. He sniffed it and confirmed that it contained both knowledge and intense resentment, although it was also full of unnecessary diseases. The pig accepted it anyway and told him it would be perfect as the final ingredient. The system announced that a special reward from the pig was ready and that Lin should return in half an hour to receive it. As a bonus, the pig pointed toward a pile where the human he was searching for had been kept. Lin rushed over and opened the door. A horrible smell greeted him. The boy, stitched up and lifeless, was lying there. Lin immediately began cutting through the stitches, apologizing that he hadn't brought proper supplies, but promising to revive him through surgery. Just as he began, the boy suddenly woke up, possessed and violent. Lin tried to calm him, but the boy struck him hard in the mouth. The hits kept coming 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a row. After being knocked down repeatedly, Lin pulled out his gun, fired to sedate him fully, and said the surgery would begin now. He operated carefully and gained new experience from the procedure. The system congratulated him on unlocking the Recreating a Living Being achievement. Once the boy regained consciousness, he trembled and asked what Lin was planning. Lin told him to keep quiet. To confirm the boy's origins, Lin asked a few questions that only someone from Earth would know. When he brought up a famous anime character, the boy responded correctly. Then he asked what the best qualities of a fictional girl type were, and the boy nailed that too. That confirmed it. Lin believed the boy was truly a fellow countryman. The boy began crying, thanking Lin. He said his kidneys, stomach, and even his private parts had been taken. Lin reassured him, saying he would restore what he could. Unfortunately, the kidneys had been cooked. The boy cried again, overwhelmed with gratitude. He asked Lin's name. Lin introduced himself warmly, noting that the boy seemed to understand the culture very well. The boy introduced himself as Bai, a struggling student from the magical city of Juo. That name caught Lin off guard. He asked for clarification, was the boy from Earth? But Bai just repeated that he came from Juo, a magical city. Lin began to realize that even though this boy acted like someone from Earth, he was The system confirmed it with the achievement, hometown in an unknown place. It turned out they weren't from the same world after all. Lin placed a hand on Bai's shoulder and said they should get out of that horrible house. Bai agreed and thanked him. But then, suddenly, he slapped Lin. Then again and again. Bari dropped to the ground, panicking, saying something was controlling his body. Lin stepped back and said it looked like there was something inside him. He couldn't remove it entirely, but he could weaken it. Bai begged for help. Lin reassured him, saying that he was the best doctor around. He used his diagnostic skill and found 3 problems. One of them was a deeply rooted evil spirit that had taken over the front part of Bai's brain. Lin said the first issue was small and could be removed easily. Bari was relieved. However, Lin warned him, during the operation, all 3 diseases might fight for control. Bai needed to stay strong. The boy agreed but asked where the surgery would take place. Lin pointed to Bai's head. Bai was stunned. He thought it was supposed to be a minor procedure. Lin said it was indeed a minimal operation. No need to open the skull, just go through the eye. 5 minutes and it would be done. Bai panicked and tried to escape, saying they should postpone the procedure. But Lin reminded him that his entire body had just been rebuilt. How could he fear something so small now? Bai protested that he had been dead before, so nothing mattered back then. Lin told him to be patient and trust the process. Then, without another word, he threw Bai onto the table to begin the operation. Bai looked up, trembling, and begged him to be gentle. Lin tried to reassure his patient that it would be over quickly. But Bari was already trembling with fear. Lin reached toward the eye and touched it. Instantly, Bai cried out in pain. The anesthetic hit hard. Lin admitted he might have gone too far with that dose. Bai questioned whether Lin was even a real doctor. Lin just shrugged, saying all doctors are like this, and that Bai should get used to it. As Bai collapsed to the ground, he whispered that he wanted to go home. Lin, completely focused, said it was time for the next phase. He told Bai that if he felt something taking over, he should aim and shoot at the affected area. Just then, an eye began to form on Lin's own face. Bai asked if Lin was still human. Lin didn't respond. With the new eye, he could see inside Bai's brain. There, a small demon lay curled up, fast asleep. Lin had found the source. He didn't answer Bai's question. Tentacles extended from Lin's fingertips, slowly entering Bai's cerebellum. Inside the boy's brain, the tentacle explored, searching. Finally, it located the tiny sleeping demon, the real curse. The small hand began working inside Bai's mind. Lin, even as the doctor, was starting to suffer from the strain of the operation. Bai was in terrible shape, left broken and disoriented, like a shattered doll. Lin tried to keep him awake, warning that if he lost consciousness, the creature inside would take over. He injected something directly into Bai's eye. Bai panicked, asking what was being put in his brain. Lin calmly said it was just a few tools to fight off the infection. Inside Bai's mind, Lin's miniature claws and tools battled the evil creature. The small demon inside screamed loudly, pushing everything away. Outside, Bai twisted in pain, unable to control his own body. Lin encouraged him to fight back with divine power. Trembling, Bai managed to pull the trigger. The tiny demon inside raised a shield to protect itself, but Lin yelled that it was weakening and told Bai to shoot again. After several shots, the creature was finally hit and destroyed. Lin stitched up the cerebellum, and the system confirmed the parasite had been conquered. Bai was now safe from losing control of his own mind. Still, something felt off. Bai said he wasn't feeling well. He had accidentally missed one of the shots. Lin looked again and realized Bai's shots had actually been very precise. So precise, in fact, that one of them had landed in the worst possible spot. His diagnostic skill confirmed it, damage to a very sensitive area. Apparently Bai still had them, but now he never would again. Bai cried out in despair. He was still a virgin and couldn't bear the thought of losing everything like this. Lin said there was a solution, but warned it could come with serious side effects. Bai didn't care, he just wanted to be whole again. Lin pulled out a special potion and offered it to him, asking if he was absolutely sure. Bai agreed without hesitation. Lin told him to drink it and let him know if anything unusual happened. Bari took the potion and began to feel his body regenerate. Flesh and blood returned. One of his missing parts began to reform, then suddenly burst. From inside, something large and slimy came out. A huge tentacle reached for Bari's face. His mind began to break. Lin congratulated him on going from having nothing to now having something enormous. Bai, completely horrified, begged Lin to stop joking and to get rid of it. Exhausted, he collapsed again. He had clearly had enough. Lin gently placed a hand on Bai's shoulder, reassuring him that he was still alive. They could replace the damaged parts with metal ones, easier to use anyway. He told Bai to rest because he still had to meet with the owner of the house. Bai panicked. He asked if Lin really intended to heal Alice. He warned that she was insane and that if Lin got too close, she would turn him into a doll like she had done to others. Lin said she was his client and he couldn't just leave her untreated. Bai called it madness. As they walked through the hallway, Lin asked if they were going the right way. Bai confirmed he had already been dragged to her room once before. An evil energy filled the air. Lin sensed it wouldn't be an easy encounter. Then came Alice, a blonde doll radiating power, with strong combat skills and emotions twisted by obsession and hatred. Bai panicked and nearly lost his mind. Alice floated toward them. Lin introduced himself and asked if she was the one who requested him. She said she wanted them to be family and promised not to turn him into a doll if he stayed with her. Lin tried to reason with her. He said he couldn't stay forever because of his work, but he could help cure her. If it was affection she needed, he could visit her from time to time. She didn't like that answer. Alice stepped closer, saying she would change Lin's mind and make him stay willingly. Her presence disappeared into the air. Bai panicked again, but Lin explained it was only an illusion. She had hoped to negotiate. Since he refused, the real fight was about to start. He handed a blade to Bai, just in time. A creature burst out of the wall. Bai was terrified, but Lin jumped in, using his saw to cut through the monsters. He told Bari to follow as he sliced through the hallway, destroying ghosts one by one. Bari asked if he wasn't scared. Lin admitted he was, but explained there are only two choices in this world: be consumed by fear or become the one others fear. As Lin dismembered yet another spirit, Bai's eyes sparkled with admiration. He ran up and hugged Lin tightly, calling him a superhero. If Lin were a girl, Bari said, he'd definitely. Lin stared, confused and a bit disturbed. Bari was clinging tightly to his thighs. The system notified him that his reputation had increased. At least it was respect, probably. Lin kicked open the next door. Inside, the tables were all empty. Now walking through the castle together, Bai asked if they still needed to keep looking. Lin replied that there was one more thing to do and handed him a drink. Bai drank it, immediately glowing. He realized Lin had turned him into a walking flashlight. Shocked, he asked what had been done. Lin insisted he would never do something that cruel to a friend, then asked Bai to please start shining the way. Suddenly, something slimy and green dropped from the ceiling. They looked up and saw a monstrous figure with a spider body and a wide, human-like mouth. The creature leaped down. Lin reacted quickly, blocking the attack with his chainsaw. The intense battle began, and Lin's mental stability started to waver. The monster appeared to be the mother. She accused Lin of making her daughter feel pain. As Lin tried to hold his ground, Bai, now glowing like a lamp, approached from behind, ready to assist. The fight came to an end when the creature opened its massive mouth and swallowed everything nearby using its many small hands. It spit out the remains, badly damaged and drooling. The protagonist walked over and calmly told the creature it was time for a small adjustment. Panicked, the creature asked what was about to happen. The protagonist reassured it that it would be a quick skull tweak. The creature cried out, begging to be eaten instead of operated on. Watching this, Bai finally understood why the protagonist's earlier surgeries were considered gentle. During this moment, the protagonist detected the evil spirit hiding inside the creature and earned an achievement from the system. With the creature collapsed on the ground, he lifted something nearby, causing an explosion. A large entity emerged from the monster's body. The protagonist mentioned a 10% discount on surgery, but now he needed to know what happened to her daughter. The mother, clearly suffering, didn't want him to get close. She slapped him away and started to explain. She admitted she didn't understand her daughter, calling her unstable and dangerous. The protagonist, being a doctor, calmly reminded her that he had just cured her daughter's curse. Bai, observing all of this, realized this was how people survive in such a world, by shifting from terrifying killer to gentle healer in an instant. The mother then revealed the full story. In their original world, the daughter was a ghost who violently destroyed her. She was torn apart, forced to eat her own flesh, and ultimately died in agony. The protagonist remained indifferent and simply asked why her daughter did all that. The woman admitted that her daughter had always been disturbed. hurting animals, and acting strangely since childhood. The mother declared that her daughter had to die. The protagonist, however, reminded her that he was here to heal, not kill. She made an offer: if he cured the girl and handed her over, she would give him the entire castle. He admitted the offer was tempting. She blushed, asking if it was a deal, but the protagonist, staying close, said he already knew what the illness was and just needed a bit of her help. He instructed his hand to guard her for now. His hand swallowed her, and Lin told it not to digest her, but to put her away somewhere. Bai was confused. Why attack her right after curing her? The protagonist explained that, as a regular human, he was furious that she made him eat such disgusting things. He then added something more serious. He believed she was lying. These people were not originally from this world. Most likely, they were brought here by Alice's intense resentment. If her hatred could pull people across worlds, her past must have been terrible. This was clearly a deeply broken family. He opened a door, revealing a bridge leading toward a tall tower. He recognized it. It looked just like a final stage area from a video game. Bai commented that no monster needed to show up. There was already a gargoyle there. Suddenly, a group of enemies appeared. Bai nervously asked if they had just entered the Demon King's castle. The protagonist grinned, saying he was going to pull out the big one. Bai, confused, asked what that meant. The protagonist pulled out a massive cannon. Bai finally understood what the big one meant. The protagonist told him to just aim and blast away. Bai was amazed, asking if he could try it. He was allowed, but warned it would take a lot of practice. At that moment, someone approached from the bridge, a tall figure in a black cape, slamming a sword into the ground. It was a knight, announcing that this was Lord Carmel's territory and no one would pass. The protagonist responded by firing immediately. The knight claimed to be a war hero who had never lost a battle before dying, but the shot went straight to his head, leaving him dazed. The protagonist casually commented on how outdated sword fighting had become. The knight collapsed, defeated. Just then they heard a voice, someone criticizing the protagonist for being rude. They recognized it as the master's voice. Ahead of them stood a man with a staff. It was the father, explaining that his daughter truly needed treatment. He admitted she brought misfortune to the entire family, and the cage she stayed in was to protect everyone else. Then he transformed, becoming larger and stronger, body breaking apart like a monster. The system notified the protagonist. If he defeated this enemy, he would receive the witch's mask. The devilish father gathered a group of heads and charged at them. The protagonist calmly fired shot after shot. He was a precise marksman, but this enemy wasn't going down easily. The monster stomped the ground, shaking everything. The protagonist jumped to safety with Bai, but they got tangled in some branches. He told Bai not to panic and to stay put while he handled things. He returned to the fight. The father grinned like a madman, ready for a final showdown. The protagonist blocked with his chainsaw and asked if that was all he had. The aura around them intensified. It felt like something out of an epic anime fight. The huge monster declared that he was done playing games and launched another attack. The protagonist smiled calmly and stopped the enemy's blade with his bare hand. With his golden arm, he pushed the monster back. The opponent was stunned, asking who he was. The protagonist responded that he was just a regular doctor, but his appearance told a different story: an eye on his chest, a dragon arm, something sprouting from his back, a blade and a saw in hand. The demon began to sweat. The protagonist said it was time to play a little more. He fired again. As the enemy tried to defend, the protagonist slipped behind and slashed at his neck, then stabbed him in the stomach. He whispered about the blood ghost technique he had learned. The monster tried to counter, but the protagonist stopped him, using the dragon's mouth from one hand and a tiny hand from the other. Tentacles began to wrap around the enemy. The desperate man shouted that he was Alice's father and couldn't be killed. The protagonist simply said the system's reward was too good to ignore and ended it there. After the fight, the protagonist shut down all his powers and dropped back to the ground. He received several rewards, including the witch's mask. Without hesitation, he removed the man's head and sent it away. He asked his friend if he wanted to join him to help cure Alice. The friend declined, telling him to go ahead and let him know when it was done. The protagonist agreed and continued on his mission. He entered the tower, where an endless staircase spiraled upward. As he climbed, spirits began falling from above. The path was confusing and twisted. He kicked open a door and entered a corridor filled with broken debris. On the wall, a spirit was tied up, desperately reaching toward a plate. It appeared to be the mother's spirit, encouraging Alice to try harder. Above, Alice was trapped inside a cage near the ceiling. The protagonist approached, speaking gently and calling himself her doctor. She stared at him and said that now, he was going to be part of the family. The system prompted him to do whatever it took to understand Alice's trauma and passed if he wanted to heal her. Alice reached for him through the cage and shared how she didn't like her father or mother. She asked if he could be her older brother. The protagonist explained that he couldn't stay, but he understood her pain. He had seen her memories and now knew that her family had mistreated her for a long time. That was why her deepest wish was always to have a happy home. Alice insisted she wasn't the one causing the harm. Then her body started to shift and twist. She broke the cage and declared that happy little Alice was gone. Now she would take charge. The system revealed that she had transformed into Miss Mary, an old witch burned during the witch hunts. Miss Mary had once lived in a castle and had a child with its owner. Out of hatred, she possessed her daughter. Flames erupted from her body as she cried about little Alice, not knowing her real family. She begged the protagonist to become her kind brother. But instead of answering, he shattered the glass and rushed down the stairs. Alice, in tears and fury, screamed after him and hurled flames in his direction. Lynn ran across the bridge, wondering if the protagonist was okay after the explosion. The protagonist dashed back into the castle and slammed the door shut. He had realized just how powerful the curse was. It wouldn't be easy to contain. As he tried to think of a plan, his glowing hand allowed him to see fragments of the past. He saw the entire family walking through the halls, carrying something in a basket. He wandered around and searched for clues. Underneath a wooden board, he discovered Alice's arm, a body fragment. He then found a piece of her foot near the fireplace and another arm behind a door. Meanwhile, her mother was seen in a church, praying and saying that Alice wasn't well. But she seemed confused when looking at her own hands and hair, almost as if something wasn't right. The father lay on the ground, agonizing and questioning how he could ever put his daughter in a cage. Another son, once kind, was now behaving like a madman. Lynn continued collecting body parts until he came across Alice's body, lying still. He gently told her to relax, saying he would heal her. Suddenly, her spirit appeared behind him and launched an attack, grabbing his neck. He tried to speak, explaining that he was gathering her body parts to heal her and become her brother. She blushed slightly and whispered the word, family. Lynn summoned his tiny hands to fight, but she screamed in pain. He fled once more, now needing only one last piece. He wondered if the spirit had finally entered the body, but no, the cursed version of Alice wasn't giving up. She fired flames again. The protagonist pulled out the mask he had earned from defeating her father. Just then, her hand returned and pierced his chest. He responded by sending energy from his belly, where an eye was embedded. He looked more demonic than ever. He escaped, thinking that Alice's spirit was tied to the castle. As long as it stood, she would be impossible to defeat. He ran back to the kitchen, where the piglet was waiting. The piglet asked if he was impatient or drawn by the smell. The protagonist reached into the pot with his giant hand and pulled out what looked like a heart. He sighed in relief, having found the final fragment. The piglet asked if he intended to use that heart to ease the girl's hatred. Lynn asked where it came from and whether it was safe to take. The piglet, acting like a true boss, said he always knew his ingredients. This heart had once been pure, a rare thing in that world, but had been tainted by evil. The piglet told him he could take it, but first he needed to drink the soup and give him an evil heart in return. The protagonist drank it. The system warned him that this heart-and-brain soup, if unfinished, could give him random knowledge and a random curse. Just then, a demon doll barged through the door, yelling for his death. But he had already finished the soup. He gained the ability of mechanical transformation and received a curse known as the Crying Clown. He ran out ready. He promised to deliver the evil heart later. The piglet nodded but warned him to return within half an hour, or else he would lose his own heart. During his escape, the protagonist found a safe room. He spun the lock and secured himself inside. His giant hands spat out the remains of the doll. The doll, now active, began speaking. She introduced herself as Alice and spoke lovingly of her family. Her father was strict but taught her things. Her mother could be moody but cooked delicious meals. Her older brothers gave her many gifts. She believed they would always be one big happy family. But as she spoke, a dark aura filled the room. The protagonist reacted by summoning his mini-hand and released clones of his big mouth to attack. Alice countered with her own little hand. They fought in close quarters. He dodged her attacks and then revealed a flaming skull from his back. He removed the mask he had worn. This was something new. While protecting her body, he was being attacked by the curse. One blow hit him in the chest, and he unleashed a power called Kahun. The doll realized she was losing strength. She attacked again, aiming for his stomach, and believed she had won. But the protagonist stayed calm. She was confused. He told her that she was the one who had lost. Then he pulled her into a hug, though doing so was draining his energy. Inside Alice's mind, everything appears peaceful. The protagonist sees her in her small room, smiling and surrounded by the knight, the butler, and the boss. When he shows up as the doctor, she happily greets him, but wonders if her parents and brother will visit her today. The group exchanges glances. The knight gently explains that the lady took her brother out for a walk, and they probably won't return today. Alice lowers her head, looking disappointed. To cheer her up, they give her a cake and tell her that once her illness is cured, they'll throw a big birthday celebration. The protagonist watches quietly, realizing this dreamlike space reflects Alice's inner world. Surprisingly, there is still some hope left in her heart. However, he knows that just reliving memories won't solve anything. He tries to approach her again, but this time, Alice appears inside a cage. Everything around them seems destroyed. She warns him not to come any closer, saying everyone who tried to help her ended up dead. She doesn't want him to suffer the same fate. Even so, the protagonist gently hugs her from behind. He tells her that he's her doctor and came to save her, but that might not be so easy. His body begins to be consumed by a monstrous force. The evil presence is already 75% complete. The mother, now possessing Alice, shouts aggressively, trying to keep others away. The protagonist stands firm as the system warns that if he doesn't act in 5 seconds, he will die. He quickly pulls out a spiritual spear he had obtained much earlier and stabs it into his own leg. The pain suppresses the evil energy, slowing its progress. Still, the demonic doll rushes at him with an explosive attack. He manages to grab her arm. It turns out that Alice herself stopped the full force of her mother's attack. Alice's consciousness speaks out from within, realizing that everything was her mother's doing, not hers. She breaks down in tears, asking why her mother would do such horrible things. The mother, fully possessed and twisted, claims she did it all to protect her daughter, insisting she is her real mother. But Alice, overwhelmed by the truth, says she no longer wants anything to do with her. Her emotions explode, literally, as a massive energy blast tears through the castle. The protagonist is knocked out. In the aftermath, it becomes clear that Alice's mother had once been a witch. After being killed, she returned through possession because she couldn't accept the father moving on with another woman and raising Alice. Now everything is in chaos. The mother's form grows distorted and monstrous, and everything begins to collapse. Alice, the blonde girl, stands in the ruins. Her true mother, the good one, finally appears, while the demonic spirit of the witch attacks. Suddenly, the protagonist launches the sacred spear and strikes the demon hard. He makes it clear that unless the spirit repents, she no longer has the right to be Alice's mother. Just then, the evil spirit lunges at the doll the protagonist had made, devours its arm, and causes a massive explosion. The protagonist is blown apart. As the castle collapses around them, Alice cries in despair. If it all seems confusing, it is. Even the protagonist is unsure what just happened. One thing is clear. He's badly injured, nearly unconscious, and calls out for help. Luckily, his little magical hand pulls him out of the rubble. The system confirms he's completed 2/3 of his mission and rewards him with the cursed eye. As he lies down to recover, he looks out at the ruined castle, thinking this might be what some call a happy home. Despite his efforts, Alice ended up killing her biological mother, and the curse destroyed everything. He believed he could save her, but instead, he may have caused more harm. The system calls it a failure. His little hand tells him he should be grateful to be alive, but there's no time to reflect. Hate energy is floating nearby, and he must leave. Just when he tries to leave, he sees the same body he left behind starting to rise. A soul has returned to it. His little hand shouts at him to run, but he doesn't listen. Instead, he walks toward it calmly and places his hand on the shoulder. The system alerts him that ghostly energy is invading him. Still, he hugs the girl, telling her it's all over and that she's not alone. She has someone who considers her family now. At that moment, the castle begins to vanish, replaced by falling snow. The system rewards him with another achievement, calling him the legendary savior of less. He smiles slightly. The little hand stares at him in disbelief, warning him again that the girl is still powerful enough to kill him. But the protagonist calmly says he made a promise, and as her doctor, he cannot give up. The little hand trembles, trying to hide its emotions. Out loud, it calls the protagonist foolish, but deep down, it thinks he's actually a kind and good person. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and turn on the bell for more awesome stories.